Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the LPL unofficial broadcast. We are here with day one of the Demacia Cup. My name is Rudud, and I'm joined by a very, very special guest today. We have got, for the first time on the show, Mr. Melvin Isle. Melvin, would you take the moment to introduce yourself, tell the people who you are, where you've been, and what you're up to?
Hi there, I am Melvin Isle, and you may or may not have seen me in your dreams and or many years ago on the UKL and other miscellaneous UK broadcasts. I've been a bit here, there and everywhere, and I finally thawed out of whatever cryo chamber I was in and awoke in the LPL English. What a fantastic place to be. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm very excited to find out with you all.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time here. Thank you to Melvin for stepping in and helping us out with this series. Obviously, as you can see down at the bottom there, we are kicking off things today with a ZSM versus LGD best of 3 from Group A. Let's move into the Demacia Cup. And before we break into that subject fully, we're going to take a little bit of a look at some of the transfer stories from the off-season. This is the first time that you've seen us. It's the first time we've seen any form of LPL competitive play. So here are some of the big takeaways that we've got. Here are some notable additions. If you scan along the bottom, you can see some of those notable absentees as well.
Crazy off-season, I will say. And I think let's start off with the big blown up text on the screen. BLG Viper, I think, is probably one of the biggest off-season transfers you can imagine. This BLG roster that had such high prospects but did not show up to its form at Worlds, subbing out Elk for Viper, who has been in the LPL before, peak consistency, winning a world championship there, looked amazing over at Humber. I think BLG are going to be absolutely dominant with this guy on the team.
And we can hope that that's going to return them back to those old ways, almost golden road in their way through 2024. Taking a quick look at some of our other new additions, obviously Honkyu and Junjia joining JDG, and notably as well with that, we have to remember that Kanavi, Scout, and Pays have all left to go to the LCK. Pays specifically having already won his first tournament over in the LCK, having not left the LPL 3 months earlier. Mako and Jackie are taking some breaks. Jun is back on BLG. He's reunited with a former organisation, as well as Missing being added back into the fold for LPL rosters. It's been a wild off-season, it has, and I'm definitely excited to see what Honkyu and Junjia end up bringing into this LPL season. And with that, Melvin, I think we should look at what this means for the rosters and what these rosters now mean for our tournament as well. We have obviously been here, Demacia Cup this time, for however many iterations of this tournament, but we've got a new format. This is a fresh, revamped format for the Demacia Cup, where we have just 2 groups in stage number 1. 2 groups of 4, including LPL representatives from Group Nirvana, and then the bottom placing teams from previously, as well as 2 additional teams that we can call them content teams, we can call them stream teams, we can call them fan teams, whatever you would like, but 2 additional teams being brought in. After that, we are looking for the top 4 teams from stage 1, so top 2 from each group. They are going to progress and find themselves up against a grouping of 4 from Group Ascend earlier, and they will be slotted into 2 groups of 5 alongside Invictus Gaming and BLG, who have been specifically separated as our 2 top 4 teams, before we move into the knockout stage, which will include the top 3 from each of those groups of 5, and then also add in Anyone's Legend and Top Esports, our top 2 teams from the previous split number 3 of the LPL. So it's all a lot of information. For the moment, we just need to focus on the left hand side. Stage 1, we've got 2 groups of 4, and that is all we're looking at for today.
Yes, and more specifically, we're focusing in on that Group A, containing ZSM, LGD, first 2 teams we'll be seeing today, and then later on TT and OMG coming into the fold. And as stated, it's going to be the top 2 of those groups that make it through. So obviously, head-to-head record's going to matter a whole lot when we're looking at a format like this.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really important to get those wins. Demacia Cup is a fever dream almost. We start on the 15th, I think we end by the 28th, so it is 2 weeks non-stop of just back-to-back days of brutal League of Legends, and we are still playing on that Season 15 patch, which is really nice for these players. Obviously, there's been a lot of experience. We've not had that massive competitive shake-up, but we are going to be moving into what that looks like for our... moving forward, what it looks like for these two teams in a, let's say, competitive setting. They should be a bit more experienced, more so than if they had been put on the preseason.
Exactly, and I think just with a bit of the background knowledge of what has happened in previous seasons, I believe it's AL was last year's winner of Demacia Cup. I'm not wrong with that, correct?
That's correct.
So
yeah.
We're not even looking at them for quite a while. Obviously, you said that this is a pretty rapid-fire tournament, back to back to back, but we're not going to be seeing AL until at very least the knockout stage. So it's really about trying to get to that point and fight through the quite vicious competition, I will say. Again, like you said, last thing of Season 15. This is the last we're going to get to see of the split. And I'm so excited to see what these teams make of the last real breath of Atakan, Feats of Warfare. This will be the last tournament where you get to see all these things, because they are gone in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, and this is the highlight reel of previous winners of the Demacia Cup, then going on to be incredibly successful as we move into the rest of that regular season. So this was the very end of 2024. We saw AL actually take down Top Esports in that final of the Demacia Cup. Flandre's Tank Jace, if we remember all the way back to this time last year, was running roughshod across pretty much everything that it saw in its way. And then AL, obviously, in Split 2, managed to take home the glory, found themselves the champions of the LPL or for the first time, really, in the organization's history. But the point here all being that usually, despite the fact that Demacia Cup can be a little bit of a, not necessarily a meme, but a little bit of a lower stakes tournament, it actually does tell us quite a lot about those teams up at the top, who we can expect to see challenging for those titles as we move through the rest of the year. The past 2 years, we've seen winners of that go on to win a regular season. Before 2024, it was almost an 80-90% ratio of winning the Demacia Cup meant that you were likely to win the next regular split. So it's a very, very important tournament for those top teams that are looking to contend.
I mean, call it a superstition, call it a tradition. There's a reason that pro teams would alternate between white uniforms on even-numbered years at Worlds. It's because just the idea of like, oh, but every second year, a white-rostered team with their jerseys ends up winning the tournament. Teams do take this stuff seriously. And obviously, getting to show yourself winning a tournament is a little bit more serious than just changing the color of your jersey, because it gives you that winning mentality. It lets you know, guys, we can beat everybody else in the league, regardless of what's going on. So let's roll it in a split, you know?
And we'll take a look now at some of those two teams that we are looking to see battle against one another today on the Rift. We'll start off with the ZSM roster. One of my favourite LPL throwbacks, really, here, if we take a look at the graphic. We've got Arla up in the top side, and then Ning, Fofo, LWX, and Iwandi coming back into the LPL for some very, very hot action. Obviously, Arla are part of the 2025 season. The rest of this cast, though, Melvin, definitely not. It is a roster filled with big, big names from the LPL's history, and notably as well, we were talking a little bit in the green room, Ning in the jungle, one of the players that we're definitely keeping our eyes on today.
A wild jungle meta, and only last patch did we see Aatrox, Jace, Ambessa. I can keep going, I will keep going when we get to draft, but a whole lot of strange junglers just got injected into the game, and I could very much see Ning wanting to run roughshod through the tournament on them.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, and I think that the good call out there are the fact that we've got two former world champions, right? Ning getting that Camille skin from the top lane champion, but he's playing it in the jungle. LWX, again, a champion with the FPX squad all that way back in the 2010s. It was a very sort of noble era of League of Legends where I was surprised to see this name be brought back into a organization that's going to, or into a team that's going to be playing at the very least in the Demacia Cup. But let's take a look at their opponents for today. We are taking a look at the LGD roster. Some familiar faces if you were with us in 2025, and some new faces as well to this LGD roster. We've got Sasa, Hong, Tong Yuan, Xiaoye, and YCX. Now, a couple of core pieces of this LGD roster sticking around. That mid-jungle duo though, Melvin, they've been swapped out.
Yes, this is the real highlight point that we want to try and see how they can perform. And when you're playing against Fofo and Ning, that feels like a pretty good tester to see how you're going to be able to hold up, considering when you look at this roster, you don't necessarily go in with the aspirations of, yep, we go win split one, we're going to be running it on to first stand tournament. But it is just about seeing how well you can come together with roster changes, because at the end of the day, we're playing in Fearless again. So there is always the potential for upsets, and the faster you can get together as a roster and figure out what your identity is going to be, who is going to be the main carry of this team, who's going to be the role players, this is a really good time, considering while it is a streamer team, ZSM does not look like slouches in any way, shape or form. LGD is the only one of these two teams that could potentially win this tournament and then go on to win a split. ZSM doesn't have the same privilege, so I think LGD are really looking to get everything they can, squeeze all of the information they can out of this last breath of the season.
It would certainly make sense for them to do that, and especially with that new addition in the mid and the jungle, with a couple of key rebuild pieces being kept in place. We'll see if that ends up paying off for them, or if they need some more changes as they move into the next off-season in between splits 1 and 2. But we have got a little bit of time here, Melvin. I don't think they're quite ready for walkouts just yet, so we'll keep a little bit of an eye on the past, I think, as we look into some of the potential changes. It's been a long time since this stream has seen some competitive League of Legends. You talked a little bit there about the jungle changes and some of the new champions that had come into these. I was wondering if you could expand just a little bit on some of the reasonings, maybe, why we are seeing these different jungle champions be coming into the fold.
Yes, so as a jungler by trade, I'm more than happy to talk about the fact that now I can play Cho'Gath and feel good about life. Riot has basically, in the last patch, said, alright, 5 or 6 champions, we're just going to slam a damage to monsters ratio or bonus damage onto them. I'll start off with the meme junglers, the ones that I highly doubt we'll see, but also, we have a streamer team, who knows. We have Fizz, now has jungle ratios on the W. Malphite W now got jungle ratios. Bit less frequent, but maybe we could pull out the Doinby skin for a reference. Riven, different type of champion, and Sion. These are all champions who I don't really expect us to see, but if we were going to, it'd probably be in the first game. As for the more legitimate ones, we've already seen a lot of Aatrox jungle and a lot of Jace jungle over in the Kesper Cup that has just resolved. Outside of that, there was a few sprigs of Ambessa jungle who, as one of the highest prio top laners we have seen for basically the entire time since her release, I have no doubt she will get flexed into jungle when she gets counterpicked in lane at some point. Outside of that, I mentioned Cho'Gath. This champion feels great in the jungle. The fact that you could get your feast down to about a 30-second cooldown by level 11, just crazy work. Along with Ornn, who I think is a sleeper one. We probably won't see until a bit later on, but if anything, it just has added a bit more new life into the role, which had started to feel a bit stagnant with these AD assassins, Kiana and Neferi kind of running the World Championship and split prior, with the mainly bruisers like Wukong, Xin Zhao really filling out the rest of the role.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like we've got a lot more diversity in that jungle role. We could still see those AD bruiser style champions, but more likely we're actually going to get some fighters being brought into the fold as well, with the Aatrox, with the Chase as well, seeing a lot of play at least over in Kesper Cup, which I think is another great little talking point for us to get some frame of reference from, taking a quick look at some of the highlights. Obviously, we're both from the UK, so we got region gapped out of being able to watch it ourselves, but it was still good to take a quick look at the highlights, and the fact that we've already had 2 best of 5s that have gone the full 5 games, and that T1 are on their standard tournament arc of just being 0-2 down versus DK, reverse sweeping, and it also, you know, is a bit of a nod to the LPL. Good to see that FaZe is able to go off and actually do some really good things. But I think you said you took a look at some of the stats from the tournament, if everything was plain sailing, or did we see something a little bit out of the ordinary? Was there anything that you'd like to mention about that?
I think other than those junglers I kind of mentioned that we did see, I was really expecting to see what Mel was going to do. One of those champions that was picked up near the tail end of Worlds with Faker himself really showing it off. She came up about 9 times overall at Kesper and only ended up winning, I believe, a single game. So she had only had a very minor nerf post-Worlds. And I'm very curious to see whether the LPL is going to look at that and go, ooh, maybe Mel isn't all that. Or, okay, it was just execution. At the end of the day, the thing is, a lot of these win-loss stats kind of go a bit up in the air when it comes to fearless drafting being in the game. Because you can only be in a certain amount of games in the first place. And you can't then run back a draft if you feel like it was an execution error. So I think that since the introduction of Fearless at the start of last year, champion win-loss stats have become a lot more nebulous. I mentioned that Kiana jungle. I think between that and Talia mid, those are going to be pretty much 2 of the mainstays through the tournament. Yanara, she was basically permabanned throughout Worlds, got a minor change post-patch, and is still top prio. And then, you've seen him, you love him, we got Rumble up in the top lane, another big one that we need to keep an eye out for, who has pretty much been running the role for a while. Yeah, since they made that change that made his abilities actually do as much damage on both sides of the map as it's meant to do, he's been pretty much S tier.
Yeah, very solid pick to take into that top lane. And you know, whether we get to see some hot pot combos would be a lovely little throwback for us as well. Well, Melvin, the good thing is that we've looked backwards. However, I'm going to throw you in at the deep end here and ask you a very important question about the new season of League of Legends. And that is, what are you most looking forward to? There are a ton of changes coming in, and obviously we're not going to get to see them today, but I think a little bit of a glimpse for the audience at home as to what's coming forward in League of Legends. What are you looking forward to?
So I mentioned I'm a jungler, so this is like being the kid that doesn't get anything for Christmas, because I see top laners hitting a level cap of 20 now. I see ADCs getting accelerated gold and having a 7th item slot. Mid laners being the only ones that get to keep tier 3 shoes. And I think the part that does excite me as a jungler is Baron coming back to 20 minutes. With Atacam being removed, Baron being a 20-minute objective again, and all of the objectives, the major ones like Dragon, Rift Herald, etc., getting a bit more beef on them to make them slightly harder to take. I'm hoping gets to keep that Atacam throw level team fighting that has really permeated throughout the entire year and bring it back to the old Nasher himself. When it comes to Baron throws, iconic for League. So I really hope we get to keep that kind of, okay, well, this is an objective that when we go there, something's going to happen. Somebody's winning the game one way or the other, whether it be a T1 20-minute Baron or whether it be everybody kind of floundering around the Dragon for a bit, going over to Baron, and then losing the game on the spot.
No, I'm so glad you said that, because honestly, Baron throws were just some of the most highlight-worthy parts of this esport as a whole. It's so good just to get that thrown back into the mix, and that we will have those back as an option at the very least for 2026 almost, which feels crazy to say, having played this game for now 12 years, which is, you know, maybe on the shorter end of some of the people on this talent team, but even still, the Baron throws go all the way back to many moons ago. I remember Dignitas, the fabled team that used to throw away their Baron leads all the way back when we had the LCS originally the first time round. But obviously lots of good stuff to be looked forward to in the new season. Personally, as an AD carry player, I'm very excited for my 7th item slot.
Good
and
for
the
you.
idea that I'm going to be able to have 6 full items and then get my boots as well. And I will just reiterate to the people at home, we are just waiting for the main feed to be able to catch up and get us ready for the show. This is an entirely fan-ran broadcast, so everybody here is doing it for the love of the game, right? We are here to provide this experience to you on an English level after we've got that right taken away quite some time ago now at this point. But we've had a little bit of a look back, we've had a little bit of a look forward, we've also had a look at these teams, Melvin. With the World's experience having long since left most of our minds, maybe the idea that we've got some teams coming back with really strong rosters, some teams that have now changed their rosters a little bit and maybe don't quite look as good. The LPL specifically, to add some flavour to the worldwide landscape, I would say had an overall relatively disappointing Worlds performance. I think that people were expecting a lot more from the LPL, and maybe that they were just anticipating the LCK would actually run through everybody quite like they did. But I think after having seen AL go so far at MSI and then being one game away from taking out both of the top 2 LCK teams, it did feel a little bad to see such an unresounding performance from the world stage, and that for me feels like something that doesn't need to necessarily be addressed, but we do need to hope changes as we move into 2025 into 2026 even, and hopefully as we move into this Demacia Cup, we can start to see some of those things maybe a little bit later on in the tournament, not necessarily in these early stages where we are weeding out the fun, the stream teams, the potentially weaker teams in the former Nirvana setting.
For sure, and again, just to kind of echo that AL point, I think that they were a team that showed incredible promise and versatility throughout the year, and I'm very excited to see what they can keep doing, having retained all 5 members of the roster, currently boot camping in Korea. I'm so excited to see what that team can do when we get to them. Oh boy.
Oh, hello. Well,
we're straight into
it. Without being in a stadium, there are no walkouts. We've been hot dropped. ZSM versus LGD starts. I apologise for cutting you off, Melvin. But you said you wanted to talk about junglers. I'm looking on that ban list. Aatrox has already been removed, and I don't think it's from Sasa.
Yeah, and we see both of the Azir, Orianna immediately stripped away. Kiana as high prio as expected. Question is, Wukong still up on the table, Xin Zhao still up on the table. Will we be seeing something like that, or will it be a bit more abstract from Hung this game? We do have a hover onto the Varus. As for the other super high prio champions that I just want to kind of harp on, we do see that Jace jungle most likely locked in. Nico, Bard, these are both massive supports that have retained their priorities since the World Championship. Again, for top lane, who's actually going top lane, the Sion, the Ambessa, these kind of champions have seen a lot of prio. Misfortune, actually, has been kind of doing a bit of a tear in recent time. Getting a buff a few patches ago has really brought her back into the limelight, and it really does mean, though, if we see it for ZSM, we need a heavy AP source with these double lethality carries locked in now.
Yeah, eyes on Fofo here to be able to pull out something that little bit unique into the mid lane with Azir and Orianna already taken off the board. We could see things like LeBlanc maybe come back for Fofo. Obviously, this is a player who's not been in the LPL for a little bit of time, but actually did spend some of 2025 playing over in the LCP as it is now, so not entirely removed from the competitive landscape, but not being in the LPL for the most part. The Talia getting locked into that mid lane. Not the assassin that I might have hoped for, but certainly something that gives ZSM a little bit of control, hopefully, through that mid lane, especially with the pairing up between the water Q from Kiana and the linking up you can do with the seismic shove there. There's plenty of CC to set up for a seismic shove, and that hopefully, we can make a nice connection on the make it rain into bullet time combo as well. Lots of potential for ZSM's composition so far.
Alright, and as we round out with a Rise picked up, that side lane threat matching the Talia, a lot of global presence. Very standard mid-trade as we've seen throughout the time. It is a best of 3, remember. So, as we get into the second rotation bans, support and probably top lane going to be the highlight bans from both teams. As that Jace is technically still a flex, it is something that does make ZSM's drafting a bit more difficult, because if you now ban 4 supports between both teams, that gives LGD priority to either take support or choose to counterpick it if they want on 5. So really awkward spot, I would say, for ZSM in this draft, as now we do see that Brom hover on the bans. You have Misfortune, these Windwall champions are absolute blight to you. I doubt we'll be seeing a Yasuo come out taken off the most reasonable.
Yeah, and I think Brom's such a two-fold ban, because it's really good at destroying MF, and it's also really good as an answer to Rel. We look at that as a pairing down in the bot side. They are just so powerful. The MF Rel as a bot lane pairing can go crazy, especially with something like the Varus being immobile for Xiaoya. So I would not be surprised to see that get taken off the board. Instead, LGD may be looking for a different option for those tank supports, and maybe they can look to secure the Rel for themselves. But I think those 2 picks are going to be really highly prized, and like you mentioned, LGD are going to get first dibs on their support, and ZSM, I don't think biting the bullet and accepting that Jace is going to be top or jungle just yet. They know it's going to be one of them, and what they haven't done is expend bans in a role that they could just be then wasted.
I was actually very surprised to see the Leona ban from LGD. I think it's a really great answer into the misfortune. She starts to make it rain, you make it so the sun lands on her, and suddenly the rain all goes away very quickly. As we do see Renata being the final ban pulled out. Alistair locked in, expecting an Alistair rail trade, as you were alluding to earlier. You have misfortune. Just because you're against Alistair doesn't make it much less appetizing. Alternately, could go for the Rakan, another super high priority support. I don't love the Poppy. I'm not the biggest fan. It has a great matchup into the Alistair itself, but I think the utility for Rakan, when you look at this team, you need a primary engaged top lane and Rakan to be able to go in at the same time. I think if you lock in Poppy, you're going to get a bit outrange gapped by the Jace Varus.
Yeah, and that's already a large amount of poke being picked up by LGD versus the ZSM composition, which is relatively mid-range, right? We've got Kiana who wants to dive into Leo, and MF can't do abundances of damage from those long ranges, not easily at the very least for LWX, as he's going to struggle to channel a bullet time and not get poked out and not get interrupted. But there's our first Zahen here in the Demacia Cup, game number 1, wasting no time. And this is just a double flex at this point, Melvin. What do we make of LGD's final lock-in?
I love it, but also hate it. It depends on which one goes in which role, but I think the Malphite is such an incredible answer into the triple AD threat. I was going to say for ZSM that the Rumble is still open, and you have only got Talia for solo AP right now. Locking in the Zahen, we hadn't brought it up yet because we didn't know if he was disabled or not based on when this patch came out. But new Darkin in the top lane. He might look a bit similar to Xin Zhao. Don't worry about that. I swear there's nothing going untoward in the background. But massive, massive sustained threat. Picking the Malphite into it, though, if we are keeping this in the top lane, is going to do such an incredible job of neutralizing, provided they don't get stat checked pre-level 6, pre-Malphite getting some of those big armor items.
And that's the really important part, is that once we hit that level 6, once we hit Malphite Exodia, which isn't really going to be too far away, this LGD composition starts to really begin to thrive. And I think that's something that is going to be a big ticking point here that ZSM are going to have to factor in now. We can remember that this is a best of 3, this is Fearless, so however this game goes, they don't have to think about Malphite going into the next one. And that may well be a win for them. Very excited to see what it is that this set of 10 players can present for us here in this first game. Take a little bit of a look. We've got a nice little rundown of the runes as well. Cashback on Xiaoyan.
Yes.
Happy to see that we're getting some love for a formerly forgotten rune, and Hong as well. Taking some little bit of money as well into his back pocket.
We did see Cashback was one of the runes that got buffed quite recently. From 6% of your item's total gold you get back after completing an item, it's now 8%, which is a really meaningful difference when you're playing these kind of tempo, lethality champions that pick up a lot of items back to back to back. You can basically always get to an extra longsword after, as long as you have a bit of change. Same with the triple tonic. Gives an extra 20 gold on its first potion and gives some extra adaptive force on the second. So I cannot wait to see the incredibly fast pace I expect from this game. Everybody kind of wanting to get off to a snowball because, I mean, if you look at ZSM and you see that Malphite, you know you are on a soft clock to get this wrapped up and gone home to game 2 quick.
Well, I will tell you what, Melvin. It feels good to be back. The Winter Rift for the first time in 10 years. The LPL for the first time in, a couple of months. And I've got some old school favourites as well as some new blood from the LGD side to take me through game number 1. It's LGD versus ZSM kicking off just as the jungle creeps spawn. We can take a little bit of a look. Hong here on this Jace jungle. You mentioned in the pre-show, Melvin, that he got given some ratios to monsters and hopefully he'll be able to clear his way through the jungle just as fast as Ning does on the Kiana.
Yes, Kiana's not exactly one of the quickest clearers in the game, so I think when you see her, it's a perfectly reasonable time to pick some of these less traditional, is the word I choose to use, junglers. And I think that a lot of them did get potentially a bit overbuffed on their clear speed, so it'll be very interesting to see how these two can keep tempo. Obviously, other than about 2 weird weeks a few years ago, Jace jungle has never really been a thing, so I can't wait to see how Hung actually pilots this pick and if they can really start that snowball going. Obviously, we are so well accommodated with Jace in the top lane in pro play, but it is the question of whether junglers have that dogging them really to pilot it the same way top laners do.
Yeah, and that's the question, isn't it? We were talking about this again in the pre-show. Pro players and their affinity for losing on Jace has been a really, really good ratio and a good correlation as we've gone through the competitive League of Legends landscape. And I'm hoping to see this change as we see Jace move into the jungle, and Hong in particular going to be looking quite nice as he moves into a first strike Jace, so it is just pure poke that we're looking to see. You can see the Comet as well for Xiaoya, the TP, very much indicative that this LGD competition going to look to play at range, get some poke down before Sasa just decides it's go time.
Definitely does have the range advantage, and the real question is going to be, what can ZSM, obviously not being a full team, they are a streamer team, but let's see if Fofo is able to survive this gank as Hong is taking a really nice angle, definitely going to lose the flash or die here.
Flashes in, doesn't quite find the route there, dodges though Hong, managed to flash over the shove, and that's first blood. Jace jungle, baby, it's off on the rift.
Yeah, really nice combo to keep that range going on, let the rise. It is double flashes burnt for LGD, so a potential gank angle from Ning as we do see Hong collected as the stream catches up to us. That's Qiyana for you. Really good roam from Arla coming down from top lane. I thought they were going to mark out the crab, but they go hunting for an immediate response.
Yeah, really good to see that they can take down the Jace and make sure that that's a little bit of gold into the ZSM pocket. And maybe just a little bit of a commentary on what this team is going to look like. Maybe it is going to be Arla sacrificing a little bit, and especially in that 1v1 on the top side, you can't expect that the Zehen is going to get all that much out of the Malphite early on. So maybe just being a little bit expecting that I can sacrifice a wave, I can make a move down to this bot side, I can help out my jungler, and hopefully we'll see Ning pay that back a little bit later on. As we do see, we'll quickly point this out, that we did believe it to be Iwandi coming into the support role for ZSM. There is Southwind in there, so we will play this by ear, and for the time being, Southwind is the support of ZSM.
Yes, is exactly as planned, you know? Don't worry about it. As we do see a lovely gank from the man himself into the bot lane, forcing that flash out from Xiaoya. This Varus, an incredibly immobile carry, is something that we're going to need to keep an eye on, whether they can go back and punish that flashless Varus now.
Hopefully they can, as my stream, unfortunately, is completely blacked out and I can't see what's going on. I apologise to everybody.
Same here, so now's a good time that we can pretend a thing is happening, and more importantly, talk about the Zehen champion. This is probably going to be, outside of your solo queue games, the first time a lot of people are seeing it, as we do have Ning lurking on this bot side, so I will hold off bursting into Zehen abilities just yet. But
I think the good thing is that Xiaoya has no flash, so there is always that volatility. But yeah, talk to me about Zehen here, Melvin.
So this champion has basically got a parallel kit to what you'd think from Xin Zhao. They have a large circle on the ultimate that makes them sustain. They are a Darkin. They are all about getting into long, extended drain fights. They have a passive where each time they hit you, it works kind of like Conqueror. You'll see a little red bar start to stack up underneath them. I hold off a minute. Just poking, nothing serious happening. And if that red bar gets to full, the champion has an insane AD steroid and will revive if killed on a long-ish cooldown. So basically think old rework Aatrox is something to keep in mind of, as the dragon posture doesn't really play out. Ning still level 5. That Qiyana is going to be incredibly deadly when they get level 6 in these river fights. So I think LGD kind of wanted to sneak a window to take this dragon before she was at maximum threat. Got the Brutalizer to the Dirk in the two lethality junglers, as it will be time to take a reset. Hung just cutting ahead, going for the top clear, and then hoping to loop back down before Ning comes to threaten.
Yeah, and I think just to quickly round out the Zehen point, I was very surprised to see that this champion actually has a hook. And that he's played in the top lane. It might only be a thin one, it might be a small guy, but it's definitely one that has caught me out time and time again. And hopefully we can see it catch out a couple of people on the LGD roster, as this composition for ZSM is going to require a little bit more early game snowballing. I think so far, Melvin, we're not too happy with how quick they've been able to get the ball rolling here, and especially with LGD actually striking first with that Jace jungle. I might like to see a little bit more from ZSM as we start to see level 6s come online. Southwind and Ning need to start making these plays happen. Move LWX around the map, maybe get Fofo out with that Weaver's Wall and see if they can make some plays happen. With Xiaoya having no flash still, I think that bot lane is the easy go-to spot to try and generate a little bit of a lead.
100%. And I mean, when you have a Jace on one team, you're rarely going to be the ones really looking forward to that level 6 spike, as between the Kiana ult and the fact that you could shut down the Talia ult, throw the Kiana ult onto that, and then have the Misfortune layer her ult on top of it. The potential for team fighting from ZSM, infinitely creative, and with our relative veteran players coming back for this tournament, I'm really hoping that we get to see some impressive displays of talent as a play on what Ning can do with this ultimate, as now it is just posturing around mid. You've got to get the mid priority before you can look at either side objective with the grubbies now spawning, and it looks like Hung has immediately picked a side, but we get a pick.
Quick little flick there onto YCX as he's forced to just reconsider his positioning there. Takes a little bit of his HP as a trade, but overall, nothing too untoward going about, as it is going to be those grubs started by LGD, and as you alluded to here, Melvin, a little bit of a trade as he actually smites early, does have a second smite ready to go.
Ooh, okay, we're trying to do the wall-to-wall steal the dragon, but I think Ning is going to be done before they get in range. Let's keep a look at that health bar. It's going to be very close.
Hong's got flash here, might want it to get in, but doesn't make it in time. So one grub for one dragon, that's a win for ZSM, as Hong could have just taken all three, instead decided to run cross-country and try and make his way up here, however, unsuccessfully to try and stop that dragon.
So now the question is, with Kiana not having to really expend anything of note, will we have LGD looping back around? Because you already had a lot of time of YCX sitting mid lane. When you leave both of these ADCs bot lane, I favour LWX on this signature Misfortune. Very strong, already got the BF sword. And her mobility, as you can see, the CS gap continuing to grow over Xiaoya. It's just so difficult to use these poke Varus abilities when you're getting slowed by Misfortune and constantly under threat of that bullet time.
Yeah, and I will say as well, I love this little bit of an adaptation from LWX. I think that most recently, the MF build has been largely toward lethality, so things like your Axiom Arcs, your Collectors, but recognizing that he's up against a poke champion, up against that Varus, this BF sword indicates very heavily that we're going to be seeing that Bloodthirster rush. And obviously one of the best answers to poke is having lifesteal, so that when you actually see that poke come through, if it connects on you, you're able to just sustain it back up and make sure that it's not really anything that you need to be concerned about. And I think LWX here very wisely, just slightly altering the build path that we might have expected moving into game number one, as we do see ZSM now focusing their attention toward that top side. Profane Hydra already finished for Ning here, has completely foregone any form of shoes, and is making sure that he's nice and strong and able to take down these grubs for the time being. Southwind, though, an initial engage, catches YCX, who's, again, jumped down to half HP, but should be able to just walk this one out. No, never mind. Flashes in, double flash back, and we're all good.
Okay, so a very aggressive trade. That will mean flashes are down for the dragon fight in 3 minutes, which is going to be critical for LGD. As we take a look at the feats of warfare, we do see Sasa.
Sasa's just decided he wants to take down Arla. Maybe Hung can come and contribute to this dive on the back side of it. No revive yet for Arla, but he'll be looking to stack that up nice and quickly. Shock Blast lands, and Arla, with a Grim Deliverance, might just be able to do enough. Not quite right. And that's Hong taking second blood in the top side.
So when you look at the Zahen champion, you always need to be very scared, because if you get hit by that ultimate, it heals him a ton. Potential there from Arla to come back, but is taken down. That will give a bit of priority. Second kill. Remember, feats of warfare still in the game. Next kill for LGD does it on that side. As for the objectives, ZSM leading. It will come down to that dragon fight in a few. Or if they can't do it, maybe flipping for the Rift Herald, as now we take a look at the towers, and we see there's been a little bit of chippage in the bot lane, but otherwise only really a single plate taken up in the top side from Sasa after that play. As Hung, interestingly, going for the Umbral Glaive first on the Jace. A cheaper item, bit less damage, but should hopefully give this poke comp the vision control that they need to overtake those objective fights, as so far we haven't had too much aggression from Ning outside that first blood. Really just been playing a bit on the back foot, but again, it's this team fight potential from ZSM that I keep alluding to, because when it happens, we're going to see it, and it will be pretty damn difficult for LGD to do much against.
We're seeing Ning here fight for his blue buff unsuccessfully, so, and I do want to sort of question you a little bit about this here, Melvin. We talked about this composition for ZSM needing to function in the early game. Is their timer over? Have they still got a little bit of time to work with? Or are we really looking at this Malphite and thinking, well, Sasa, he's probably just going to run the game?
So the thing is about Malphite is he really is an ultimate bot, and then after that, he can't be ignored. That is folly, but you can definitely avoid him for the most of a team fight.
Ooh, Fofo's aggravated the wrong people.
Wow.
Double flash in from Hong and Tong Yuen, and they take him down.
Incredibly impressive transition for just a recall cancel, taking up that kill. Does secure the first part of the feats, which is going to relieve a lot of pressure when it comes to this objective fight. That Malphite has completed the Thorn Mail, but I don't think he's at the unkillable raid boss yet. Still looking to get the Sunfire, one of those recently buffed items. Mainly for junglers, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's still going to do a lot of work standing on top of Misfortune, making it hard for Ning to get around these fights. Lowering the AD is going to be critical to put these 3 champions for ZSM out of their lethal points, out of their sustain points for Arla. As now we do get just a bit of neutral play. The Dragon up in 4 seconds. YCX once again having the same interaction with Ning of getting chunked out, walking away, and going, well, see you next time.
Well, now Hong actually has a little bit extra to try and add into that mix. The Umbral Glaive being picked up means he can work towards that second lethality item a little bit quicker. Whether that's Serpents or if it's going to be the Collector, we're still not sure. But Sasa's here. He's on a ward as Southwind's actually looking for the play. Imagine just to wake his way out. But that's not anything actually that really did anything. We've used the quickness and we've used Flash there, in fact.
It looked cool. It looked cool. We can't deny that. And that was it. That was it. It was no, so the actual intent there was, by the looks of it, to get a bullet time down, but as soon as Sasa shows, Misfortune cannot press that button or she is getting the boulder on top of them like it's WWE. So deciding, actually, let's err on the side of caution. Yes, we will lose that dragon, but at the end of the day, we are leading the objective side of the feats as Ning hunting in this side lane, but nothing to find. We did actually have, for that dragon, smite advantage over to Hung, who had just completed that tier 3 smite. Ning only on tier 2, so I think it was probably the right decision from ZSM to call it quits and not go for the fight there. Rift Herald up in 3, and we do see immediately Ning sprinting to this side of the map. Question is going to be how much resources will be dedicated from both teams. If ZSM can secure this, not only do you get the Rift Herald, but that should hopefully be able to get them that next and most crucial feat of the Tower First Blood. I don't think LGD is in a great position right now to collect the objective one, but it does look like they're fighting for it. Southwind supports.
He really wants this control ward, and I think that for the time being, LGD have actually done a good enough job at stopping him from getting it, and still defending quite nicely around this
is
pink.
dangerous.
But Ning, standing around, YCX takes a boatload of damage, still has heal and the ulti to work with, but we have to remember that this is Alistair ulti, not Tryndamere ulti. It won't stop you from dying, it will just delay it, as again, a lot of jostling for the vision, and you can actually see that Hong here getting a lot of value out of this Umbral Glaive. And that Rift Herald that you talked about going to ZSM here, Melvin, is currently being taken by LGD. And it looks for all the world as though with Arla recalling, with Southwind recalling, maybe they could spellbook over and both TP in, but Fofo pushing down on that bot side, this is just a done deal.
Seems like it, and also with that top lane priority, with everybody recalling from ZSM, I think they've just gone and thrown the feats away, because now you can just shut the Herald down, secure this top first tower, and done and dusted. If they even need to do it, it looks like they're just going to get it for free, and LGD, in a surprise turnaround, managed to pull out the feats of warfare. Really impressive stuff from them, managing to trade a lot of health bars from both supports. I thought when Southwind went in and baited out the Varus arrow that it was going to be the end of the fight, but they kept it going. LGD were able to hold their ground, return poke from Hong on this Jace, so far showing a lot of good work, and hitting that second item now, going for the Serpent's Fang. I hate you, Southwind, is what he's saying. That's about it.
A very cheap item, but also would work against the Bloodthirster shield of LWX, so maybe a twofold approach to how strong this could potentially be, and another very cheap item being picked up for Hong
sure.
here. Making sure that
Very
he's getting
good
to
on the
those
tempo.
spikes very, very early, like you'd mentioned earlier on, especially for these lethality champions. Something that's quite important for him to hit, as Ning now sort of looking at him, copying his homework a little bit with that Umbral Glaive. Sasa walking forward menacingly, doesn't quite know that Ning is in the area, so probably just going to have to take his creeps and run away. But I don't really think
it's Malphite.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's going to be dying all that quickly.
Yeah, I think that Sasa's more than happy to just kind of Chad walk at them at this point. There's not really much to be done against a double armor item Malphite, and Sion ran the World Championship. I bring him up because if you got the feats of warfare and secured the armor shoes,
I may have to hold that, unfortunately, as Southwind has been caught. He stepped a little bit too close to the Sunfire more than the Sun, and Sasa made him pay.
I really thought with the amount of dashes had that was just going to be a disengage angle, as we do see LWX throwing the bullet time to clear the wave. Should be able to knock this tower down. Big fight starting.
They tried to take it though, and YCX actually caught out. Grim Deliverance finds a little bit of health, and Nala just barely able to limp out to safety. Shock Blast, very, very close. And I think that LGD, they take their time, and they should be able to find the dragon anyway.
And
the turret as well.
Well, they get zoned off, and it will secure that vision prio around the dragon. Support being the first and only kill going down in the favor of LGD, as they are going to be able to just take entire control. Go for the reset right now. Spend that extra money on the side lane. We also had Tang Yuan getting a good bit of priority, as YCX, they've played against Ning a few times now, and it's not been a fun interaction, any of them. So getting out of dodge, as it will be now ZSM collecting the River Prio. It is the Chemtech Soul this game, as we get the replay on that one, and this is the Malphite special. Hey Southwind, what's up? Boom.
Oh yeah, the dash gets interrupted there, and it's Southwind, you know, as you mentioned, has many a dash, but tried to use them and did get thwarted by that unstoppable force. We are now posturing around this dragon. This is where Hong's poke is going to need to go. Southwind, though, he's gone for Sasa. Not the target that we'd look for. There's that hook, and a little flick back. Sasa's half HP. He's actually going down quite quickly. 3-man knock-up, flash out to nowhere. Followed up by a chain of corruption, which catches LWX. He's now 1 HP, and Arla actually dives back in. Double heal going to come through from that ulti, but not enough to keep him alive. And Fofo not yet able to contribute to this fight. Ning goes in, gets exhausted, and it's now YCX just chain CCing him. Catches him with the E, knocks him up, puts him over the wall, and Xiaoya takes him down with the arrow.
And it's the arrival of that Alistair at the very end. If Ning is not caught out and marked, he will clean up that fight. So excellent timing to just be able to deny the real momentum. I thought that Malphite was going to get a bigger ultimate off. They hit multiple people, but at the end of the day, the rest of the team was not in range to follow up. Really nice idea from ZSM to force the fight quickly, because that is the problem with this massive raid boss Malphite. If you don't kill them instantly, he takes a real long time to die. And as we get to see in the replay right now, Sasa gets focused out as Southwind not able to get on the Varus, flashing away to safety. But look, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds for the Malphite to die, and so many cooldowns burnt. At that point, LGD, despite having numbers disadvantage, can just play with such reckless abandon. And again, I think this is the real part that secured the fight. The exhaust, so that Ning can't even commit to going further into instant just burst down from the entire team. I think that was really the main point of the fight. If YCX is not there right then, I think Ning could just clear it, and it's suddenly a very different momentum of the game.
And it's definitely cathartic for YCX, as he's been struggling a little bit up against this Qiyana for the most part of this game, but finally able to have some vengeance and some retribution almost, as he's able to exhaust the Qiyana, take her down without her contributing really anything to that back-end team fight. And Melvin, I want to circle this back to how the compositions function as we move later and later on, because you were talking about the scaling aspect of LGD and talking about the fact that they probably do well as we move quite later on into the game. Is that still the case? I mean, 4,000 gold ahead. How are their chances looking?
I think LGD are very much in the driver's seat, and this is pretty much the point whether ZSM becomes a speed bump or whether they become an obstruction in the road, because the Atakan is now the main threat. The amount of accelerated XP, it's less about the stats for the adaptive force from it this game, but if you can't contest it, which it looks like ZSM is completely ceding the objective, this Malphite is going to be so far accelerated, everybody is going to be up in XP. And the problem is with lethality champions, if your entire purpose is to burst individual targets, which it looks like ZSM was trying to, but they get spotted out by a nice little fishing cue from Hong. If you can't burst someone down because they have too many levels, too many base stats, too much HP, too much natural armor, your comp falls apart completely. And I think the window's pretty much elapsed for ZSM outside of one of the aforementioned and prayed for Baron throws or some kind of flip around the objective. I think now this is entirely LGD's game to lose.
Yeah, this is looking pretty disastrous, and I quite like the idea that LGD are starting out strong here. These couple of changes that they made to their roster do want to highlight the fact that Hong coming in has now got 100% kill participation in his first showing on this LGD roster. Found first blood on a Jace jungle, this brand new pick into the meta, and has actually looked really, really strong in this first game. And Ning on the Kiana, 1-1-1, not quite been able to have that same contributions, despite the fact he's actually got 100% kill participation. And now ZSM, I think, throwing caution to the wind here, trying to either dive a Malphite or take a full turret in his face. Neither one of these look like promising options, and it does look like Fofo's just here to tap his top laner's wave and then leave.
He just doesn't have the stats. It's Malphite. He's got the red bar. That means Allah has an insane amount of stats. It triples the gain of adaptive force from his passive.
Oh, hold on,
but he just gets entirely stacked.
Spotted, caught by a supreme display of talent. Follow-up CC attempting to be there. Fofo shoves him over the wall. The rest of the team actually doing quite well here. Xiaoya's still alive, still thriving here. And a unstoppable force does take down Ning. Now Fofo, the focus on the backside of this fight. Tongyuan trying to do as much damage as possible. Another exhaust comes out to try and keep Southwind safe, but LWX does find one. He's going to get taken down by the Malphite with absolutely no consequences whatsoever. Sarsa managing to raid boss in the front line. Tongyuan comes in to help on out, and now Arla trying to do what he can, has got that revive. Grim Deliverance flashed away from, and Tongyuan stays alive. Now can they actually take down this Zahen as he regenerates up to 1500 HP, flashes into Narnia, and it's actually LGD walking away just about with enough lives left.
I think that was the complete correct play from LGD to call it. You could see right there how much health Arla regenerated on the respawn, but when you look at the numbers, definitely a winning play from LGD. As we take a look at how it actually started, with all of the focus on the top, it's just the faster rotations with the Taliyah ult, with the super speed from the squad, as pick off immediately under Hung, the strongest member, I would say, right now for this team, apart from the Mountain, TPing in, Sarsa just getting to walk over everybody. It was a really good effort from Fofo and Southwind to fight off, but unfortunately, that is a level 16 rise. We were talking about XP earlier, and it is no laughing matter just getting to walk over, and these two solo laners from LGD absolutely running the team fight. Very respectful and correct from Tangyuan, gets out barely, and then everybody goes, actually, I don't think we need to fight the second phase, picking up the dragon while we're in the replay.
Yeah, the 0-2 Zahen is just looking a little too strong right now, and fortunately enough for LGD, they are able to make their escape. As we do see that that's third dragon for LGD is secured, is picked up. They are now one away from that soul, so 4 minutes 40, be able to take that one down, and I think that the ability to take reduced damage below 50% HP, especially looking at this Malphite, yeah, that's not something we want to be giving over here, ZSM.
No, we're talking about how just having the XP advantage makes you kind of unkillable to the assassins. Chemtech Soul is really just extra time. Like, it's insult to injury. You don't need anything more than that. Like, I think if that Chemtech Soul goes over, ZSM might as well just take the next Baron flip or call it a day, because Game 2 seems like the most promising prospect. Baron is still up. Lovely little Santa outfit on him with the 4 minutes until the dragon. I think we're going to find ourselves in somewhat of a neutral state. We have the side laning from this rise, from this Malphite. We saw the last attempt to try and focus off Sarsa in the side lane. Did not work. So now, will ZSM be able to get anything more promising looking for the rise, who is level 17 off the back of that rower. 4-0-2. You were talking about in the pre-game that it's this mid-jungle pickup from LGD that we want to keep an eye on, and you really highlight how well Hung did in the early game, but Tangyuan has done just as well, being the main facilitator for a lot of these mid-plays and surviving, and thus far has piloted the rise quite well in these team fights that have appeared.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see much of the mid lane outside of when Tongyuan was flashing forward, but it never really felt like Rise having no flash was something that got punished by ZSM. Neither Fofo nor Ning able to really put their stamp down on the rise and make Tang Yuan mistakenly cry for the fact that he didn't have that flash available. As you can see, a full combo onto Sasa in the top side takes a total of 200 HP away from him. And he has got Mercury Treads and a little bit of resistance from the Jack Show. Now another engage. It's Ning. Finds himself knocked up. Finds himself flashing away from YCX, whose time on the Rift is now feeling much more profitable with that redemption in his back pocket. Almost access to the level 2 ultimate. And now it's LGD starting up the Baron, as we can see. They've got Olive down on that bot side. And TPing back in, though. There's a nice chain of corruption. Might just take LWX out before he's even got a chance to play the game. Weaver's Wall comes in, but that's not going to do much of anything. Really just stops LGD from moving forward.
All right, the chain of corruption is probably the biggest cooldown burnt there. Obviously, Fofo won't be able to shut down the wall, but you can see the poke from this Varus Jace is just too much. And with the Alistar sat right there, how can you engage on this? It is just the solo laners duoing the Baron Ning, trying to get an angle, but he cannot approach. There is nobody that feels confident to walk in, Ala going in, but the Baron is down. Dead.
Not quite stolen. It's Southwind. Went in there with the spellbook. Doesn't get it. Now YCX with that unstoppable on forces. Barely going down as Sasa knocks one up. The revive comes back through and maybe ZSM might look to rally around this as Ala flashes out to safety. And it's actually a 1-for-0 so far as LGD now storming forward. Flash in. Southwind double knock up to disengage, but Ning falls first. LWX follows second. And the cheese rolls are coming hard and fast from Sasa, but they can't quite chase down another one. Southwind able to roll over the wall. That's LGD taking Baron, taking 2, and maybe Fofo to go along with it. Not much mana as he flashes away from the poke.
Danger, danger. Malphite has TP. You can't go in anymore. And we see Xiaoya forcing out the Zhonyas from Fofo. Will they go for the pickup, leaving him to slink away? But it's 2 mid lane towers, the product, and going to get this inhibitor now. Easy time for these two to rotate the bot or take the base, setting up in the lane, as it is an incredible Baron setup for LGD. Already they've picked up 2 towers and barely had the objective for a minute.
That's a pretty good Baron power play, if I do say so far. They are currently already 3k gold to the good, and they've just taken their first reset from it. Inhibitor in the mid lane has already been felled. They've got a lot of gold in those outer tier 2 turrets as well. So we might yet get to see them try and take them down, but just looking at this game and the landscape of it currently, 2 level leads for pretty much every single lane, 3 level leads in some instances, as the majority of LGD have all hit level 17, Tang Yuan even level 18, whereas we have not yet got a single member of ZSM with access to that rank 3 ultimate. Dragon spawns in 5 seconds time and the soul feels like a formality. Now Sasa, the focus of Ala and Fofo down on the bot side, but he gets 700 gold for the turret falling. He's got another 3 members collapsing on him and he just pops his ult, he walks out to safety, and now that Dragon probably going to be picked up without really any contest.
Fight this. Ning is basing because he got chunked out. You have to do something, but you can see it's just kind of slapdash from ZSM. They can't get in. They don't have a jungler. They're getting chipped down. Nice chain of corruption. LWX does trade ADC health.
And I think that's about it. The Dragon's already fallen. Now Sasa here, teleported back in. Doesn't have the ulti to really cause too much carnage, but yeah, minions are hitting on the base.
And now it's just complete retreat angle, as we do see pings coming out. Xiaoya teleporting to the top side, going to be able to get a lot of prio, potentially knock down this tier 2, but we see now Ning immediately calling the bluff, wanting to run up there. I don't know if this level 14 Kiana kills the Varus right now, but we're going to get to find out the hard way.
Well, he blast cones in one way, there's the spell shield broken, and that's about it. Now there's a rise coming in. Tang Yuan decides he wants to take down Ning. He's going to be able to get supremely displayed into the wall, but you can see the burst damage is absolutely insane. A stasis keeps Tang Yuan alive, but the shield's going to knock him over some pebbles, and he will just fall. He turned so much damage back around, though.
Xiaoya
flashes over, double piercing arrow, and it is just curtains here for ZSM in game 1. Yes, Ala will go into the revive, but there are 3-4 members of LGD waiting with open arms to take down this Zahen. Minions in the base, LGD charging, that's game 1.
They had the game in the pocket, and Sharia says, I'm going to take this one away for the highlight. What an incredibly aggressive angle to clean up that fight and round out our first game of the Demacia Cup in, I would say, pretty dramatic fashion. Were we expecting this result? It's up in the air. Were we expecting this fashion? Absolutely not.
A 12,000 gold lead as we close out that game. It was LGD favoured really from the get-go, with Hong starting out, finding that first blood, and just really running the roost on Summoner's Rift. Had 100% kill participation for the first 10-15 minutes of the match as well, and really did look like a really solid pickup for this LGD roster. ZSM are our fabled stream team coming in, and they weren't quite able to make it work to begin with. I think that for Arla on that Zehen, pretty difficult job to try and take down a Malphite, and you saw the power, I think, there, Melvin, of the power that an R5 can have.
Absolutely, and I think all credit goes to Sasa piloting this Malphite to pretty much perfection, and that is to say, didn't throw the early game, didn't give Arla away into the game, and just was a brick wall that could not be ascended by ZSM. And I think as we take a look towards next game, obviously all these champions off the table now, I think it goes back to that top lane for the question mark of how will we find a way for Sasa to keep Arla out of the game, because he did such an effective job, and I think without having that seat of power in the top lane, I think the one real positive mark that Arla got to put in, beyond being a bit of a nuisance in these team fights, was that roam to mid lane to help get that mid back in Fofo's favour. And so I'm curious now, as we look forwards, taking a glance at the recap. I mean, it was a bit of a wash from like 20 minutes onwards in LGD's favour. What are we thinking as we look forwards now?
Oh, yeah, I think that they're trying to give Arla something to punish Sasa. Could very well be the move, but you get to see there that there wasn't really any punishing happening in game number one. Sasa with a very solid ratio of damage dealt as well as damage taken, to be honest. He's able to act as the tank, but also put up just as many numbers as Hong as well. Feel bad that we didn't really get to see Tang Yuan pump out the damage until right at the very end there, because that Rise also a little bit of a sleeping giant that didn't really need to awake. And it's really nice to see that LGD are able to find themselves these couple jungle pickups and a new mid laner as well, and that so far has been beneficial to them. And we will have to, quickly look through what LGD can do in game number 2 to ensure that this winning streak continues here. I think the normal trend for the post games is that we look through the highlights of the game, and hopefully by the end of this we'll get ourselves a player of the game as well. But certainly some strong contenders for LGD and some crucial highlights as well that we will have to flick through to see where this lead came from.
Fantastic, and we get to see that iconic first blood on the Jace jungle, showing that Hung has got the ability to pilot this. And I think this was honestly more impressive of a play of just getting the recall interrupted and then taking that aggressive play to knock Fofo really out of the game from this point. Because when you're solo AP and you get taken out this many times this early on, it's curtains realistically. The Malphite, as we see, even in the worst team fight I would say that LGD played, still took ages to die. Sasa ate so much time. Arla nearly had one of those miracle moments, but it all came down to YCX on this Alistair. The rivalry between YCX and Ning was not what I had on my bingo card for today, but I absolutely love the fact that it really did just become the story of these team fights, the story of the objective setups.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I think that the way that these objectives were set up by LGD was actually very promising. They had these double poke setups, and really just, you can see YCX, his job, he knows it's very clear. He just needs to keep as many people away as possible. The Rakan not quite able to get in there with the spellbook nor steal it away, as there's plenty of times that they actually did this. The Atakan as well, they had their poking champions stood in front with the Alistair standing by as a bodyguard, and then we just saw Rise Malphite take down that neutral objective, and it worked once. They were happy to see it work twice as well, and I think that the way that they postured themselves around those neutrals, very well thought out, very methodical, and actually LGD looking like a pretty daunting team here. They had a pretty decent run through Nirvana in Split 3, but weren't quite able to see their way into a really good playoffs position. But now obviously you get to see some of the damage that they're able to do when they are not with their backs against the wall, and I mean, that's just picture perfect for Xiaoya.
That's going on the replay, that right there. Absolutely love to have that one for the highlight reel. And a great way to start off the season, as one of those ways to just, like we said, the point of this tournament is really for a lot of these teams to build that confidence and show that they can get off to the year with a hot start. And I think thus far, it's only one game. You know, let's not project all the way to who's winning worlds off of one single game.
Whoa.
I do think LGD showed everything we needed them to show this game, and I would say a smidge more. They were quite well coordinated, as said. They did a very good job in the draft of neutralizing what ZSM put together. They showed off the new jungle champion with proficiency, and I would say LWX was probably the biggest pain point for LGD this game. That Misfortune was really beating up on Xiaoya in the side lane a lot of the time. As expected, it is a winning matchup for the Misfortune, at least in the way that LWX is playing it, picking up that Bloodthirster, neutralizing a lot of what Xiaoya could do. And I think that they also played super well for LGD to recognize that Arla, scariest person in a team fight. LWX, let's just never let him team fight.
Yeah, and I think that with that all being said, our player of the game for game number 1 was Sasa on this Malphite. I think not necessarily who I would have gone for, but he definitely did do a good job as we close out game number 1. I do want to remind everybody that, again, this is a fan-ran broadcast, and as such, we would like to remind you that if you want to support the LPL English, please consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL project, since the vast majority of our contributions will go directly into the show, and a lot of the initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast. That being said, there is a huge bulk of it that also pays on-air talent, our content creators as well. So make sure that you are subscribing to our Coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. That all being said, we round out game number 1. We have got game number 2 of LGD versus ZSM on the other side of this break. You do not want to miss it, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. It is day one of the Demacia Cup. We are back for game number 2 between ZSM and LGD. My name is Rude. I'm still joined by Melvin, who's having a wonderful time debuting as one of our colorcasters for Demacia. And we had a wonderful showcase of what a Malphite R5 can do in game number 1. Sasa, after what I will say was a pretty tumultuous 2025 season, manages to pick himself up a player of the game in the first match of the Demacia Cup. So I'm happy to see that he's actually now having some semblance of a win for himself, let's just say, simply put, and hopefully that can continue as we move through the rest of this tournament.
One of my favorite parts about being new to a broadcast, being new to covering a league, is I get to watch these games and form my own narrative about a player, and then go, wow, this Sasa guy looks pretty good. I think he's a really solid top laner, like the neutralizing power from him, only to hear you in the green room talk about how he had a less than stellar last year. But so far, he's starting off this one pretty well. I mean, I'm loving it, and as we can see, variable environments. This is an online tournament, remember, so these players are currently at home until we get further into the second stage. And touch wood, thus far, we've not had any problems. We've been going at a relatively timely manner with the broadcast, so looking forward to see what happens as we really bomb into that Game 2 draft with Fearless being in effect.
You really must hate me and our producers for saying things like that, because just by cursing immediately, you're gone after the first series and then we swap things around, but you're just saying that things have run relatively smoothly so far. We know who we're blaming later on, should things go a little bit sideways, but yeah, exactly right. Very uncharacteristic.
Just keep me around, you know? If everything goes well while I'm here, there we go. I'm taking a gamble now because we don't know how this could potentially go to 3 games, in which case we are looking at one of the highlights of the Demacia Cup for this year is the blind pick Game 3s for our best of 3s and Game 5s when we get to that stage. So this is kind of a let's get it locked in from LGD, picking up that first game in quite good fashion. I don't think you want to be playing against a bunch of veteran players in a blind pick game mode. That feels like you might be walking into a potential pitfall, because you can't lock in something like the Malphite as a negation pick when you have no idea if Arla is picking Rumble, Zehen, or honestly even Janna at that point. Like, anything could be coming out if we get to this Game 3. And so it is all about LGD wrapping it up in 2 so they don't have to deal with that variance.
Yeah, make sure that there's not as many blind pick nostalgia picks as we could very well see. I think that back it must have been 2024 when we had the double circles, but from Silas, Galio ulti stolen away. We could get that, but just in its true form, in its proper version, where we just have 2 Galios on the same team. Now, to be fair, if we went into a blind pick game and Fofo went, yeah, lock me Galio, I think that would maybe make me die a little bit inside. But it's a possibility and something that we could look at. And double circle is certainly something that I'd be entertained by if we get that. And a mirror matchup as well in a solo lane, that would be peak content.
It also comes back to, obviously there's no first rotation bans. So we look at what was banned out for this first game. We had from ZSM, the Yanara, the Nico, and the Aatrox. All of those would be on the table. We'll have to see if any of them get picked up or if they're still banned away. On the other side, LGD took away both the Azir and the Orianna from Fofo, along with that Rumble from Arla was off the table the entire time. So we now have to wonder, as we look forward, which of these champions will make it through to the Game 2 draft, and what does LGD do to kind of wrap it up? When we look at the previous game, I think we're both relatively on the same page that Arla was kept in jail. Sasa's Malphite put this Zehen in jail the entire game, never gave him the angle to play. We did see a few raid boss-esque moments from Arla in the team fights. I could vaguely hear boss music coming from the window, and there was a very large man in the sky with wings jumping around the sun, but unfortunately I am in Switzerland, so the mountains had him completely nailed down.
And it's just, not quite possible for him to do the stuff that he would have looked to accomplish in this game and carry his team to that victory. I mean, coming into today, I was definitely expecting it to be a question of, can we see that Sasa play, or can we see Sasa hold up to Arla? Because I think coming into 2025, we would have both expected, and I think that the community consensus as well would have very much expected it to be. Well, Arla's supposed to run Sasa, and in game number 1 that just didn't happen. That's a product of probably the fact that he picked Malphite, probably a fact that that's a very difficult champion to try and take down. Maybe as we move a little bit further on into the series, we can get to see some different picks picked on up, and that then open up a chance for that exploitation. Now, we were thinking about this moving into this draft for game number 2. Are ZSM going to go onto the red side? The answer is no, they stick with blue.
Very interesting. It means they have a bit more confidence still that Arla can find something that won't be as counterpickable. I think they probably learned that if you're going to lock in triple AD and a Talia as your only AP, you're probably walking into a Malphite angle. So as long as they don't lock in triple AP and 1 AD and then get a Galio slammed on them, I think that they're probably going to fare a bit better. The only ban different is ZSM has left the Nico open, as instead now the Azir gets traded. They are looking right now, it's pending. Previously, LGD banned the Azir in this 3rd slot. If they ban the Nico, obviously Fofo can look to pick up one of his signature champions. So it is very much all on LGD to make the tough decision in this draft now.
They want to add some agency to Southwind, or are they going to try and take away this Azir? And it's Southwind that gets the ban, and it's now Fofo who has that "am I going to first pick Azir?" question mark looming over his head. And especially with Azir, definitely some picks that you can take into this. Things like the LeBlanc have been slowly rising a little bit in that priority, and there's a very real possibility that we do see a good answer in that lane. Hovers of a Xin Zhao for Ning, but it is going to be that first pick Azir in for Fofo.
I would have been incredibly surprised if we saw anything else picked up on that first rotation. With the Talia currently banned out because of Fearless, I am trying to think of what we might see Tang Yuan actually pick up on this first rotation. Orianna off the table, self-ban. I mean, maybe you go Mel, but she can't like playing against Azir, so you could, if you're feeling wacky, get into the Anivia, or like you said, just default back to the Blanc. But all of those feel a bit wrong, as I'm pretty sure that is a jungle Zyra picked up for Hung, which I absolutely love this champion. So if that is jungle Zyra, you will have to shut me up when we get into game.
I see. Well, unfortunately, as a play-by-play, that's not my job, and I will let you go free reign and let you go crazy with it. And yeah, that Nautilus has been locked in for support, so we're pretty much certain now that we have got Hong playing this Zyra jungler, a very, very fast-paced jungler, if I do say so. She speeds around the jungle and can match the clears of pretty much all the bruisers and probably exceed it in most instances as well.
Definitely does, definitely does. Again, you're going to have to stop me, but she will be done with her first clear before 3 minutes ticks on the timer. As we do see the Xin Zhao, one of the upper tier junglers, one of the highlights of Worlds, really picked up solid duo with this Azir. They could go and get the knock-up, chain into each other. It is what it is. Azir's kind of just been the standard fill of mid lane since insert number of years ago. And yeah. Xin Zhao really has been pretty much the same thing for jungle for quite the past few years. He is just so good at slotting into any draft. Does a really nice job at keeping the Nautilus away with that knockback. Can get mullered by the Zyra if they go for the Conqueror route, as we do see a Leona paired up against the Nautilus. It is just fully send it right now, as now we see LGD, they do need an AD mid here, because otherwise they're going to be walking into, we have triple AP versus potentially an MR tank, as it's the Yone locked in for Tang Yuan.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of sending it, it does look like that is going to be LGD's plan as well, with the Yone being locked into the mid lane. The Nautilus as well as a little bit of dive. It's a little bit, I'll call it anti-synergy with the Zyra, a champion that loves being sort of engaged upon and then having all of her plants go crazy as you call the ulti down. But we'll see if LGD can make it work. So far after game number 1, they did look pretty darn strong, so we'll give them a little bit of good grace with this as we move into the second round of picks. Neither side yet to secure a bot laner or, for the most part, a top laner.
Leaving the ADCs pretty untouched in the second rotation. One thing to note, compared to the world's meta, as we do see on that subject Sam banned away. Gwen basically got reverted. We didn't see her much at World because she was in a pretty rubbish state. She did get effectively reverted the patch after, so the question is, will we see her show up? As now that is a lot of top laners. 6 in total just on the ban bench, plus the ones from the Fearless knocked away. Will we see a carry champion coming out from Arla? Because when you look at this comp right now, they kind of need an Ornn. Like, this team needs some kind of tanky engage. Going to slice it down the middle with the Camille. Okay, I like it. It does work, but obviously a very volatile amount of champions can get bursted out if it's not ahead. And it, once again, gives Sarsa the chance to counterpick.
Yeah, and I mean, once you hit this sort of one-item spike on Trinity Force, Camille can be very, very strong, but you need to get there first, and it feels like another situation where just a good tank here for Sarsa might seal the deal here. They've got enough damage between the Sivir and the Zyra, and the Udyr gets locked in. Now, I will say I'm twofold excited for this. First of all, it has to be IG Camille skin for Arla. We'll see how this goes. But I'm guessing the question is, if the Udyr presses empowered E when the Camille ulti goes down, I wouldn't think that's going to stop it. I think the ulti will supersede, and it would stop the hook shot, but it should still keep the Udyr from being able to be rooted inside that hexagon for a while.
We're going to have to just wait and see, because I could honestly imagine it going both ways. It logistically shouldn't work, but also... No, I don't think it stops an Olaf. Does it stop an Olaf leaving ult? Like, now I'm just trying to wrap my brain. I can't wait to find out if Sarsa has got the secret sauce.
Yeah, it does stop Olaf, rather. Olaf can't leave when he's got the Ragnarok. He still can't leave the zone.
So in theory, it should be still fine. But do you even want to fight the Udyr is the problem, because depending on whether we see an AP or an AD Udyr coming out from Sarsa, or just full tank with a few AP items chucked in, probably a Liandry's tossed in there. I quite like this as an idea into the Camille. It's something that can actually have a chance to run away from her if you can tank the hook shot with your Unstoppable. We do see Grass coming out from the top lane. Nothing really abnormal for the runes. It has gone for a Electrocute build from Hung as opposed to the Conqueror. Does mean that they have a lot higher tendency to get bursted out on this Zyra. Really curious what they're going to be picking up second item. But otherwise, this seems to be pretty part and parcel standard builds for everybody rune-wise.
Yeah, what I'm looking at and what I'm excited by, just as a rune choice always, is Approach Velocity. Sarsa taking that in his secondary tree, which should be really good to see him try to chase down some of the ZSM members. Now, we have got game number 2 ready. LGD with 1 game away from taking their first series victory in Demacia Cup. ZSM staring down the barrel of their first series loss. They would like to turn this one around, force us to a game number 3, force us to a blind pick. And they've gone with a very standard composition to be able to do this. They've got double front lines in the Leona, in the Xin Zhao that's going to act as that front line as well. And then a triple carry threat across all 3 of their lanes. The scaling feels like almost certainly there for ZSM between those 3 champs, but we are about ready, folks, as we may well have a little bit of a pause and waiting to see why we've quite got players' faces on our screens. Where's my game?
Just kind of relative to the last game, we had a lot of lethality champions, a lot of expected violence in the early game, and only really picked up around that level 10 mark. This game, when you look at these champions, when you look at this draft, you're not expecting a lot going on in the early game. It's really these supports that are going to dictate the game, which means, for me, is YCX going to go hunting for Ning in the jungle, or is it going to be the other way around? Because last time on the Alistar, they were pretty much on negation duty for the Kiana. I'm very curious now, will we be seeing this Nautilus Zyra going together, looking to find Ning in the jungle and really disrupt that Xin Zhao? Because if he gets ahead, if he can start to stack up some resistances, some of those bruiser items, I do think that Ning is going to be really difficult for LGD to deal with, because he'll just buy so much space for his team with the Xin Zhao ult, with those knockups, and then just allow the divers of this Camille, the Leona, and the Kai'Sa to jump in and give a very, very bad time to Xiaoya on the Sivir.
Yeah, it's a very good Bash Bros duo that we've got for ZSM, but also I think that LGD do very well when those duos go in, and then we'll sort of try to disengage. I mean, between Sivir and Zyra, you've got a lot of ability to potentially escape, between On the Hunt actually being used as a defensive tool, between the Stranglethorns going up and buying space as well. So trying to engage into this LGD composition might not be as easy as ZSM might have first believed, and there's a very real possibility there that actually causes them some issues if they engage when they don't have the tools, or if they overplay their hand. It might cost them something a little bit later on down the line. Now, we're not sure of what the reason for this pause is. It seems like probably something ZSM related, as we did get a good glimpse of a couple of their players through the most part, and it is a good time for us to take note and take stock of the fact that they've actually got some pretty nice backgrounds that they've green screened on, as much as we can see some good backdrops for the ZSM side, and then for LGD it's just the gaming room.
Messy office area. Yep, it's exactly what you have to imagine. Do not have the what an excellent freeze frame on the camera. We've got the Tigers in the background. It is really just complete whiplash every time we go back and forth between one of the backgrounds of each team. So I'm like, yep, okay, normal route. There's a very large cat in the background. Okay.
Yeah, Tigers thrown in there for good measure, which is exactly their prerogative, I suppose. As we are finally ready, we are back. It is game 2, ZSM LGD. Let's take ourselves on to the Rift.
And instant pause.
Hey, never mind.
Well,
never mind.
From what it looks like, based on how many people were there and the health bars, everybody kind of just ran in and had a bit of a level 1 team fight. I'm very curious to see whether anything of note was used summoner-wise, or if it was just chipping down the health bars. As I believe that was Sas's Udyr walking away with a bit of a beating down. The champion doesn't do a lot early.
Melvin, let this be a warning to you. Nobody is immune from the curse of tech problems, okay? The second you mentioned it is the game that we receive pauses, okay? You are solely responsible. I don't know how your words permeate to China, but this is because of you.
I would like to apologize to my fans, my haters, and everybody in the audience right now. I did not mean to bring this to the LPL English broadcast, but I certainly hope that it is swiftly dealt with and can take us to a dramatic game 2 and ideally a game 3 blind pick after.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beauty of 3 best of 3 days. Again, on the LPL English stream, we are no stranger to running 10-hour productions between 3 best of 3s going all the distance, between tech problems. This is bread and butter for us. We've been here. We were forged in the fires in 2025, and it feels almost fitting that we might end up having to do that as we start out our Demacia Cup broadcast showcase for this new season as well. It was Xiaoya, I believe, who I saw disconnecting from the game as we quickly panned out from the quick view that we did get, but whether or not that's because he fancied leaving or anything else, I'm not too sure. I see the words, I see the word LGD there, so I'm going to assume that the pause is on their side. And if it's one person's hardware, maybe not a problem. If it's one house's internet, could be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Play it by ear. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know. As for what we are kind of just going to fill the time with while we talk about the game, really. I think we've got a few more minutes left. We can chat about the draft. I could talk about this Zyra a bit longer. And then we'll just have to play it by ear. Otherwise, we'll be talking about the Game Awards, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I watched 0 of that, so please give me any information that you need to, because I saw, there was a thing 33 that won everything.
Expedition 33. They won a lot of awards. French game. I liked it. I'm not a big multi-game player. I think with a lot of League of Legends players, kind of becomes your life addiction. So experiencing other games is difficult. Yeah. So I always like hearing about the Game Awards because it just lets me know, oh yeah, other stuff exists. Oh, I heard of that one. Oh, nobody seems to be very happy with that.
Claire Obscure, was that one of the things that people were excited about?
That is Expedition 33. That's the one that everybody was like, oh, we're happy about this winning, into immediately, we hate this game for winning too many awards. So, the concept of an award show is always a dangerous prospect for anybody. If you win, you're disliked. If you lose, Sag.
Yeah, I mean that's just part and parcel for the gaming community. Almost, it feels like at this stage that
Pretty
there's always
much.
going to be something that irks some people, and I think that for League of Legends knowers in particular, we do get, as you said, quite engrossed into the Riot space as opposed to anything else. Are there any games, Melvin, that you're branching out into? Are you a purely League of Legends warrior, or do you have a little side hustle going on?
Oh gosh, I recently played Dispatch. I don't know if you've seen anything about it, but it was kind of reminiscent of those old Telltale games, and that was quite fun. It's a nice little 10-hour package, give or take. Would definitely recommend if you are even slightly interested in superheroes or good humor. Bit crass at times, but generally quite a funny little game with a little micromanagey jungle sim, basically, where you control a bunch of characters and get them to try and go and, get cats out of trees and other nonsense superhero stuff.
Ah, I see. Okay. Cats out of trees, superheroes, play Dispatch. Sounds good. And it's got cats, so it has my seal of approval anyway. We'll take that as
My pleasure.
is.
I think I've sold it well.
I think so too. Now, thank you to Chippy, our producer, for this. Now, this is translated from, we will say, generic online source and not necessarily a reputable one, but I think it stands to reason here. It says, due to network fluctuations, the LGD team is experiencing lag during gameplay, which has temporarily been paused for adjustments. The match will resume once the players rejoin the game, which is worst case scenario, because it's not just we need to grab someone a keyboard, it is we need to wait for the mythical internet gods to fix their problems. And that can take, we will all know, anytime between 10 seconds and 10 hours. We just do not know. So, Melvin and I, we will stand here, we will sit here, we will vibe, we will, continue to talk about things probably that aren't League of Legends. I'm going to be honest with you, because there's only so much that we can talk about when we're staring at nice pictures of tigers and players as well.
Well, luckily we do have the draft up in our producer chat that we can still do a little bit more skimming on, and in the hopes that we resume in a timely manner.
Can we pray to Chippy that we can get that on screen just somewhere that's not too intrusive?
Yes,
just to add it in, because I think that will really help us and help the people at home as well if we're going to do draft talk.
That would make most sense, because just seeing player faces and these backgrounds is not.
I have
exactly
to imagine this is a cartoon.
conducive.
This is a cartoon that is popular in there. This feels to me very much like the Adventure Time, but
I'm getting that vibe, but honestly, I have no idea. I could have just seen that on a t-shirt and called it a day, honestly.
True.
So, Jesus, that cat scared the heck out of me. Has that been there the whole time? I don't think that's been there.
This is a moving background. I think maybe his face was covering it the whole time. It's a little, very, very wide eyes.
Well, anyway, I have no good transition away from wide-eyed cat to the draft. No, I do. I got it. All right. Rewind a few seconds. So I was looking pretty wide-eyed when I saw that Zyra picked up first by LGD. There we go. I'm not washed. But I really excited to see what Hunger get done on this pick. It is such a unique jungler in the way it goes about things, because you are partly to the whim of your own saplings and the seeds where they spawn, which can massively fluctuate by about 10 seconds how well your jungle clear goes. And you can see if they're a Zyra player immediately based on where they path to try and get those seedlings to spawn, because she is very vulnerable at level 1. Oh, thank you, Chippy, Mike. Absolute go. So we can now see it at the very bottom of the screen. Amazing. When it comes to looking at where this Zyra paths, usually it is a blue champion, starts on the blue side, paths all the way up to top, and will be done in 3 minutes flat. And then looking for a gank before the crab even spawns, which catches a lot of people off guard. So, given the fact that this is a red side Zyra, I'm expecting to see them kind of lingering around top side, trying to put the pressure on Arla early. We'll have to see how that pairs up with Sasa on this Udyr top, which is, I would say, probably the most unique champion on the team. It's up with the Zyra.
Yeah, I'd go with the Udyr, maybe the Zyra. Both of those are, I'd say, the same level of fringe from the meta, which is quite nice. I mean, I think the easy comparison just to make for people about Zyra's clear speed, if we remember Kanavi from last year when he used to play Zed, he used to recoil, get 2 longswords, and then come back out onto the map and still be there in time for Crab. That's also what Zyra can do, where you can go back to base, get boots in the Dark Seal, get an Amp Tome, something of that nature, and then be at Crab on time as well. So a very, very quick clear for Hong, and we got to see his power early on as well, where he did the same thing on the Jace, where he found an early gank into that mid lane, punished Fofo quite heavily, who this time on the Azir, obviously given a lot of the priority in this draft, finds himself with B1 on this first match, so or on the second match, excuse me. So we'll see whether or not that can actually yield ZSM any better fruit, or if we might see him struggle once again.
Yeah, it really was the debate between giving Fofo that signature Azir or letting the Nico through, and deciding that just with how prevalent this Nico has been, not something we will give Southwind in general, not something we will just leave on the table in the first place. Such an intimidating pick, as now we have the Azir, which in theory should do pretty well into Yone in the lane phase, just being quite the bully, which means then it comes back to how much can YCX and Hung come and loop around to that mid lane, because Tang Yuan had a really promising Rise game, particularly when they were getting pressured out by Ning, pressured out by ganks, or just people on the side lane. They handled themselves very proficiently and able to turn a lot of those back into conversion kills in the LGD favor. So I'm curious to see how they do on this Yone, which has to take a lot more risks when going for those kind of dramatic flare plays.
Yeah, and I do think as well, like, we compare Tang Yuan's game 1 on the Rise, which honestly, through no fault of his own, was quite quiet. And now in game number 2, that probably can't be the case. It just doesn't feel like that's something that's going to be a possibility for them. As you're playing this Yone, right, you're going to end up going in, and that's just the case. Whether or not we see Tang Yuan just sort of do the same thing again and farm up on a side lane, maybe he can punish Fofo in that mid lane a little bit with the help of Hong, but you would expect this to be Tang Yuan maybe stepping a little bit more into the limelight for LGD, and I think that's a really important thing that I want to keep an eye on in this game and in this Demacia Cup run for them as well, because he is one of the 2 new members on this LGD roster, so his ability to influence how they play the game is going to be very important after a pretty weak 2025 with multiple iterations of an LGD roster. They settled on a mid-jungle duo that are now obviously not with the organization, so it'd be good to see what Tang Yuan can add when he's not being, I'll call it, babysat by Hong, and if he can actually make anything happen himself.
And that is going to be the real question, because if you can't get yourself to a good state or take that Yone pressure and benefit your side lanes, because I think that is going to be the capital S word of the game, there is Ala on Camille. We haven't really talked about it much because in the first game Sasa did a very good job of neutralizing the top matchup, but Ala on this Camille, the more I say it, the more scared I get, because you can kind of bypass a lot of the problems that the Zyra, that the Sivir can put in front of you on the way in, as long as you have a dive buddy, which, when you take a look at the rest of the squad, there's at least 3, arguably 4 if Fofo's playing aggressively, champions that want to be diving in with you. And I think after a point it does kind of eclipse what the anti-dive is from the LGD roster, if you can play as a coordinated squad, which obviously, considering they're a streamer team, they don't necessarily have that aforementioned synergy.
Yeah, I mean, to re-emphasize, Zyra is not Janna. The Queen of Disengage is not currently in our game. Zyra can do so much, but she's not quite the same level as Janna or Lulu, something like that can actually do massive AoE team-wide disengage. So there is a point where if ZSM just overload, well, the Zyra probably still can't handle that, which is absolutely the way that it should go, and we will, hopefully get to find that out, whether or not that's a successful venture for ZSM, or if we're going to end up seeing LGD, I say quickly in a relative term in terms of the game, wrap up this series as, again, a reminder, we are currently experiencing some tech issues. It is the LGD network problem. So obviously with all 5 players being in one house, this is problematic because if they don't have a network, they can't play with anybody on their team, let alone just one person, which would be problematic enough as is. So we're really just waiting here, we're just vibing and making sure that everybody is entertained at the very least for their either, let's call it, Monday mornings or Sunday evenings, wherever you are in the world.
Yeah, exactly. With how variable the time zones are for the potential audiences of this amazing broadcast, it's always good to just keep you looped in. In the first game, we saw LGD take it away in relatively controlled fashion. Sasa surprisingly had a very good top performance on the Malphite and ended up with the MVP from that game, which leaves him in kind of the question mark state on this Udyr, like we're kind of alluding to earlier. It's a fringe pick. Gone for the Grasp of the Undying, probably going to be one of those tanky AP off builds, and then it really comes down to, can they handle this Camille in side lane? Because if they can't, then the attention goes back to mid lane. Tang Yuan on this Yone. Camille is one of the most deadly 1v1 champions in the game. She is so difficult to escape from, and so it really does become, can LGD solo laners have another really promising performance to take them to a 2-0, because if they don't, we go to game 3, then it's blind pick, all cards are off the table, we have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, and that's where things do start to get really, really wild. Certainly not something that we would have anticipated being the very opener for Demacia Cup. I mean, I think my expectations coming into this series were generally that the LPL team usually beats the streamer team, but I mean, I look at ZSM and I think they've got some very, very high profile players. Again, a reminder that they have got 2 world champions, former world champions I will say, on their roster, with Ning and LWX having lifted the Summoners Cup once already in their careers. And that the reason again that the Camille pick is so exciting is because it's Ning, or it's a team with Ning on it that's getting to play Camille, and this pick was his world skin, which is always something that it's good to throw back to. I wouldn't be surprised if in the final best of 3, and let's assume hypothetically that ZSM are completely out of contention,
they have other games to play too.
Through. Yeah, that they can probably assume that a Vayne gets locked in, and we get the FPX Vayne throwback, a call out back to LWX and his successful times through his competitive career.
And I'm really glad that you end that point on LWX, because I would say he was the main point of power from ZSM in the previous game. As, bless up, we seem to be back in the game. Resume from the pause as our Lord LWX frees us from purgatory, as now we get the roam into the bot lane. It was just a minor chunk out. Sasa losing flash on the Udyr level 1 though is going to make his life very rough, especially if we see Ning paying some attention up to that top side now.
Yeah, a reminder, it would not be the LPL and it would not be our broadcast were we not to be found with significant tech problems. As we are seeing on the picture-in-picture there, quite how Sasa lost their flash. Had to go away from a hook shot, and that was about it. But that does mean that Arla's trading level 1 might be a little bit weaker than what he would have liked, with he having taken a tactical sweep or a Q for some auto-attack resets. And already we get to see a little bit of heavy trading on that bot side. I used the word heavy completely incorrectly there, as it was in fact a hook and a walk away.
Well, that is kind of the nature of the trade pattern between these two supports, and particularly of the ADC, as you get a great demonstration if any ability lands from Southwind and we get LWX able to stack up that passive. Then we can see this real prominent force for the team stacking the passive again, forcing double sums out of LGD as we do get a pause. Oh no.
Oh no, no, please. Chinese internet merchants, I am begging you, allow LGD some of their internet. Just enough for 5 PCs to run League of Legends, that is all.
Well, it is what it is. We get to see the slightest hints of action as it is double sums blown from the LGD bot lane. As, again, I was kind of alluding to this as a pattern, but with Kai'Sa against Sivir, you kind of need to be the ones forcing the fights quickly, because if you don't, you're just going to get chipped down by those boomerangs constantly tearing through the minion wave, making your life so difficult in the lane phase. So we do see good recognition from LWX and Southwind to go for these plays Really solid Leonese getting landed from, I think, the oldest vet in the game, at very least longest playtime from Southwind out of all of the ZSM roster, which is definitely saying something.
Yeah, he hasn't, and shout out to Mazel for this, because I did load in and think, I do not know the first thing about this player, but Mazel came in clutch. Apparently played on Starhorn Royal Club, hasn't actually played professionally in 2 years, so this is a big throwback, and I mean Starhorn Royal Club is a massive throwback as is, so that's an old head to be sure, coming in and stepping in. Not sure if it's for Iwandi or if it's for as a replacement in all, so we will keep our eyes out for how that develops, you know, through the rest of the cup, rest of the tournament, but excited to see what he can bring to the team as well.
And very, very curious. We saw some hit or miss plays on the Rakan from last game from Southwind, but seeming immediately more comfortable on this Leona into the Nautilus matchup. The older the champions get, the happier Southwind seems to be thus far. So, gonna be quite pleased with this game. With the most modern champion here is a Yone, which, you know...
He does not know what a Nico is my, is my takeaway.
That would make sense why they banned it in the game one, and we're probably crossing their fingers hoping to get the Azir trade in the draft as opposed to the Nico part of it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Actually, that'll explain quite a bit. Which, you know, it's all hypothetical here. Obviously, we can't speak to actually the mentality, and the odds are, or the overwhelming odds have it that in the 2 years that Southwind hasn't played competitively, he may well have played or at least watched some League of Legends in some instance in those 2 years.
But I much prefer the idea that Southwind hasn't touched League of Legends, didn't know that Nico got reworked, and then sees 7 minions walk into the lane and goes, "Oh, LWX, it's our lucky day."
Yeah, that's what we're after. Just a good little win there, plus 1 minion in the wave. Why ever not? Yeah, I mean, again, folks, we're gonna do our best here, and finally, looks like get back into the game. Just as luck would have it.
Hung has cut the bot side and immediately gone for a level 3 invade? Okay, I was tempering the words because it looked like a gank, but I think with the double sums gone, immediately just stealing away the Krug camp and then going over to the red. This is crazy. Using the smite does not have it for red, but Ning seems to be unawares. I mean, to be fair, why would you be expecting a Zyra to go for such an aggressive invade? I do think if Xin Zhao finds Zyra, they can kill.
I think I spotted there. Now going to head into the mid lane, which could well be a problem. Root doesn't quite connect, and now just ships in the night. Fofo and Hong cross one another. It's 2 camps stolen, and Hong here with a very, very wise path makes his way into the bot side jungle, takes away 2 camps, and I mean, now Ning's homeless. I mean, if I'm this bot side right now, I cannot be trading whatsoever because I know the Xin Zhao is going to be looking to make something happen.
Yeah, this is a bit of a disconnect from the LGD comms here of you have to know that this is the only thing Ning can do is dive you bot lane. As heavy trading, still only level 2, should tag at 3.
And now it's on Ning. Can he make this dive happen? Xiao, you're able to thin out the wave enough. But again, what is Ning going to do for this time? Their only option is to try and dive this. So Xiao, you're going to have to do his best to clear this wave.
He's just lurking there menacingly.
But look, Xiaoya's doing all the work. LWX is 1 HP. YCX goes down, and actually, they make it work. Ning goes down. He doesn't actually die, and that TP is far too late. Now it's whether Tang Yuan and Sasa can clean up. Ning is surely going to fall here. There's a TP in, which means that you would like to give this over to the Udyr. It's an execute onto LWX as well.
Oh, barely. I'm pretty sure that was just on the cusp of the 15-second execute timer. But worthwhile teleport from Sasa does manage to pick up a kill. However, ZSM punish the invade from Hong and the aggressive trading from the LGD bot lane. A very narrow window. As we go back to see it, YCX gets chunked out by the Kai'Sa passive and Ning commits to the flash W. But with nobody to go to, Xiaoya walking away, trying to kite them out, isn't able to escape. But with such low, basically non-existent health bars, the solo laners of LGD do a really solid collapse here to pick up as much gold as possible. I think they split the XP on that kill, and it should have just barely been in range for Sasa to get XP for the top side, and now... Oh, it's a lane swap. Alright, well, we don't have lane swap protection in right now. It is past the timer, and one of the benefits of next season is you're encouraged to stay in your own lane with nice little treats. So, you know, this will be probably one of the last lane swap splits we get for this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm really looking to keep my eyes on this jungle battle as well. All of those consequences. Oh, I'm sensing that we could end up with a little connection issue here in the LGD camp that may end up...
might just be walking back the fountain of his own accord. He might have just decided it's time to unplug the router. Okay, he's pivoted to Raptors. We're good.
Yeah, I think we won't have seen them reconnect, but that is probably the case or the cause of the initial pause to begin with. And that we'll just end up seeing this play through, hopefully somewhat unimpeded. Now, we did get to see there that the Zyra still hasn't recalled. I will point out Hong is level 6, and now Sasa and Al are both level 6 down on the bot side as Ning makes his presence felt. Starts off with the audacious charge, lands a slow, and the wind becomes lightning. Sasa sustaining with that Empower Turtle stance and does actually just walk out to safety.
Wow, really knowing the mana amount for Arla's ultimate. That was such a dangerous flash if you are not confident that Camille does not have mana to ult you. But Sasa gets away, once again, showing proficiency on this weak side, on the Udyr. Really showing up to be a big force as YCX just going to do a bit of support or combat, trying to stop Southwind from freezing this wave as it will crash. Still going to get all the farm over to LWX off the back of the support item, but it does mean that now, regardless of who you're sending top lane, they are not going to be trapped facing the enemy tower as a... Please don't be a DC. Okay, you know, this is what happens. The notifications pop up about 3 minutes after the pause ends. So hopefully these are just the remnants of the last pause, while Ning is... I thought that this was going to be a one-game rivalry between Ning and YCX, but it's evidently 2.
And you can see this. This is quite clearly when there were a lot of internet issues, and the rest of LGD are just walking back to Fountain. And the way game 1 went, I don't think ZSM are feeling too kindly toward letting them off. Which, you know, hey, you're playing in a competitive game. You take the advantages where you get them, but. Even still, very impressed to see that LGD are keeping this somewhat competitive for the early game. What I will call out is the fact that Ning has been able to get gold through other means. He is down like a full clear right now, but is actually up in gold because he's been contributing to kills.
And this is the number one thing you have to do when you're against Zyra. You will never keep up with her if she just full clears off cooldown. And particularly as Hung is kind of lurching over now back into Ning's jungle, she can invade you relatively risk-free because she could just send a plant in like this, leash the camp from so far away, and then does not need to commit forward with, it looks like it's just going to be an objective trade as Hung is going to 3-quadrant Ning away. However, it should be 3 grubbies over to the Camille Azir team. So I think ZSM isn't going to be too upset with this. Ning will be, but then it comes down to that world champion to play from the behind the gold deficit and see how he could still stay useful.
Yeah, ultimately he is the person who's going to have to deal with the fact that his team are going to be the carries this game. And that's kind of what we would hope to see him. It is very clear, folks, and I will just point this out, that LGD are very clearly still undergoing network problems and just battling through it, it looks like, which kudos to them for that. But currently Xiaoya is walking back to base with full HP and no real reason to do so, as now Hong caught out in his jungle, also very clearly without the ability to interact with his model, and he will fall.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure that one was just because of the Leona. I don't think that one was a DC. That's just a Leona CC.
Okay, maybe.
I think that one was very much on the cusp as, you know, gotta give credit over to the Aura farmers on LGD just walking back the fountain, standing still. You know, we can call it internet issues, but I like to think that they're doing it on purpose. That's my really doe-eyed view of what's going on right now.
In the hopes that they will still win the game, and they can say that they won with DC problems and internet issues the whole time, which entirely possible. I don't think that this game is by any means out of their control, but again, to reiterate what we were expecting for this game in particular, The longer this game goes, typically the better we favour ZSM, I would tend toward, with with Camille, Kaiser and Azir all on the roster. The expectation
100%.
is that this will do very well later on.
The scaling from LGD is nothing to really underestimate, but it is, I would say, a lot harder to execute overall. The Yone has a lot more potential to get completely blown up by the chain CC that ZSM can pump out the Azir ult to disengage. The Zyra, again, necessitates you engaging into her, but she's such a weird champion. You need to engage into Zyra for her to be strong. But you have to do it slowly, because otherwise she can't spawn saplings, and this happens.
Southwind has decided that the Zyra will die. Hong falls, it's Ning to pick up another one. But how's the response from the rest of LGD? Tangyuan's gone in, but he's almost dead already. Bursted out by Fofo, and he's just chaining the damage down from those soldiers. YCX flashes to the other side of the blast cone and barely limps out to safety. Finds a 2 for 0 here, and ZSM are playing with their food.
Incredible injection of action from that one, as again, the thing about the Zyra champion, she doesn't do well against snap engages, and Leona, Camille, very good at snap engages. The Azir following up with that one, as I think right now ZSM are quite competently in the driver's seat, with the next objective spawning both being around 4 minutes. They are having full agency to just look for an objective trade and take away the feats, with both side lanes right now getting knocked down for plates with these grubs. I think that it's going to be so difficult for LGD to stop the bleeding.
They're going in. Tangyuan has decided that trying to clear that wave was in his best interest. Southwind has decided, in fact, that that was not the case. And now it's another pick. Is YCX now in trouble, as it looks like?
They're back at it again.
Trying to take him down. Is there enough damage in the tank? The Xin Zhao Sundered Sky finds another.
I can't wait if we get to a game 3, because we just get to see Ning and YCX picking champions just to kill each other, because it has truly been just the underlying theme of these two walking around the support, face checking into Ning and just throwing all the damage he has right at them. So we now take a look at the game state. Quite the hefty lead, looking over 4.5k in ZSM's pocket at 12 minutes, 8 kills, got the grubbies, got that dragon. It's not looking good if you're LGD.
No, it's not. And again, this is maybe a little bit tainted by the fact that there are very clear network issues going on in the LGD house, but you have to give credit to ZSM for their ability to, at the very least, pilot their composition and take a look at how they're going to look at closing this one out. Hopefully, we can get to see them work towards that soul and the Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes. We've not really got a neutral objective in the foreseeable future. What we do have is Arla wailing away on these side lanes with that Trinity Force already picked up. He's going to take this turret down with very little difficulty and make it look quite simple.
And with Feats of Warfare secured, I do think that that is going to be incredibly bad, mainly because Camille can now build into the up... Oh, God.
Okay, another attempted pick, and it's actually evaded this time, as Tangyuan does manage to walk his way out.
That was a bit narrow, a bit too close for comfort, as the Southwind CC chain is broken free by the Yone combo. And what I was trying to talk about there was, once you get the upgraded MR shoes, if that is what Ally goes towards, the Udyr trade pattern basically does 0 damage to you from that point onwards. Because you just keep getting shields over and over again. It negates everything, as now we get the final play coming out from ZSM on the spot tower.
And YCX falls nice and quickly. Fortunately for ZSM, they have been able to push that gold lead, and now with a Kraken Slayer on one side, a potential Sundered Sky on the other, and I can see in the player cams as well, Southwind is going to pet his pet of some choice. They're feeling pretty good about the way that this game is going, and now actually maybe they're experiencing some internet problems.
I think that's everything coming to a stop.
They FF'd. Okay, never mind.
They FF'd?
They FF'd.
They what?
Yeah. Okay, well, the score behind them says 1-1, which to me says that LGD have forfeited the game.
Are they series forfeiting?
I honestly wouldn't be surprised. because... Oh, I've frozen. Hold on, everybody. I'm working on it.
My facial expression had frozen because what on earth? We get one game in and then we get an internet-related FF? What an absolute travesty for LGD. They did so good in game 1. And they had such a competent draft for this game too. I really liked the potential that they had to be able to take this one away. They had cool answers, the unique picks of the Zyra and the Udyr, and it just gets robbed away. Unfortunately, while I have been left alone in the ether for the moment, don't worry. Yeah, he's still in the clouds. I can hear you. Where are you? You're around me somewhere. He's in the mountains. So, currently, here's the summary for everybody. LGD have terrible internet issues. We've had to reconnect a few times. They finally get into game, suffer constant disconnect errors, to the point where they just say, send it, we're going to FF. And at that point, it is now 1-1 in the series. We are unsure if there is going to be a Game 3, or if we're just going to see LGD forfeit the series. But for now, I think we're pretty good to go to a break, and then we will be right back, hopefully, with news of what is happening. So, good to see you all, but we'll see you shortly.
But we're here 2 minutes early. Welcome back, everybody. This is Demacia Cup. We are back on the unofficial English stream. I would apologise for all of these issues, but I'm not a part of the integration system of Chinese internet infrastructure, so it's really out of my hands. In fact, I'm Rudude, the play-by-play caster, not colour caster just yet. Joined by Melvin. Joined by Melvin for this presumably third game between ZSM and LGD. Now, to re-emphasize what happened and what has happened so far, we are currently sat at 1-1 because ZSM lost game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. They then were looking really good in game number 2, but LGD were quite genuinely plagued by internet issues and were, I won't say forced, but chose to FF the game, because the game was already so out of their control and the internet problems didn't help any of that. They were literally playing DCing every 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, for reference, this is on mechanical champions like Yone as well. They were already down 4.5k gold at 12 minutes. I think it was not going to be an easy fight back into the game, so decided one way or the other, let's just get this one done. Hopefully we get to play game 3 if the internet kind of improves. We'll see.
And that's the hope here, is that we are assuming there will be a game 3. The nature and the orientation of it is still to be decided. It could very well be another instance of we try and play it out, we end up with some pauses, and then we end up with another FF. It could equally still be a very, very fun, very entertaining game number 3 to watch. We will just have to find out. The thing is that with game number 3, Melvin, is that it is indeed blind pick. So our drafting prowess, not necessarily something that we're going to need to rely on all that much. And in fact, we can just watch them pick 10 champions and go, okay, good job.
Yeah, job's done one way or the other. And just to give a bit of preface for what we've seen throughout the series so far, in that first game that we did get to see the whole thing of, we had Sasa pick up the Malphite into Arla's Zahen, and did an incredible job of neutralizing it in lane. As we went down the rest of the pick order, we had the demonstration of Hung picking up the Jace jungle, which he had a very good performance on, one of the new members to this team. Impressive as could be. Ning on the Kiana on the other side, less so, didn't really have what it took to get stuff going in the early game, and they kind of just got overall outscaled on the ZSM team. Then going down to mid, we had Rise over for Tangyuan, who had a generally good performance, wasn't too loud but also didn't need to be, and Fofo on the Talia, not a lot going on for them. The real power point, I would say, for ZSM beyond Arla on that Zahen that got muted was LWX on the Misfortune with the Rakan at their side, doing a very good job of exerting as much pressure as they could onto Xiaoya's Varus, with the weird kind of 1v1 of the series so far being Ning, the jungler for ZSM, versus YCX, the support for LGD, as even in what we did get to see of Game 2, their rivalry continued as it just became who's marking who and giving the other one a bad time in every possible moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to reiterate, this was this has been the 1v1 so far in this show. It has been between, like you mentioned, Ning and then YCX. But as we look into our blind pick draft, I will remind everybody, our blind pick draft, we've got a mirror matchup in the top side, and Hong is running it back on the Jace jungle so far. Now, we'll see how the rest of the draft develops, as I think the rest of it is either frozen or not entirely sure what's going on, but we will have a draft at some point, and we'll get that to you when we can. We'll see.
But we did see OMG 2 Rumbles. We've got our own 2 Shen situation going on here, and Rumble is one of those champions, if they both pick the same skin, figuring out which equalizer you're not allowed to stand on in team fights is going to be crazy difficult, because it's just a little color on the floor. It's not actually that obvious which one's which, so really unique skill set.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Okay, full rosters have been
2
displayed. 2 solo lane mirror matchup. It's Ori Rumble versus Ori Rumble. Okay.
I love it.
Okay, crazy. Alright, I'm going to have to put in some overtime here. I didn't realise that casting double shockwaves is going to be something I had to do in my almost intentional debut here as a play-by-play. However, it's the challenge that we need, isn't it? And we'll see how both of these two solo laners end up doing. And that's what the beauty of blind pick is. This is what we look forward to, because there can be no argument now as to, well, your champ beats mine when you play the same champ.
And so, one of the unique things about blind pick that we get to discuss now is who has comped better around their core champions in the mid and the top lane. When we take a look at the runes, this is actually a few times we were really hyperfixate on the runes. I think that is almost identical, with the exception of Transcendence versus Absolute Focus in the mid lane. And in the top lane, we do have minor differences. Sasa taking the Nimbus Cloak and the Absolute Focus, implying potentially they might go for an Ignite and a kill lane angle on this, and the Unflinching for more 1v1 trading, whereas Arla taking much more scaling options with that. I'm trying to remember it now. The Axiom Arcanist, there we go, I got there in the end. I would want to call it Ultimate Hat, but that's because I'm an old man. And the Axiom Arcanist does so much work amplifying the Rumble ult, giving more Rumble ults available.
We are here. It is the first time that we will see it on the LPL unofficial English stream. I doubt it will be the last. Game 3 blind pick in this best of 3 series. It's LGD versus ZSM taking us onto the Rift for the very 3rd time today, and in the blind pick fashion. We'll see how these mirror matchups play out with one another, how those rune choices end up making the difference, and we can already see that Fofo caught the bad end of one trade, and Arla and Sasa dicing out on the top side as well.
Difference between starting E versus Q on Rumble, and I think one of the areas I want to bring attention to is, since we kind of got robbed of Game 2 due to the lagging and the disconnects and the overall FF of the game, LWX didn't really get to show off the Kai'Sa, and Ning didn't get to show off the Xin Zhao. And so both of these players decided, actually, I was feeling pretty confident playing that, and have decided to go for the run back from that near non-existent Game 2. Whereas if we look over the other side, Hung, again, reprising the role on that Jace, reprising the role for Xiaoya on this Varus, their main power points from Game 1, putting together a pretty devastating poke comp as we get to play Orianna Dodgeball mid lane.
I did look for the most part that Tongyun was actually making the most of those trades. Managed to land a couple of command attacks that Fofo wasn't quite hitting on, but actually cancelled an auto during that first trade that we just saw. So maybe missing out on a little bit of damage there, as both of the mid laners have currently sipped one health potion. Looks like Tangyuan just barely able to come out on top of the health so far. Same to be said for the LGD top side as well, as Sasa just about coming out on top of this 1v1 in terms of health and as well CS. Now looking down on the bot side, Melvin, what do we think about this bot matchup? It's the one where we actually have some form of matchup and interactions. Who are we favouring?
Well, I think as for the laning, provided they don't get snap engaged on by YCX, this should be the double range, the Nico Kai'Sa's ability to just exert a lot of pressure. The potential kill threat, not super high, Rel quite resistant overall, and the Varus is going to be playing out of range for all intents and purposes. So I would expect without jungle intervention, which speaking of, we should pan over there as we take a look now. Ning invading. Hung does see him, doesn't go for the steal. Hung is on a ward. This is a weird little getting chased around bit now, as Hung trying to get something done, but Ning with the preemptive vision lets him secure. No invade nonsense happening.
Sasa's just flashed on top of Arla. Arla's flashed away, and that's it. Okay.
So I did mention that Sasa took the aggressive laning runes and really try and leverage that Nimbus Cloak to get a health lead. I mean, it's a double flash trade.
We could very well be diving in the bot side. Xiaoya dodges out on the Q initially, but still falls anyway. It's a very worthwhile trade as it's support for AD. Back into the top line now. Hong flashing onto Arla. No flash on the Rumble. Gets caught by a harpoon. Gets caught by another auto attack, and Hong takes another.
Wow. LGD with the counter attack on the top side. Really nice play, getting Sasa to trade the flashes earlier, knowing that Hung was clearing that top crab on his way over. Perhaps not playing respectfully enough, knowing that your jungler is on the other half of the map getting something done. And when we look after the dust is settled, kills and assists over to LGD, but The gold in the bot lane went over to Rel. If we look on the other side, Ning picks up the main beneficiary of that one. So I would say overall, LGD are obviously happy with the kill lead going in their favor, but when it looks down to this bottom lane, not a lot of the money should be impacting ZSM's bot side. So we see Ning now looking up, flashless Sasa.
Just about able to walk out to safety, maybe a little bit surprisingly, but able to do so regardless, and we'll get to see whether or not that can continue. Remember, both of these top laners have no flash, so Ning and Hong probably going to make their way down here as Southwind makes his presence felt in that bot side as Xiaoya forced to use the Summoner Flash, dodge out from those Tangle Barbs, and just for the brief moment, feels a little bit of stress from the Nico.
That's not Ning, that's a Nico, has had me fooled for a moment there. I was like, wait a minute, I see Ning clearing Raptors, hold up. Not gone through the reaction test of seeing a Nico in the game just yet. As we'll see, approaching level 6, just a bit of light trading happening both sides. Southwind has a lot of agency. This Nico has been pretty much the highest regard support since Worlds and before. Just such high prio for a reason as it's getting jumped on.
Does manage to, again, evade any damage as Fofo now forced to flash rather in the mid lane as Tanguin uses the first shockwave. Not to a great effect, but to an effect that will force some pressure onto Fofo for the next couple of minutes. And now Ning probably going to try and do the same thing in response. Try and burn a flash, try and make sure that his mid laner is a little bit safer. That being said, another attempted effort down on this bot side as it's Hong sniffing around. YCX has just disengaged with that Ferromancy. You can see again a lot of posturing, a lot of pretty colours, but nobody's actually doing anything here as Ning sneaks into the tri-brush, not actually spotted at present. And again, everybody's just showing their face, putting a little bit of presence down, and nobody's actually fighting.
Leaving the top lane in isolation, tier 2 boots over to Sasa with the aggressive laning runes, really leveraging it as now Tanghin getting ulted, not flashing yet.
Still has that summoner available, and Hong has not yet come over. Actually, Ning not even going to be able to force the flash out. Knows that the return damage from the Jace might be a little bit too high. Tanguin walks away with his flash available, and that's a big win for LGD.
Yeah, really impressive. Just nerves of steel from Tanguin to just walk away and not even flinch. As Ning was really back and forthing. I think if Ning has flash there, he commits to it. But we saw how much damage Hung can do on this Jace in the first game. And I expect it to be no different this time around, as we do have a full clear for him, looking at potentially pathing down into that Drake. But with the bot lane, from both teams swapping into mid and then top respectively, we've got some strange lane assignments with the Grubbies up in 19 seconds. Time to see who can leverage having their bot lane in this top side to get the most prio for it. Neither support, most importantly Southwind, is level 6 yet though. And that is one of the scariest engage tools. Without flash, the Nico can get pushed away, but as soon as she tags over to it, it's intimidating.
Oh, Chain of Corruption lands though, and Southwind might not even be getting a chance to participate in any fights as they fall very quickly. Ning forced to use the ulti to get out to safety as well. Crescent Guard keeping him safe, but 1-0 there. And you talked about the Grubs, Melvin. I think they're a foregone conclusion.
And an added benefit as well, picking up the third kill means that part of the Feats of Warfare goes over to LGD's pocket. And I wouldn't say LUX is having a great time topside against Tang Yuan's Orianna. Not exactly a favourable matchup. ICX is fishing for something potentially onto Fofo, but now it is attention towards the Dragon. Southwind really does need to get in a lane and leech some XP to hit that level 6 mark, because having your Nico at level 6 for this objective is really kind of the benchmark. If you don't have that, I don't see a way you should be contesting it. Otherwise, you're just going to have the same treatment that Xiaoya just gave out of throw out the Chain of Corruption, they get bursted out by them and Hung, maybe even chuck Tan Yuan in there for some shockwave action on whoever is locked up. So overall, ZSM got the priority, but scary to do.
Fortunately, Melvin, your words were received, and once again you've continued to make waves in China as Southwind hits level 6, knocks up YCX even, and takes him down in one fell swoop. A weird Ferromancy to try and engage there, one where he did not have the support required And ultimately, YCX plays with it with his life.
Anything but YCX and Ning looking at each other. Truly, the most legendary rivalry to be established at the start of the season, even though one of these players won't be playing in the regular split. As now Ning is leveraging the Xin Zhao engage. It is on a ward, scrying that one out. But Hung not wanting to get away with this without a bit of a contest. It is double lethality and an Orianna over the wall. This is a really hard dragon to take, and it looks like ZSM just forfeits it.
TY for the leash. Hung comes in, finds a quick pickup on a dragon that had been pre-baked almost. Just had to take it out the oven, fry it for a couple seconds, and ready to go. Now even going to work his way up to get some nice chicken to go alongside it. The Raptor's going to be picked up as well, and I mean, Ning had a really good start to this game, 2-0, but finds himself now down in gold, down in camps, and despite the fact he's up in kills, that's not necessarily the biggest deal. Sasa throws the equalizer down and doesn't really do anything to Arla this time round, and Arla's got an equalizer in response if he would like it.
Especially with Ning lurking around up here, ward just times out in the river. Both junglers can look up to this top side. Again, it has been such an interesting just back and forth trading of the two rumbles, as now it is a question of who can get the most value out of this. Who could get to that Liandry's item first, as Sasa
walks in, still has flash, so we need to be careful. Equalizer comes down, and now Arla thinks about flashing over the wall to follow, but doesn't quite have the distance. We'll quickly point out that there is a slight advantage in favour of items for Sasa. Has got the guys instead of the Fated Ashes this time round, so slight trade advantage should be going his way, but yeah, not something that we get to see really broached too much.
And it truly is just how well do you juke the abilities, because you can't really outplay a dead stat check. If you are getting hit by the same abilities both ways, right now Sasa just wins. There's not much more to it. Until we get a bit further in the game and that Axiom Arcanist starts to play extra dividends for Arla, it is just going to be Sasa taking every single trade, as Fofo getting chunked out by the Shockwave into Jace Q combo. Just going to be getting a plate right now because there are a lot of people here shadowing for this Orianna, but having her chunked out does make it difficult for Fofo to do anything aggressively. And now we pan over to mid. We see Xiaoya up there, just getting that mid prio on the Varus, looping around with the Jace, doing such a good job of LGD with this duo of lethality champions at just leveraging a map state to their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, they were so good in game number one at just poking their enemies out of any objective, and, you know, using in that instance, it was Tangyuan and Sasa to try and take those neutral objectives. This time round, we'll see how that favours for them. They don't really have a true tank that can tank while the other one does that consistent DPS, as neither one of the two particularly proficient at either. We'll see, though, with no neutrals up for the next 2 minutes or so, could very well be a bit of a quiet state, or give a little bit of time for LGD to get a little bit crazy as YCX hops over the wall, takes down Southwind, and it's another time this Nico's caught out 0, 3, and 2. Really not a great game to start off.
I may be new here, but you tell me slow game state, and I think, hold up, this is an LCK. Going for the snap engage over the wall is going to result in losing not just the mid tower, but also the feats. Going over to LGD, this is going to impact as soon as checks inventory. Anybody except for top lane buys a tier 2 shoe.
Yeah, and we will get to see whether or not these boots end up being really that important. And now mid lane caught out by a Tangle Barb. Here comes the flash to follow, and Xiaoya with nowhere to go. Flash is on top of his slow, and a Void Seeker from downtown takes down the Varus.
Really good chase down, and getting more gold into LWX is essential. We need to see that as Southwind getting chunked down by Hung here.
That was a little bit more than a chunk, as he got pretty much one tapped there. Double equalizers, double burns, and now Ning not quite able to fall as Arla finds the shutdown.
And we did get to see it for the first time, but they are using the exact same skin. Those two equalizers look completely identical on the floor. I could not tell you which was which. You could infer it based on who was going in which direction, but when this gets to a team fight, I do not want to be Xiaoya or either of the Oriannas, because being the immobile champions that are Flash, you're going to have to be coordinating quite well with your top laner to know exactly which choke points you're allowed through.
Absolutely. It is not going to be easy at all, and we'll certainly hope that some of those things can pay dividends in the future. This is the little replay of what Southwind is able to do on the Nico. So confirmed, has read the tooltip, does know what the champion does now. Took him up to level 7 to work it out fully and action it. But this is the return that we got to see. Hong 1. Oh, yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, job's done. Not much more to say about that one. This is a 2-item lethality Jace, who is quite scary. Definitely the most intimidating champion on the Rift, as now we get a little fight in front. Dragon up in 5.
Okay. Everybody's
Just
vibing.
chipping. YCX and Ning can't be on the same screen without wanting to hit each other. That is just how it is, as now the Dragon is up. And we take a look down at the inventories. Something important. Fofo gone for the Seraphs, but it's not fully stacked up yet. Whereas Tanguan has gone for the Rod of Ages. Again, not stacked up, but is going to be giving more of those base important stats. Makes him harder to burst out compared to the Orianna for the foreseeable. Especially with having those Lucidity shoes picked up versus the Mercs. I would say overall, Tanguan's a more intimidating Orianna right now. Incredible that they have identical CS as well. It makes looking at the HUD really trippy, I will say.
Yeah, it's not easy. And this is just the beginning, I feel, of our potential blind pick matchups. Now, we do get to see a trade coming through, at least an attempted trade, as it is LGD who handily take control over the bot side and take that Dragon. ZSM trying to take down this Herald. It is sniped out by Ning, and now LGD are going searching. Tangyuan flashes in. It's a trade of shockwaves, and unfortunately for Tangyuan, he definitely comes out on the rough end of that. But in the mid lane, LWX is caught. He's burst in an instant. No flash, no dodging that chain of corruption. And this is a second turret now that is falling in the mid lane.
This lethality Jace is just so scary. The fact that it can just pump out this insane damage on just 2 items. I mean, is it going to be a mainstay thing we're going to keep seeing? Potentially. Thus far, it's looked very good in the 2 games we've seen it. And I don't think that's just been off of the back of Hung having great performances. I think the champion particularly be able to go for this first item that just clears all of the vision. That Umbral Glaive, such a nuisance for a champion that can switch between ranged and melee. You don't even have to deal with the downside a lot of the time. As, how exactly did this work? Yeah, okay, it was just LWX looking down mid, getting clipped, and absolutely obliterated. Not much more to say beyond that. They didn't know, chat. They didn't know.
Very greedy pathing overall, and rightfully punished, feels like. Now he's down a little, well, actually quite a bit of experience, almost half a level, which might not seem like a lot, but in these late stages can start to really stack up and can quickly compound as well. Varus going to have access to that tier 2 ulti probably on the next wave, where LWX might need a little bit more to get himself over that line and just have a little bit better of a killer instinct in. That being said, again, 3 minutes before the next Drake spawns, Atacon spawns in 2 minutes and 20. We do have this reprieve in neutral objectives. We have this opportunity now for the supports, the junglers, to really start to focus and decide what it is that they want to accomplish in these next couple of minutes. Taking stock of the game, it is largely Hong who has this advantage. He is 1,700 gold up in the isolated 1 versus 1, where, in fairness, Arla in that top lane about 1k up over his opposing Rumble. And then the rest of the leads just slightly favouring LGD across the Rift. So eyes really on Arla to see if he can make the difference in these team fights. Alternatively, can Sasa have a big impact as YCX finds 3, Shockwave connects onto 2, and there's an equalizer over the top. Thus far, a 1-for-1. Both supports are dead. Arla flashes out of the piercing arrow, but Sasa decides that he's going to follow him through. Electro Harpoon connects. Ning now a little bit low. LWX getting caught out by some poke as well. And Tong Yuen limping forward, walking his way into danger as LWX just barely limps out to safety.
And Tanguan TPing bot lane, going to take this tower as a reward, which is going to be so impactful because the Atacon spawns in a minute 20 right there with the Dragon up immediately after. We get a bloodbath, we get flashes blown, we get teleports blown, and I think that that is going to be the biggest thing. Regardless of the kills, regardless of where the gold went, it's going to be taking your base, seeing how close to those big items you could get, and it came all off the back of this Rift Herald putting down, and then a snap engage from YCX. Of course it's on to Ning that they go for the play. Yeah. They get bursted out in response, supports both gone, but Sasa overheats second, which is essential for being able to pump out that maximum damage. They chase forward into the jungle, but the Shockwave disengages. LWX nearly chipped down, but is able to escape. So now we have Atacon up in 30. Teleports all down except for Fofo, only person that can comfortably collect a top lane wave from this point onwards. And it looks to be setting up. Currently, ZSM have no right to being able to get mid priority, being down 2 towers there. And then we look down to the bot not having one either. So, is going to be, can LGD keep this vision domination, establish a clear line with YCX getting some more wards down, and just use their poke to chip down? Or will ZSM be able to get Southwind into a cheeky angle, look for the Nico ultimate, does have flash up essentially, and tear up the Varus, tear up the Orianna, and the Jace really before they get a chance to play? Tang Yuan is lurking in a bush right now.
Yeah, calls the shockwave there, actually, to just a 1 versus 1. He might just kill Arla outright, though, using that shockwave very well. Arla, once again, dying with his ulti available, doesn't contribute to the 1v1, doesn't contribute to the wider scale team fight, and LGD find 2 for the price of 1.
Absolute battle on 2 fronts there. Ning was looking at his bot lane, going to help, and then gets jumped on by who else but YCX and co. Absolutely bursted out before this Atacon, and it will be a trade. LWX trying to pick up some gold, but we have Sasa coming to stop it being a second tower mid. And now, with the dragon spawning in just a few seconds, I have to imagine that this is going into LGD's favor as well.
Yeah, Arla has TP, but you have to imagine that this isn't going to work for them.
Double flash!
Wow, okay. That's 2 flashes down for the price of none. And you know, we are experiencing a little bit of lag, so I'm not sure if this is just my side or not, but TP comes back in, and it looks like ZSM, they might want to contribute a little bit more to this fight. That's a weird pathing for a cannon minion, but once again, YCX! 4-man Magnet Storm, the equalizer over the top, and Sasa just ripping them to shreds. Another one on the list for this support. YCX will fall, but LWX falls with him, and now Hong decides, does he want to take a fight with Ning? Absolutely not. He'll take the Raptors instead.
Nobody suspects the second shockwave and second equalizer combo, as it is going to be Hung chasing down his opposite number, bullying them down, solo laner in the pocket, and in the meantime, well, take a look. They're collecting the 3rd dragon. I think that was really the call from ZSM saying, if we don't fight now, then when? We have lost the Atacon, we have lost the feats, we are about to get put to soul point. It's Infernal Soul if they secure that for double poke lethality and double mega AP threats in the solo lanes. We have to do something, but they're just not able to get it done. If we take a look at how this replay starts off, it's YCX knowing 2 flashes just got blown from the bot lane, free engage angle, chips them down. LWX doing his absolute best to try and pump out damage, but it's just not doable. Doesn't have a front line, doesn't have anybody left with him, and the team falls apart.
Yeah, and you're seeing how hard it is for LWX in these fights. The prowess of Kai'Sa comes from her ability to dive onto the backline and, you know, take out the enemy AD carry before he's even noticed that you're on top of them. But there haven't been any big hard-hitting shockwaves. There haven't really been any ball delivery systems, and there hasn't really been an equalizer that's looked threatening to Xiaoya. Still has flash available. Has got Edge of Night now as well. So with that in tandem with the swiftness boots, actually being safe is so easy for this Varus, it seems, thus far.
100%. I think going into the Edge of Night before the Mirror Mana is such a smart choice from Xiaoya to just recognize the game state of, well, we're winning. My team is just walking it down. All I have to do is be safe enough to walk forward confidently, throw the Chain of Corruption, and win the fight off there. Ning getting Shockwave back in. Just a bit of this poke, but that's a lot.
You can see that the Shockwave at level 16, such a short cooldown that
there's
really no reason for Tang Yuan to be worried about throwing that one out. The Crescent Guard, a much more valuable tool that Ning, in fairness, did not burn. So a small win, really, for ZSM, as they've now got a little bit of time to try and make things work. But you can see how much damage Hung is doing. 6 levels up over the Nico. I don't think it's really going to be too difficult for that person to get absolutely popped.
Yeah, and the thing is, they did have to burn Arla's Equalizer onto the top wave to not lose that tier 2 tower. It is one of the only 2 turrets they have left that is not a base tower right now, while their only points to be able to walk up and contest a Baron threat in the next minute from LGD. It is really important for ZSM to keep this tower alive and just give themselves a little bit of breathing room, get their jungler a little bit closer to the Baron. But how do you do it when you can't even stand there?
Flash away from the chain of corruption. Arla, Southwind looks for it, finds one, but YCX finds three!
Beautiful.
The shockwave combo comes through, and ZSM fall like a hot knife through butter. They are slaughtered. 4 for 1 there, as yes, one will fall, and LWX goes down after. A ace for 2.
The internet may have been down for LGD, but in the third game, it is all a magnet storm tearing apart ZSM. No way to stand forward against this Rel. YCX having an absolute clapping of a game over his opposite numbers. Southwood picking up 1 off of the Nico ult, but it's just nothing compared to this Rel walking you down with such disgusting follow-up threats from the rest of the team. And now, turning their attention over to the Baron, we have respawns up in 2 and 6 seconds with the teleports for ZSM, but there is nowhere to teleport to. Losing that top tier 2 and having no actual angle in, I think it is all but done and dusted for LGD this game.
Yeah, they should be able to take this one home. They are currently 10,000 gold to the good. Let's add the Baron on top, make it 12k, and any of the gold that comes from this afterwards.
The pickup, the instant turnaround, 3-person combo into the shockwave, into just so much poke, the devastation. You cannot get away from this. Sasa going so aggressive. They do end up falling to LWX, but now we jump back into live as a Rumble is dead. Arla is down.
Arla's down. Southwind's going to follow. I don't think that the equalizer was needed, but taking Ning out as well will certainly make this job nice and easy. ZSM on the last legs for this series. Just the 2 members trying to group up on the spot side. YCX, Hex Flash ready. He's going to try and take another one over this wall. And you can see Fofo takes a good amount of poke, decides, nope, I'm backing off. Oh, Hong flashes over the wall, lands a shock blast, flash out from LWX, who decides to recommit, has to try and make some sort of a play, but now he doesn't have flash for the second Q, and Hong goes to the skies and takes out the Kai'Sa.
That is a 4-level lead on the Jace over the Kai'Sa. It was certainly an effort from LWX, but at this point in the game, it is such an incredible
double shockwave under the Nexus turrets and a chain of corruption to find 2. This is the victory dance for LGD. They take down 4 members in the base. Why not make it 5, and we'll have some Nexus turrets to boot. Fofo may live, but LGD start their Demacia Cup strong.
Very, very pleased to be rocking it out with a win. After such a bittersweet Game 2, they come back and it seems to have completely enraged this roster. They had such a decisive performance from LGD. I feel like we were just watching them take the run back of that Game 1, everything that they showed, and just put it into full force all over again.
Yeah, they really had just everything that they needed in that game. There were just a couple of little early game plays that set them up for success. And I think that as a through line for this series, a really good pickup in that mid-jungle duo. Tang Yuan performing very well on the Orianna, forcing good trades in the mid lane, and Hong on this Jace today. Looked incredible. Now, this is just one champion. The sample size obviously not the greatest for it, but we would like to say so far, I'm happy with these LGD pickups. This could very well be a turn towards a slightly better year for them, with only 14 teams now in the LPL. That room for sort of freebie teams at the bottom has definitely decreased. And if we take a look at the damage dealt this game, we can see that Hong was contributing quite nicely.
Crazy numbers across the board. Absolutely disgusting Jace damage. I think you can put 3 champions together from ZSM and he still eclipses it from Hong. 75% KP, but it's actually panning down to the support role. 82% from YCX. I would say the first game, not as loud of a performance, but on this one in particular, such crazy work. Constantly fighting off with Ning, as to be expected apparently, from this Snap rivalry that just permeated through the entire series, but so much power from these Rel engages. As soon as we got to the mid-game, I mean, you look at the team comps, we see double Rumble, we see double Orianna, we knew team fights were going to be the source of the chaos around these games, but just having that Rel he's so proficient on, I cannot wait to see what YCX can keep doing, drafting around these kind of team comps that it seemed to be LGD very proficient on already.
Yeah, I mean, they had really good setup for those pokes, and you know, game one they did it with the Alistair, game two they did it with the Rel. We get to run through some of the highlights of this, and yeah, ZSM were able to punish Xiaoya early on, but you can see that Xiaoya not really one to be thwarted by that. A little bit of fancy feet keeps himself alive, and as much as you may have expected this to be a pretty one-sided bot lane affair, actually, the way they were able to turn it around, the way YCX was able to contribute to those team fights really meant that that early game laning problem wasn't really an issue.
And I feel like you're pretty blessed to have only had to deal with double equalizer team fights, one or two teams throughout this game, because man, that is hard to read. These blind pick games are going to be absolutely crazy as we continue on through the Demacia Cup. But I think we have kicked it off with a bang. Really promising performance from LGD as we watch them just tear through ZSM in these team fights. Sasa, after having a really, really good game one, I would say, generally outclassing Arla on the Rumble matchup this game. Obviously, there was a bit of jungle intervention both ways around, but optimizing towards the Banshee's Veil second to make sure they could not lose the side lane matchup as opposed to the Shadow Flame of Arla. It was really kind of just a stellar performance. They did a few aggressive plays, as we'll see in a moment. Quite the forward flash after YCX's, I think this is the third time now we've got to see the hero play, but when it looks that good, you can watch it as many times as you want.
Yeah, when the engages are pulling off such great successes, you really don't mind having to play it once, maybe twice, maybe three times extra. As for me, we wind our way through these highlights. Looks like Xiaoya was just 1v1ing Arla in the back half of this, which is very entertaining, but I want to talk about the fact that probably player of the game goes to YCX this time round, but I want to highlight for me a player of the series, and that is Hong, consistently being the big threat through the mid game, just consistently landing poke and making it everybody's problem.
He's definitely going to be my player to watch as he does numbers. Even with the rel engages, the fact that we only got to that point because this Jace had such a good performance in the early game, snowballing, using that Umbral Glaive to take control of the map, and again, forcing Fofo to have such a rough time in the mid lane, blowing those flashes and constantly punishing the double Orianna lane. I think that Hung, really promising, and I feel almost a bit robbed that we didn't get to see what he could do on the Zyra in that game too. It makes me excited to see LGD heading into the rest of the Demacia Cup, because I want to know what else does he have in the pocket. We got to see two really good Jace games, but what else can he do?
Yeah, what else is in there? And that is the question. Unfortunately, that's a question that will be answered on another day. That is it for ZSM and LGD today. And unfortunately, Melvin, that is it for us as a pairing. We are going to be heading off to a quick break before we load back in to FRK versus WE. Thank you so much, Melvin, for joining me. Thank you, everyone at home, for joining us as well. We're going to do a quick caster swap and get our next series underway. So without any further ado, take care and we'll see you back shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the broadcast of the Demacia Cup 2025. I'm AC, and I'm technically replacing Melvin, but I'm joined still with Rude Dude, who is now taking up the right side of your beautiful screen. Rude Dude, how are we doing after that first incredible series that went to Game 3?
Yeah, you know, we've seen better Game 3 series. We've seen worse series of 3 games before, believe it or not. So overall, I'm doing very, very well. We are in a pretty good spot, and I'm looking forward to getting into our next series here, especially alongside you, AC. Welcome to the LPL, your debut on the show. Nice to have you here. And, you know, we get to see your shoes now and make sure that you're living up and showing me up on the play-by-play.
Oh golly, no, it's big shoes to fill over here, but I'm happy to be a part of the. I'm just happy to be a part of the show, you know. But it's an incredible show, and we're just about to have FRK versus Team WE. FRK is our second streamer team composed of retired players, former LPL studs, and just overall incredible people facing off against Team WE, an LPL resident team. Rude Dude, what can we expect from here? Because I kind of have high hopes for FRK.
Yeah, I'm hoping that FRK can show us something a little bit more so than what we saw from the previous stream team. ZSM didn't quite manage to make things stick. And honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, AC. I think that could very well be the trend in that the stream teams don't quite have the chops to take it up with the LPL big dogs. And especially with the way that WE have been playing, at least in 2025, there were very, very highs and some lows as well as we did move into the back end of the year. But I do think that this WE team could very well see some success, and we'll see that, hopefully see to that happening in this best of 3. We'll be here for potentially 3 games, and we'll see whether or not WE can 2-0, whether we get another game 3 or somewhere in the middle.
I mean, WE did steal games from anyone's Legends in a regular split 3 of the LPL, so there might be something going on here for Team WE. Maybe they get showed up by FRK. Maybe they'll be able to. You know what? We're the big boys here in this match, so we'll make sure that we everybody promptly knows about this. But we do have kind of a weird format going on here for the Demacia Cup 2025. What are we looking at here, Rude Dude?
Yeah, so let's pull up the explainer, and I'll try and take you through it as best as possible. We start out in stage 1, which is where we are at the minute, with 2 groups of 4 that are all going to be playing one single round robin best of 3. Now that should take us 2 days pretty much. We're going to have 2 best of 3s in Group B today, and then presumably 2 tomorrow from Group A. So we're going to get those best of 3s out of the way very, very quickly. It's a very fast-paced tournament. And then the top 2 teams from each of the groups will go on to stage number 2, where they will be joined by the bottom 4 teams from Group Ascend, and then also the bottom 2 playoff teams from Group Ascend as well. IG and BLG will be in the mix, and they have been specifically separated before we play another set of single round robins, best of 3s, but this time with 5 teams in a group instead of 4, and then we move into the knockout stage, which we'll get onto a little bit later on down the road. Importantly, we're doing single round robin, best of 3, blind pick game 3.
What a breakneck speed type tournament. We really want to get these first games out of the way, don't we? Yes, we do, because I think everybody wants to see how anyone's Legends and Top Esports are doing after their Worlds performance, first and foremost, right? But before we do that, we need to get through the groups, and there's 2 group stages coming through. Everybody's going to play best of 3, but the best thing about the tournament is that we're bringing back the blind picks, and I am so excited for it. We just saw double mirror matches
Double
with the
mirror
Oriana's men.
matchups.
We're almost at, yeah, it was a double mirror match, wasn't it? Way back when, I remember seeing the big old plays from Faker going, oh my god, Faker, what was that with the double set, with the Z on Z play? Man, those were the times. We're bringing those back. We're bringing back the good times, Rude Dude.
One of the biggest plays in League of Legends history is because of blind pick. Hopefully we get to see some more of them. Spark some interest back into those blind pick games, and we'll see how well this takes in the global space. Obviously, the last thing that they tried to do in terms of things like this was Fearless, which has now been co-opted by pretty much the entire world. So there's a very real possibility that this ends up, I would say, having an impact in the world of League of Legends as we go a little bit further on.
The new golden standard?
Yeah,
Blind pick last game? But
I
what
don't know if
about
it's going to take as
Fearless?
well. I don't know if it's going to be picked up as well as Fearless did, but it could be, and that's the thing.
Hey man, LPL is the pioneers of the esports scene and alongside the LCK. But before we dive a little bit deeper into what we're about to see here, we do have the teams to go through. So we do have 2 rosters to show you guys. First and foremost, I'd like to take a look at FRK. We're talking about old legends, retired players, and overall a stream team more than ready to take on Team WE.
Yeah, Fearness in the top lane, Hacker jungle, Crying, former RNG mid laner, SMLZ looking dripped out in his player profile, and Wink played just last season in 2025, was a part of JDG for a little while, and had a good run on Invictus Gaming as well. So there are lots of old heads, a couple of faces that are still very much in the mixer when it comes to competitive League of Legends.
Hey, and if we need to talk about competitive League of Legends, SMLZ's last official competitive team while he was participating in the LPL was actually Team WE, where he retired back in 2022. He has been somewhat active as a streamer, somewhat active as a player as well. He played in the Legends Cup last year as well for Team Blood. He played this year for Omnipotence as well, but overall his last official appearance in the LPL has been with Team WE, so it could be a little bit of a thing. He wants to show that he was worthy of that spot in the squad.
Yeah, and about 3 years ago as well at that, so it's definitely been a good time since he's been put onto the big stage like this. We will see if he can still hold his own, or whether those glimpses at the various different tournaments that he's been a part of are going to make that difference, and maybe that's a showcase for what we can have to come. Obviously a team full of new and old faces, so we'll see how they gel together and how much that they can challenge this WE team.
Yeah, speaking of Team WE, we do need to take a look at who FRK are going to be facing up against. And Team WE, much like what we saw them on their last split on the LPL, we do have Cube top, Monkey in the jungle, Karis mid lane, About, and Yao Yao filling off the bot lane here.
Yeah, 2 new bot laners picked up for WE after Taeyun moved over to Korea, and now we've got Monkey and Karis as those real lifebloods of this WE roster, it feels like, where the rest of the composition has either been changed or isn't something that we really want to highlight, let's say. I think Cube has had a pretty tumultuous time of things in the LPL, has always found himself as a pretty consistent top laner, but not necessarily a standout top laner. And now it's about how well Monkey can captain this ship for me, because in split number 1, WE absolutely floundered. In split number 2, Monkey came in and absolutely sought to wreak havoc over the LPL, and did so with very good successes. And then in split number 3, we sort of found a middle ground where they weren't particularly dominant but weren't particularly weak either, and maybe we'll get to see WE excel with a new bot lane, or hopefully with the leadership of Monkey they can do the same.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Monkey one of the highlight players of Split 3 on the LPL with some of the most amounts of MVPs through the games?
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
he was standing at 9.
In WE's wins, it was Monkey or bust, and he really was carrying the flag for them. I think maybe 1 or 2 pop-off games from Taeyun in the back half of Split 2023, Split 5, but it was the Monkey show, and it's really good to see that he actually had that, because you know they've got these 2 solo laners that I think didn't quite have the impact that people would have hoped them to have. They bought Karis in from the LCK Challengers League last year, and his impact, it really didn't have that big effect that you'd want from a Challengers player from the LCK. But Monkey came in and absolutely tore things up in the LPL, so it's a complete difference. It is really good to see that he is such a powerful point, and also for WE fans, it's really good to see that he's still on the roster.
No, absolutely. I mean, if there is any hope for Team WE, I guess it would have been Monkey, right? But above all, after they've all had a little break, we expect to see a refreshed Team WE coming into the Demacia Cup 2025. But the challenge, it's not going to be easy. Like I said, I do have high hopes for FRK. I do believe that they are a competent team, because I give a lot of respect over to experience, and there is quite a bit of experience coming out of FRK, I'm going to be honest with you.
There is. What I'll say to counter that is I give a lot of credit and points over to discipline. And if there's one thing that I know, it's that when you're in that team organized environment, you are going to be much more disciplined about how you play your scrims, how you practice, and all this sort of thing. If you're a streamer, you want to take a day off, you take a day off. You're a player, you want to take a day off, you better have a darn good reason for why you're taking that day off, or, woe betide you when the GM comes in and finds that you're not playing solo queue.
Nah, fair enough. I mean, still, you need to be disciplined to be a live streamer, A man's gotta earn his own bread, so there's gotta be a lot more self-taught discipline. But without further ado, we are jumping into draft here. We already do see that the Jace has been banned. Jace, who has received recent buffs for the jungle, and just last game, he was blind picked into said jungle. Aatrox is also removed alongside Varus, Poppy, and Azir.
Yeah, so we'll see whether or not that Orianna gets taken off the board, or the Nico could be removed as well. Both of these two picks highly sought after in our previous series. It's the Nico that's taken, so Orianna up for grabs here in the mid lane if Cryin wants this. And we'll see whether or not that gets locked in. Could very well be this blind pick toward the top side, as well as the Rumble taken off the board. Has been really the top tier mid lane, or top laner rather, since the beginning of 2025, and remains that way as we close out the year.
Yep, but on the flip side, WWE do pick up two very, very powerful carries here in the form of a Yunara for the AD carry and an Ambessa for the top lane of Cube. We're talking about the volatility, and Ambessa can be kind of a volatile champion, though I was going to say there are some indicators that Ambessa could go into Monkey's hands as well.
That's what I was going to say, is that this isn't necessarily Ambessa in the top lane. Yes, it might be a good matchup, and Cube could very well take this pick and have a great time of things, but if he finds an answer in the top lane that he really, really wants to play that isn't the Ambessa, there's a very real possibility that Monkey takes this into his own hands. Post level 6 starts to destroy people from afar. So we actually get to see Hacker now. I mean, he's got double AP solo lane as we needed to see. Something big out of the jungle and out of that AD role. So Kiana gets locked in, but it's another assassin. We are diving in as WE already. Akali, Ambessa, Yunara even can go forward, and that's exactly what this WE comp are doing.
Now, absolutely all they need now is to round the team out with a little bit of a tank, like a Rel, like, I don't know, a Leona, something that can sustain a little bit of damage and follow up on those massive engages coming out of the rest of the squad. On FRK side, I like the Kiana. She's not necessarily a great ball delivery system, but she is one of the fastest junglers in terms of clear times. But she is very reliant on having a good early game to really be able to show her her strength.
Yeah, being the assassin onto the Yunara is going to be that tricky task that you're expecting Hacker to try and take down. I do quite like Kiana and the synergy that it has with Rumble in particular. When you slam everybody into the wall and then you lay that equalizer on said wall, it does become quite the combo to try to deal with. We'll take a look at the amount of mobility that there is on WE. They have a significant amount of ways of escaping things like Supreme Display of Talent, Shockwave, these big ticket ultis that are going to be coming through for FRK, whether it be a dash from Yunara, the 17 dashes Akali has, and the Ambessa as well. I mean, something like a Poppy in the support role even for Wink wouldn't go amiss, because he's going to get so much value.
It's banned. Poppy. They themselves, WE banned.
They got
Poppy
rid of it.
In the first rotation. Yeah, but look at the second rotation of bans here from Team WE. Anything that could promote disengage, they've taken out. Take out the Renata Glass, take out the Yallastar, and the Cyan pick. Oh my goodness, if Icefire Aid was here, he'd be losing his mind, because I love Cyan. Cyan is a champion that I've flexed into the jungle for the longest of times, and I've finally been redeemed because that damn champion is good in the jungle again, and we have double flex for the jungle in top.
Yeah, so this Scion, could very well go up into that top lane, could very well end up in the jungle. We will see who fancies their chances on the big soul furnace of a tank in either side of the rift. But FRK lock in their bot side, and they go scaling focused. SMLZ picks up a smolder here in the first game of this best of 3, so a little bit more reserved, taking a little bit of time to try to scale up. but does also give him a little bit of a tool to be able to get out of the danger that is being provided by Karis, by Monkey, by Cube. And with that big front line being put up here, AC, it is the Lulu that comes into the support role to actually round out this composition. So saying, actually, just because we've been able to take this hyper tank into the top side, we actually feel confident that we don't need a tank in the support, and we can enable about this new AD carry for Team WE that we've seen nothing from in the LPL thus far. Let's see how he fares in game number 1 here, being given pretty much all of the carry responsibilities here. Yes, there's an Akali on his side, but more so Yunara with a Lulu in your back pocket. You're expected to be the carry.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always been an apologist of having Yunara with an enchanter. A lot of people, or historically ever since Yunara was released, teams prefer to have Yunara with something that can keep her alive by throwing a tank into the bot lane. More recently, we've been seeing players in bot lanes and teams experiment with enchanters with Yunara. I personally do like a good Lulu pairing up with the Yunara, and the fact that you have such a massive tank in the top lane, the fact that you have such a prolific bruiser in the jungle, and more times than I do feel like FRK are going to have a lot of trouble with the Akali from Team WE, so they will have their hands full with that mid lane from Karis, so much so that you can justify having the Lulu with the Yunara in the bot lane, and I don't think SMLZ and Wing can do much about it.
No, they're probably not planning on fighting really at all. The power of this Smolder comes from his late game, where you've got that cashback rune once again that's going to be picking up lots and lots of gold. We will see if SMLZ can make his way through this game, as we are heading in now with that cut down rune on the Smolder, so he can get rid of the Scion HP, hopefully that little bit more effectively.
Let's see what happens, because it's game 1, ladies and gentlemen. FRK on the blue side, Team WE on the red side, and we already see a naughty little swap coming through. Cube trying to pick up some information from the bot lane of FRK, while the bot lane of Team WE, somewhere around the top side, you saw about coming up top. We do see that Monkey might be forced to flash out of this position, but the man has 2 dashes. It's level 1. He's got 1Q, 2Q. He's out of there.
So just to consolidate on what we had, it is Monkey taking the Ambessa into the jungle. So again, those slight jungle ratios that she got given in the off-season have really pushed her into this position now where you can actually take her into this role. And I would imagine pre-level 6, not all that threatening. However, post-level 6, with that public execution, we might see some pretty darn scary Ambessa ganks coming to the fold. Now, I really like the fact that we saw Cube come down here early on. It means he sacrificed his trinket to give extra laning prio to Yao Yao and About. Again, these are the changes that WE made in the off-season. This is the duo that they bought in to replace Taeyun and make sure that they could replace Vampire as well, one of the actual linchpin pieces of this WE roster in Split 3. Now no longer a part of the squad. Let's give a little bit of prio over to Yao Yao and About. Let's see what they can do.
I just wanted to point out that it's not the first time that we've seen Ambessa in the jungle. It's been a rogue pick here and there, especially in the LTA South. There's a particular jungle, or jungler in this case, within the team. I'm trying to remember who it is. I think he's Asian American, but he has been playing Ambessa in the jungle. He has showed the champion and the pick throughout the regular split of the LTA South, and he was massively proficient with it. With the buffs that Ambessa received, I'm confident that it's more than enough to really put a spanner in the works here of FRK. It's an unpredictable pick. It's very, very fast on the clears as well, and the sustain is incredible.
Yeah,
and there's one thing is, and there's another thing, because the weakest point of Ambessa is her early game. If you're in a jungle, you don't really care about your early game now, do you?
No, you're able to quite easily circumvent that and sort of use those levels from the jungle to get you through that rough part. It's why these assassin junglers are actually really doing quite well. You know, Kiana's able to forfeit the fact that she is not a champion level 1 by clearing blue buff and then becoming a champion. It actually helps out quite significantly, and you can see that Monkey already, you know, pre-330 on the clear is already looking to walk in and invade, unfortunately. Playing up against a Kiana, she's got the pace to try and match you, and both of our junglers are going to be at those crabs the second that they spawn. will take their recalls or move back out onto the map, try and find some vision laid down. You can see Ward in the over the red buff wall from Monkey, and we'll see if Hacker looks to put down a response ward as he just pops one onto the ramp up into the Raptors.
Karius might be in trouble here. Maybe the Akali needs to find a place in the jungle as well, because Wink now gets caught off in the bush. SMLZ just backs away to that one. I mean, it's Smolder, and I'm pretty sure Wink is not having a great time because Wink is playing Rakan. Rakan wants to engage. Smolder just wants to chill until he's stacked. We probably will see Wink recalling now and just going out and about through his day as we see him start moving towards the mid lane where a lot more action seems to be going on right now.
Yeah, there is a fine balance with Smolder because you obviously do get stacks from trading. So your ability to trade safely but without actually costing your support or your own HP is a very niche skill that actually Smolder really innately trains you for. So if you can work your way up to 25 stacks before your first recall, you actually feel pretty good because from there on in, every instance of stacking that you get becomes a lot easier. For example, you hit 25 stacks, getting to 125 is a lot easier. You hit 125, getting to 225 becomes even faster. So it's those first 25 stacks which often are the hardest to get, and you can see that About and Yao Yao tried to try and make that road as difficult as possible. But looking at the first recall, SMLZ goes back to base, he picks up a pickaxe, and he's only one stack away, so he last hits one creep with a Q, and then all of a sudden, he can start working his way through those upgrades nice and quickly. I think so far, for FRK, they'll be very happy with the position that SMLZ is in.
Oh, no. I mean, absolutely. He's matching in CS right now. Though I do see that there is the call in the hands of About now that he did recall. And that's going to give him a little bit of a bump coming up into the mid-game. Monkey now around mid lane as well. And I just wanted to bring back the point of the LTA South jungler. It was Griffin from Loud Esports that started bringing about the Ambessa in the jungle and started giving LTA South teams a little bit of a headache, especially towards the second half of the last split. But ultimately didn't make it to playoffs. Now, we are looking at Monkey nowhere near in sight. Shockwave does not land on Karius whatsoever. Perfect execution over the wall does not find Hacker or Crime, but he's straight back into the action here as Hacker drives by the mid lane, but without that big Shockwave crying.
Yeah, I mean, it was a flash for an ulti trade there, so I think overall Kara's probably still going to take that because he's playing the Akali, such a slippery champion anyway, that you are most likely able to get out of these sticky situations once that ulti is back up and available. That being said, Hacker walking over a ward through the mid lane to know that he's looking for this dragon. There are 4 people here from WE looking.
Oh, you're in trouble now, Hacker. He just walks straight into that one, but the spring display of talent only catches one player. First blood drops in the favor of About Dragon for Team WE, and all hell breaks loose as FRK blindly walk into the river.
Yeah, I guess they knew that this was happening and decided to go without their mid laner anyway, which is one of those things that you just kind of have to question and accept and move on with your day. FRK, they're throwing their jungler in an attempt to steal away that dragon. Unsuccessfully so, unfortunately, as it is actually going to be that first pickup nicely secured by WE, and Monkey once again back to his objective securing ways.
Oh. Big red inches, but Wink is not going to get anything out of that one. No, absolutely. And we're talking about a jungler, Hacker, who's playing a champion that definitely needs a snowball. And being 0-1 right now, losing this time, going through the respawn time, or having to get back into the jungle, getting back into the saddle, and just starting to get behind in camps, even though you're one of the fastest clearers, is not going to help you. It's not going to help you at all transitioning into the mid game. 7 minutes in, we don't see that big of an advantage, but we do see unstoppable onslaught from Cube straight towards the bot side of the map, so he doesn't have to, or didn't have teleport, nor does he have to invest it. He's back in the game here, and he's going to get a little bit priority over Fearness.
I'm really glad you mentioned the fact that we don't have a lead either side at the minute, because I think both of these teams are quite happy to sort of sit and wait. You know, we think about the power that these late game teams have, both of these rosters are playing with very, very high power AD carries as we move into the late game. And I would say that SMLZ is going to be able to stack relatively freely as we move into that late game. If he's just hitting cube on repeat, that's thousands of stacks that he might end up, maybe not thousands, but it's a good amount of stacks that he's going to be able to secure himself on when we hit these team fights. One of the problems with Smolder that sometimes, and this is in very niche scenarios, that can happen, is when you just hit really squishy members, you only get 2 stacks off of killing them. But when you're trying to fight Cube, you know, you can probably expect to get 5, 6, 7 stacks out of them every single time that you're trying to take him down. And I'd be very surprised if SMLZ doesn't spend just a little bit of time here essentially hitting the stack stick as he just tries to press Q, press W, and that's 2 extra stacks.
So you're telling me that WE are crippling themselves by assigning Cube to be up against SMLZ? Public execution does not land. It's such a thin little line that Mbessa has. They wanted to go for crying. They don't quite get it. They had everything set up. The double snipers over there, but this is going to be a plate actually falling in favor of SMLZ. That's a lot of free gold for the little dragon.
Yeah, and importantly as well is that this experience is very solo. If we take a look at the experience gap between the ADs at the minute, is about half a level behind SMLZ. Now, we have to remember that this is because WE swapped up to try and get some Void Grubs. But if we take a look at how many they actually got, they only ended up with 1 of them, where 2 of the grubs went to FRK. So overall, not the greatest swap that we've seen from WE instituted this time round. But the gold lead is just barely in favor of About. Now, this comes from the kill that he was able to pick up and the fact that that cull is slowly working its way toward completion. You know, give it 7-8 waves time and we'll have that cull be fully completed, and About can continue to find that advantage and maybe push that lead that little bit further.
All right. Oh, About just completely ignores Wink and goes straight up at SMLZ. Double summoners already popped from the bot lane of FRK, both the heal and the flash from SMLZ. Now About seems to be in a better position over here as they start pushing towards this tower. Could be a dangerous position, could be promoting a dive, but there's no one nearby from Team WE to actually follow up to this play.
Yeah, the thing with Smolder at this stage in the game, right, you've got 25 stacks, it means you just need 2 Qs on the backline and you're going to end up taking it down, so it makes any dive threat pretty much redundant because the way that wave gets cleared out, it happens so quickly. You can see SMLZ trying to get some damage back onto About, as you know, that's not the easiest task when you've got people like Monkey sniffing around and making your life essentially a living hell.
Yeah, but now they just need to force SMLZ to stay in the bot lane. You have About trying to dive in, trying to get the damage in, but SMLZ just takes 2 steps back, calls in the teleport from Fearness, but we're actually crying, and they don't want anything to do with crying. They could have gone for the 3-man gank here on the mid laner, but they just decide to recall, get the timers ready because there's objectives About.
Yeah, exactly. If they spend that time going for crying there, it means that they're probably going to be delayed to that dragon, have to take their resets that little bit later. Crying also has flash, has shockwave, has phase rush as well. Despite the fact it was a 3v1, odds of taking down the Orianna, not the highest. So I like the heads up play from WE. They're going to play it safe. They're going to secure themselves, hopefully, the objective in that bot side and push themselves to that second dragon. It's a Chemtech that's just spawned, which will put them quite nicely at a 2-0 if they can find it.
Yep, absolutely. 2 objectives here for the feats of strength could be important for the scaling of Team WE, but the first team on the site is actually FRK. They're already setting up vision around the objective. Most of their jungle is completely warded. Pixel is also on the hands of FRK. Kind of a ball drop from Team WE to not maintain control over the riverside, but let's see what they can do. They're going for a death ball coming down the river from the mid lane, pushing in together, clearing out everything that FRK have worked for, and they're being ran straight into a pinch. They're forced to engage on Karis. The ball is right on the smoke screen, but they're splitting their attentions. Monkey straight for Wink. Wink goes back in with the grand entrance. Hacker right around the corner as well. Perfect execution onto the jungler. If they get the smite, this is good for Team WE, but the display of talent isn't going to get him anything done. Wink falls. Hacker goes in next, but they're able to survive. Smite is still available from FRK. Will Team WE engage on the dragon?
A very interesting fight down on this bot side. Karis distracted the mid laner of Crying and actually made it so that he couldn't contribute, essentially making it so it was easy for the support to fall, and That was a really dicey situation that Kara's found himself in. Manages to go in, sort of bait out Crying, make sure he doesn't contribute to the fight, and then it will end up in securing the dragon as well. For all of the fighting and all of the action here, AC, we've only found 2 kills thus far. WE that are coming out on top, finding themselves just that little bit of an advantage. Now, I do want to point out quickly, SMLZ here, take a look at this. Q takes him up to 125 stacks. That means he walks up, he Qs the backline, and the backline dies. That's 3 stacks every single wave. It's going to make it even easier now for him to start stacking up and working his way towards that 225. This Smolder has not been punished enough for me to be concerned about it, and I think that later on in this game, it's going to be WE that are paying that price. If they can kill the Smolder, then great. But if they struggle in that venture, they are really going to be finding themselves without too many avenues to success.
No, Monkey's been mostly concerned about mid lane for the time being. I mean, both teams have been kind of neglecting their bot half of the map. But let's see if WE actually have a response for that Smolder, because as it stands, like you said, he is kind of setting up for the 20-minute mark stack, but the Shockwave gets nothing. Cube is just tanking that tower like it's no one's business. It's a Scion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the League of Tanks, as now WE back off with Monkey on the assist, Cube flashing out as well, but Crying, he's got nothing for the next fight.
I mean, in fairness, the fact that Crying survived there is a pretty big win. Might not this one, though.
Oh, what are we doing here as Wing might be in trouble? Monkey's trying to sustain through. Decimating Smash doesn't land, and now 3 players are coming down to try to take down Cube, but he is looking massive at 1/3 of HP. It takes 3 players to get him down, but Hacker finally manages to chomp down his HP bar with a display of power.
A really, really wise shadow there by Wink, showing some of his competitive recency. Just knows where he needs to be, knows when he needs to be there, and turns around that play single-handedly. Monkey lands this time on the public execution, but doesn't manage to find the finishing touches. A great Gleaming Quill, summon a heal, effectively adding 600 HP to Crying there, where he looked like he was very, very low, but between the shields and the heals, there wasn't actually enough in the tank for Monkey to take down the Orianna, and be that as it may, baited in a little bit extra, finds 2 kills with Cube falling afterwards.
I feel like it was a matter of timing. I feel like Team WE could actually have killed Crying if Cube would have been patient enough to allow Monkey to jump in at a good timing. I feel like Cube might have been tanking the tower for a little bit too long, that forced him to flash out and allowed FRK to actually respond. But at the end of the day, fact of the matter is, FRK have tied in kills and are looking good for the mid game. Perfect execution from Karis allows him to walk away with the Akali, still trying to dish out a little bit of damage on the front line of Wink, but WE, they're being forced straight back into their jungle. They're not allowed to regain any territory on this Dragon Pit.
2 minutes before it spawns, they're going to have time to go back to base and secure themselves a little bit of at least those wards back in their back pocket. And you know, we're looking in this mid lane. I want to take your attentions to those player portraits. Just below the player portraits is a purple bar which indicates experience. SMLZ's just dinged over to level 11, where about is barely even level 10. It is, like you're saying, about a full level of advantage for this FRK ADC now. And about on this Yunara has had that first kill, has got the Kraken finished, but working towards a Zeal item on second, but he's very, very much struggling, I will say, relative to the pace of this game. Is not a strong Yunara just yet. Probably wants that Infinity Edge to be finished before he will be. And it looks like SML's waiting for that second.
Quickness goes straight for the backline. They find About. About might be in trouble, but the Wild Growth does keep him alive for the time being. Hacker's trying to chase away, but the Flash Equalizer is great. About is in trouble. Nowhere to go but back to base, and Yao Yao is going to be cuddling with him on the pit.
And that's 2 for nothing off the back of a Flash Equalizer. One of the lesser seen Flash combos out of top lane. But Fearness actually makes it work there. It traps About on the side of the wall so he can't get out to safety. And actually puts FRK probably back into the gold lead here. TP's down to the bot side to catch the wave that's coming in. Top wave is caught by Crying because he's able to just walk up here. And now Hacker can take the Herald as well.
And it's so free. That is going to put the match in terms of objectives here. It's 2 for... Wait, is it 2 for 2? Or are they already on the feats of strength? Because that was a massive engage from Wink.
We will find out after we get out of this replay, but the fact that About lives the start of this is pretty big. And then, again, Fearness, just keep your eyes. He flashes to get in range and make sure that that equalizer extends all the way back to the brush. About maybe a bit caught in two minds, knows he can't walk over it, knows he can't stay there. Has to pick one of them, and the lesser of two evils is to get a shorter death time or a quicker death timer and find his way back to the fountain. Even still, we find ourselves back out of this where the feat of warfare has been secured by FRK. We're still waiting on those feat of objectives. It's 2-2 right now as first brick goes towards WE. So we are waiting very patiently to see who can take this dragon. It has now spawned 18, 19 minutes into the game, AC, with only a 1k gold disparity. This game's still very much up for grabs.
It is, but at the same time, there's so much gold that we're not accounting for, and I can't take my eyes out of SMLZ. Like, if we're looking straight at the AD carries, they had, like, SMLZ had a full level of advantage with no real indicators on why that was happening. They both had the same time around waves. They both had the same, pretty much, CS.
Look at the supports. You can see Yao Yao is a level up over Wink, which is where that's come from. Wink has been sacrificing, has been moving Fearness.
Oh, Fearness might be in trouble. Yeah, that's going to be a rumble down for the count. That's probably going to be Team WE securing the feats of strength here with the last dragon. I don't feel like FRK have any way to go into unless Cube decides to unstoppable onslaught straight into the backline without anyone from Team WE being able to back up. Dragon finally falls for Team WE, but the call is just do not engage, Cube. Stop it. Bad Cube.
All right, and they back away. They find one kill and put themselves to sole point. And again, this game of I'll say inches at this point because there's only a 1,500 gold lead. And yes, there's this 3 Drakes now that WE have, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Smolder's about to go back to base. SMLZ will have the Infinity Edge on recall. And that's going to be something very, very devastating to try to deal with, as he actually opts into a dagger third, meaning that he's probably going for the RFC. Might have actually liked to see the Lord Dominic's Regard or the Mortal Reminder picked up to make sure that the healing or the damage that he's doing to the tanks in the front line get amplified a little bit, but he seems to be going a different direction as the Atacon has now spawned. It's 2 items across the board for FRK, where WE only got 2 items on their jungle and their AD carry. This is their time to try and fight. They might be thinking in their heads, we need to wait till SMLZ has got his upgrade until he's got those 25 stacks, or 225 stacks. But really, I think it should be going now.
We're 20 stacks away. It's waitable. 20 stacks is perfectly waitable to a dude.
20 stacks is 3 waves. Yeah. That's a minute and a half. That's time for the second items to come through.
He just needs to spit on Sion twice. That's all he needs.
Well, we'll see if you can get him there, because that's a large distance to try and get to the Sion. And you say this, but 3 waves is a minute and a half. That's time for WE to go back to base, pick up those second items. It's time for Shadow Flame to be finished. Time for the second tank item to be picked up for Cube. And at that point, you're then thinking, well, now we're all on parity and we've wasted that window. But we will see what FRK look for. We've seen way too many Atacon throws already, so I am all for teams waiting and making sure that they've got the appropriate setup for that before we never have to see this buff ever again. And, with that being said, it's a question of what FRK are looking for on the top side. Looks like Supreme Display of Talent and Mom are both used.
Yep, and that means Karis is out of the fight, putting WE on a very, very poor position and allowing SMLZ extra time to finish stacking. FRK are playing around SMLZ. They're protecting the president, and Mr. President, he is just about ready to start cooking up some plays here against Team WE. Now, Sion might be an issue. Like you were saying, there's no real way to actually chomp down on his HP bar, unless you're looking for Fearness. Yeah, the man has Eliandries, but SMLZ needs a gateway to actually start shredding big HP bar. Look at that, he's stacked! He's stacked! He's up for it! 225!
22 and a half minutes. He is ready to go now, AC. Should be looking to take any team fights that they can. But Shadow Flame's been picked up now for Karis, and that threat onto the Smolder, certainly something that we need to see utilized. WE have a dive composition. They've got Ambessa, Sion, and Akali. They need to find access to this Smolder. If they can't do that, their composition will not work, as you can see About actually doing some really good damage early on.
Ooh, that polymorph was big. Wink was ready to jump on about, but he couldn't quite find it. But I do want to bring your attention over to Hacker. His second item was straight into a Serpent's Fang. Oh, public execution does not land. Hacker flashes away from the unstoppable onslaught, but the tower goes down for Team WE. 4-man stack in the bot lane. Crying solo taking tier 1 top, and it does seem good. A good status quo here for FRK. Will SMLZ be caught off alone here? Karis doesn't quite find the courage to jump over the wall and try to take down the baby dragon as Otacon is started by Monkey.
Crying level 15, nearly level 16 so early on into the game is very scary to look at, but you can see SMLZ may be caught.
Oh,
he's just dead.
SMLZ is definitely caught. Mom was called, but it's not enough. And now Hacker's trying to steal away the Otacon. 2k HP. Wink flashes back to try to get someone, but it's Crying that steals it, and he gets a kill on Monkey as well. Everybody's debuffed. Crying falls for the sins of his team, but ultimately secures the Otacon for FRK. Anything else here is a bonus. Cube goes bye-bye, I'm done with this, and we have a pause straight after the Otacon.
Yeah, somebody's not happy with that. Somebody's not happy with what just happened, and you know, WE, they lose out on that Atacon. It's a big pickup for FRK, and you have to give good props to Crying there for being able to actually pick up what was a crucial neutral objective. It looks like the fight has gone the way of WE, so if they did find that objective, it would have been a clean sweep for them. However, FRK managed to steal away that Atacon, so now there's still a little bit of fighting power. That little bit of experience has gone into their back pocket, and we talked about the fact that Crying was level 15. On top of the Atacon as well, he's going to be dinging 16, 23, 24 minutes into this game. A very, very fed Orianna that we do need to remember.
But she is playing Mosquito Orianna. That's a Rod of Ages with a, oh, darn it. What's that?
Horizon Focus, I think. The second
Horizon Focus, yeah. That is a very big Mosquito Orianna, but it's still enough to steal an Otacon. And I'm so glad that a full season has elapsed since the introduction of Otacon, and we're still flipping the objective as if it was just introduced. It is amazing.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? We couldn't end 2025 without some more Atacon throws, so it's always good to get a couple in before we close out the season and before we never see it ever again. Back into live, though, you can see the overall landscape of that fight. It was a 4-for-1, so a complete landslide, really, in favor of WE. But they're still down in gold, and that's because the Atacon went over to FRK, and I think that, on top of the fact that this Smolder is getting scarier and scarier, yes, he's now reached peak in terms of the stacks that he can with the bonuses that it grants, but he's going to get stronger still.
Yeah. Also, I feel like the gold is dead even because, like we said, Crying was actually taking tier 1 top as well. FRK did not skip a beat here on this objective. They didn't just lie back and see it go away, but it was the shockwave that took it. Monkey was not in range to smite at 900. Shockwave just went, thank you. We'll catch you next flight.
And you can see that About doing such a good job on this Yunara, you know, that power of the Enchanter really helping him out.
Oh, that's
making sure that he can stay safe. And as you quite rightly allude to here, AC, where are FRK? The Soul has spawned and they're trying to clear out a topside. Successfully so, granted, but it's come at quite the price.
Yeah, and it's an Infernal Soul. It's something that would definitely benefit FRK here if they wanted to progress throughout game number 1. Oh, what a perfect public execution coming through from Team WE. SMLZ is down, and the massive threat of the baby dragon being stacked is taken out, meaning that WE just absolutely take over the map here.
Yeah, and bot side, Karis 1v1's Fierceness under the turret. Manages to take him down. That was a little bit ago, it looks like, because he's now already back up and spawned. Must have been whilst we were in the replay after the Atacon. And that's what's led to them being able to walk into the mid lane so easily and just secure themselves a freebie, really, onto SMLZ. It's unfortunately the second time that SMLZ has been caught out, once walking from the mid lane down to that bot side fight around the Atacon, now also in the mid lane where he's getting public executioned under the turret. Not quite with the support of his team, and you can argue, well, should he be there alone or should his team be there to support him? The point is that he's missing out on time there.
but he's got no peel. The composition from FRK is built around having engages, having damage. Hacker might be in trouble as the supreme display of talent has been used, but Cube's the one that takes the kill. Winks between a rock and a hard place, and right over the wall you have Karis throwing down shurikens, throwing down the kunais, and taking everybody home with them. About his 5-1-1, and this is as good as you wanted Team WE to be on at this point in time, because Baron hasn't looked so free in ages, and look at Karis baiting everything out of FRK. Mom is used, Equalizer is used, and Karis just flashes away with health bar.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Karis goes back in there when the overheat's active, but no, he thinks better of it. He's got 16 stacks on a Medjai's that he's got to try to protect. The stasis there working and paying dividends. A very successful venture for Karis this game, and you can see SMLZ trying as he might to try and pick up creeps, but he's got no front line. There's nobody to stand in front of this Akali, of this Ambessa, of this Sion that are just charging at him. And unfortunately, without having that LDR, without having a Mortal, he doesn't have the damage to cut through Cube and cut through Monkey.
No, he doesn't really have anything to do much. And the third item, like you correctly predicted, is going to be the rapid fire cannon. Isn't going to give him a lot of tools to actually progress through with his game. That range buff, I don't feel like it's going to help him stay clear of the massive front line that WE have, because they have so much dive potential, and FRK just have nothing to stop it. Absolutely nothing.
It's probably good to try and poke out a carry who you can maybe catch a little bit off guard when they expect you to be a little bit shorter range than you actually are, but that's not really going to be the case. Looking at the way that these teams have been positioned, WE are always with Cube in front, and this has been the WE mantra for a while, is that they put Cube up front, sacrifice his own individual situation for the good of whatever it is the rest of their map is doing. Be it Monkey on the Ambessa this time, or be it About on this Yunara. 5-1-1. We talked about the fact that she wouldn't really be doing damage until that Infinity Edge is there. Well, guess what? The Infinity Edge is ready, and there are no tanks that are going to stand in the way of her.
Nope. And if there are, there's already a Lord Dominix as well in the inventory of About to actually shred through them. So you're, future-proofing your build as good as you can. Team W are setting up nicely as they've taken out every single Tier 2 tower on the field of FRK. They're
basically tied down to the perimeter of their base, and they're not allowed to leave. And Team WE, well, they just need to find a path to actually close out the game. One good fight, one good pick is all they need.
Well, I'll turn your attention to the top right-hand side of your screens, people at home. There is an Elder Drake spawning in 2 minutes, and whilst that may seem a little bit further away, I think it's the most likely instance, although About...
Jeez Louise, even About is frontlining at this point in time. It don't matter if FSMLZ has RFC or not. He's just going to eat it like a champ. And look at About, he's still alive. Hacker tries to go in, he doesn't find the kill on About. What a flop there from FRK. And the dive happens as Monkey goes in for the public execution, leaving nobody left but Fearless under the 2 towers of the Nexus. It's open mid here for Team WE as they're looking to close the game.
Open season as well. WE take game number 1. It's once again an L for our stream teams. And WE return to their winning ways to begin their venture in Demacia Cup.
And what a way to begin. I mean, Team WE, it felt like they kind of floundered through the earlier stages of the game, but the game plan was set. You just focus. It's all about what's up in here. You focus on the objective. You see that Nexus, you run at it. You don't care about, oh, but Smolder is stacking. Smolder is not an issue. Smolder doesn't have anything to protect him. Sure, he can self-peel to something, right, to some degree, but the late game, look at that graph, Rude Dude.
Yeah, there was very little post 20 minutes, 25 minutes maybe, that it felt like SMLZ could do, and unfortunately it did come from him getting picked out a couple of times, right? If he doesn't get picked at that Atakan fight, does the fight look different? If he doesn't get picked walking his way through mid lane a little bit later on, does that game look a little bit different? You may argue maybe it does, but Karis on the Akali, a fantastic performance from him. This was a pocket pick back from Split 3, and it's good to see that even in the Demacia Cup, he's not afraid of trying to pull it out when he needs to. Especially into this matchup versus the Orianna, we all know you survive the early game, and then post level 6, it's really the Akali's running the Rift.
Yeah, there was just way too much backline access from Team WE divided. When you think about what champions Team WE had, you have a Sion, you have an Akali, you have an Ambessa. Those are massive dive champions. You have nothing to stop them because the second rotation of bans from Team WE was just perfect. Take out the Alistar, there's no way you can disengage. Take out the Renata Glass, there's no way you can disengage. You're running out of options. And the composition of FRK just didn't have space to throw anything in it. They wanted to have a quick game and have SMLZ as their safeguard for the late game. Just didn't. It just had no way of working out. And I feel like the Otacon steal really put the nail in the coffin there.
Well, I think that if WE had have taken the Atacon, the nail may have been sewn a little bit earlier, but the steal was probably the one good thing that we got post 20-25 minutes from FRK, and you can see again, this is just the youth of, or the wealth of experience really that this WE roster is clearly showing to you, in that Cube as a top laner has never been the standout, flashy, go all in kind of guy. But he's always been the one who's consistent and can actually, in these situations, make the call that actually this guy is not allowed to be under the tier 1 turret. I'm gonna make the call that somebody needs to go and kill him. And I think that whether that was Cube, whether that's Monkey, it doesn't really matter all that much. And the fact that they're making those calls is the more important part.
But Rude, that's the brilliancy of this draft. You put Cube on a champion that is just so forgiving. Like, the Sion just has way too many tools to keep himself alive. He gets silly tanky at different points in the game. He's just really hard to kill. And even though if you flop around a little bit, if you get dived a couple of times, you're still going to be a useful tool for your team, because you're still going to be stacking way over 4k HP past the 25-minute mark. And it's
Absolutely.
Just silly.
And you know, credit to Karis here, wins player of the game, taking us quite nicely with an 8-0-3 and 33% of his team's damage. That is a very, very respectable share, and a very incredible gold graph as well.
Yes, absolutely. But that being said, that is game 1 of this best of 3 series. Me and Rude, we're going to be taking a quick little break before we head into the second game, see if it's a 2-0 or if FRK have anything else to say on the series. We'll be right back with you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game of the second series of the debut of the Demacia Cup 2025. I'm still AC, and I'm still joined by Rude Dude, and what a game that we just witnessed. Team WE managed to turn it around across the mid-game against FRK.
Yeah, we got to see Karis pop off on the Akali, one of his pocket picks, signature champions in the mid lane, especially up against the Orianna as well. Felt like it was destined for WE this time round, where they kind of dangled the first pick of a Rumble or an Akali in their faces and then dealt with it quite nicely, it's worth saying. So WE take 1-0. I think coming into this, they're probably one of the favourites for the group to be top 1, maybe even. Maybe if they lose a series to be top 2, but I do think that FRK certainly have their a difficult time of things coming into this series, and be that as it may, they fought valiantly in game number 1. They were even in gold for the first 20-25 minutes or so, but then after that, a couple of sort of late game issues, a couple of picks onto SMLZ, and Team WE started to thrive again.
Yeah, I think it's a big difference here when you talk about an organized team that's been playing for a while together versus a streamer team that's, you know, not as organized, doesn't have as diligent of a training plan and all of that, because individually it looked good from top to bottom. FRK seemed to be holding their candle up against Team WE and actually keeping them at bay, going through plays, but it's in the macro that you saw the biggest differences. When we saw that first rotation towards the dragon, the first dragon that Team WE took, you just saw how Hacker walked blindly. Should we address the panda? I don't think we should. No. Anyway, just walked blindly straight towards the dragon and got himself killed. That was kind of the beginning of the notice that, yeah, FRK might not be all on the same page here.
Yeah, there were certainly just a couple of questionable decisions, and that's all I'll say. There were just a couple of bits that we weren't quite sure about, and they were importantly bits that WE, bless you, we're happy to get on with, you know. So WE did a really good job at punishing those mistakes, and getting into a position where they were able to actually extend that lead, and I think that was really important, and quite clearly showed that they were actually pretty much on the ball from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the rotations came through. There was still a steal on the Otacon, but ultimately the objective is bait. It is probably going to be the last tournament that we do see Otacon, so y'all better appreciate that objective while it still stands. You go into your Summoner's Rift games, you go over to Otacon, and you say, goodbye, Otacon, we'll be missing you, or not. It really depends on how you look at it. But for game number 2, there are 10 champions that are not going to be able to be played. And the first question that I do have is, would FRK prefer to stay on the blue side or transition over to red?
My guess is to stay on blue side, judging off the fact that we saw this from ZSM, or in the last series, judging off the fact that you can probably still get a very highly sought after pick with some slight dropping of bans. So what you can do on blue side is just drop one of those really high priority bans that you've had in game number 1, and then see what WE do in response. Are they going to then ban that same really powerful champion, in which case they're giving up one of their bans, or not? You know, there's lots of different adaptations that you can make. If they don't ban it and they stay with the same 3 bans, then you just get the champion that you've no longer banned. So there are plenty of tools up for FRK. Maybe we get to see some Jace get pulled out. Maybe the Aatrox gets to slip through as well. There are plenty of options that we can see to maybe try and switch up how this draft gets played out.
Ah, come on, where's my Ornn in the jungle? Man got buffed as well. Where's the... oh, man, I had a full list of things that I wanted to try in the jungle. Where's my Urgot in the jungle? I love that thing in the jungle as well. I didn't really get buffed, but, you know, it's just a weird little pick that's been relevant for a small fraction of time last year. But there are plenty of champions that are still yet to see the light of day coming into the next season, and this is one of the last tournaments that we are going to see, and we have the chance to see these weird picks coming through. We just saw Jace on the last series getting taken into the jungle, and there's quite a few options still available. The classic champions like Xin Zhao hasn't been too prioritized these days. Pantheon even hasn't, because, well, Pantheon's a little bit slower on the clears, but Zyra, you know, we've seen Zyra last game or last series as well.
Yeah,
and that's an interesting pick in of herself.
There are plenty of picks in that jungle that we could see be picked up. Now, of course, the question does just become, Is it actually going to be the case? And I think that in these best of 3 fearless is quite unlikely, because the depth of jungle pool that you need, it's a bit of a puddle as opposed to the necessity to be able to go all the way down into the champion ocean that you need to have in those best of 5s. I think that for me, looking at what's looking to be highly prized and highly sought after, we still haven't seen Misfortune taken yet in this series. I think that's one of the really big top tier AD carries. Varus as well, notably, always one of those picks that we need to be keeping our eyes out for in the LPL, as we've got so many proficient Varus players and everybody just loves to take this champion as poke. It's one of the most dopamine fueled ADs really. You just hit somebody from 3,000 units away with a nice long range arrow and they can't really do anything about it.
Nope, you see a big chunk of health coming down and all you see is a little exasperation. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves to see it, especially the players that are playing the Varus, though I am a fan of the on-hit Varus as well. But, we'll have to see what these players are cooking, because the unpredictability of having a streamer team filled with very proficient players, former professionals, former LPL stars as well, is that you can have some room for odder picks, for pocket picks, for things that are on the unpredictable side. And if you're just not ready to face off against those picks, it could mean a free game for the streamer team.
Yeah.
But, it could also be wishful thinking from my end. I like me a good underdog story.
Yeah, who doesn't? AC, I think we've got a little bit of time. We do not have a little bit of time. I was actually blatantly lying to you, but we have got a draft underway.
How dare.
And that Varus that we talked about, the Jace that we talked about for FRK, maybe they try and let them slip through? Absolutely not. They will be getting banned.
Anti-fun. And absolutely anti-fun. Jace also not going to see the light of day here, so they're not going to allow the jungle Jace to come through. Nico to try to prevent some weird dives being banned out from Team WE. Cowards banning out the Aatrox.
So all 3 of the bans, the exact same from game 1 to game 2. We'll see what that final ban ends up being. It is the Zyra, which is different. So the Poppy for WE is now something that is left open. And maybe this time around they just don't pick a load of dash champs and they can leave the Poppy open.
True, most of the dashers have already been locked out of on game number 1. There's still plenty, obviously. The thing about Poppy is that the champion itself can find a lot of value in various different circumstances, but I like how both teams are kind of playing around the Poppy. Neither team is picking many dashers. You do see the Pantheon locked in. It's kind of slower in the jungle clears right now, but not a lot of dashes to speak of as of yet. Right,
Pairs up nicely. Yeah, pairs up nicely with Karis on this Talia, though. You point the W at somebody and then they can't dodge the seismic shove. Really good position for this mid-jungle duo to find themselves in. Monkey and Karis were a really powerful part of their split 3 ventures. So we'll see whether or not they can mesh up well again in this second game, as FRK decide that the blind pick for their top side is going to be the Cassante. So Theonis now has to put his best dancing shoes on almost and give himself a good time in that top side, knowing he's going to be blind picked and counter picked by Cube.
I did see a Zahen getting hovered over. Is he available for the terminal already?
He is, yeah.
Oh, that is scary.
Saw him in off their series.
Oh, that is scary. Stop it. I don't like him. He scares me. He's like Aatrox, but better. Kind of.
He's locked in now.
Oh my lord. It's Zahen, ladies and gentlemen. Zahen for Team WE's top side, putting Pantheon in the jungle with the Talia in the mid lane. Now, we still need to see a bot lane getting formed from side to side, so the second rotation of banned, probably a lot of AD carries getting taken out, probably a lot of supports getting tagged out as well, but Sivir is the first option here for Team WE.
Yeah, and I quite like that, to be honest. They've got a lot of immobile champs that rely heavily on movement speed, so the Sivir getting banned away makes, honestly, complete sense to me. Gives a really good opportunity for now these other immobile AD carries to start to shine, as you're looking at things that can contribute to that dive, that can help that backline access for FRK, because they're trying to be going forward quite consistently, and thinking of something like a Jhin for SMLZ could be the job. I mean, maybe even just a Misfortune to layer damage over the top could be an answer, and could be an assistance that FRK might need.
well. Last ban here for the side of FRK before we head into the second rotation of picks for the side of FRK. See what else they have in store for us. The Nautilus is banned out. The last time they banned a champion on this rotation was also the Rel, and it could still be a worthy ban here, but they just, was that a Hover Nautilus? Or Alistar is taken out, so they want to limit the disengaging options of Team WE, who immediately hover over the Lucian.
Yeah, not against this as a takeaway. This is a very mid-game centric comp for WE so far, so their late game scaling not the greatest, and their ability to take down things like Cassante, Trundle in the late stages of this match are going to suffer. They're not going to be the greatest. But if they can get off to the races early on, I don't expect FRK to have too many answers to this early game powerhouse composition that WE have picked up. I think the question that I'm still asking is this Pantheon confirmed going to be going into that jungle, or are we going to see Yao Yao maybe try and pull out a little bit of a flex pick down on that bot side to the support role? It's entirely possible, right? And I think that could just offer the little bit extra that WE might need to get them over the line in the late game. I think that for FRK though, I wouldn't be surprised if they just take this MFRL combo, find a little bit of stability down in that bot side. I mean, the Corki does the same job, and then hopefully scale your way into having a very good mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, as stable as it gets. Now, I would like to see a little bit of disengaging options for the Zahen, so much so that you could just disengage a little bit when his passive is fully stacked in the middle of a fight. Maybe Wink can do something about it, but it is going to be Braum locked in, and that is going to be Pantheon in the jungle. I liked the idea of having him flexed. I believe we saw that flexing happening during the Worlds run. We did see Pantheon being picked as a support at some point, but it is going to be the jungle Pantheon.
Yes, it is, and that's absolutely fine, given that we see Lucian Braum locked in as a duo down on that bot side. So that stability that we talked about with the Corki might be a little bit more difficult for them to come by. Certainly expecting this to be a relatively volatile bot side with double melee supports and relatively short-ranged marksmen as well. You can expect to see some pretty high-ticket or high-octane action down on that bot side with the dashes that Corki and Lucian both have as well. But I do think that this game does get significantly harder for WE as that game goes later. I don't know that they've got the ability to take down a Cassante or Trundle if the game gets to the hyper late stages and they've got really quite a lot of armor and quite a lot of health.
Yeah, no, it is going to be tough for Team WE, but I don't feel like the compositions, either compositions, really allow the game to go into a too late of a game state. I am curious to see the Zahen against the Cassante, because Cassante does get quite tanky. Can actually try to hold a candle up against the fight on Cube Zahen, but it is a different champion. Now, looking at the runes, see anything extraordinarily out of the box here just yet?
No, cashback triple tonics. We've got approach velocity for Hacker, which I really like. Every single Q that you put down, you get to chase them down a little bit further. Same to be said with the pillar as well.
Yep, and here we go, straight into the Summoner's Rift for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. FRK still on the blue side, and Team WE still occupying the red side of the map. Here we go. First few seconds of the match, we already see a head-to-head here, and Team WE still investing their presence in the mid lane.
Looking for a little bit of a cheeky invade here, just to use the power of the Braum. A reminder that Braum level 1, obviously very, very strong. His ability to apply 2 elements of CC, 1 being the slow, 1 being a stun. While only having access to 1 skill is very, very important for him, and makes his level 1 quite powerful, if I do say so myself. Now, as WE make their way out of the jungle, they got down an early ward into the into the Raptor Brush, and FRK really just put a little bit of defensive vision down to know where WE aren't.
No, they're WE established the vision that they needed to. They just want to control where Hacker's starting so that they can plan accordingly. Monkey starts top side, probably heading towards bot side. So, like we discussed, trying to give as much of an advantage to the Lucian Braum combo as they can, because if it gets to too late of a game state, Lucian might find it hard to actually be present in the game as a whole.
Yeah, I do think there's common misconception that Lucian struggles in the late game because of his damage, which is not the case. He struggles because of how easy it is for him to put it down. He's a very short-range marksman, so it's not the easiest thing for him to get away.
Yep, they get a stun. They don't have level 2 just yet, but wait, are you telling me Lucian is actually good late game? Because
He can do damage.
He can, but he's
He just
very
struggles.
short range.
He
exactly.
just struggles to do the damage. That's the problem with him. He's still really difficult to get that damage out. But if he's left to free hit, he still does the damage.
Yeah, he needs a support that keeps it invulnerable. Tarek, wink wink.
A very nice pairing, as we do get to see both of our junglers, and typically a little bit slower junglers here that we've got with the Trundle and the Pantheon this time round, making their way through their respective clears. Not expecting to see them finish their full camps by 3 minutes this time round. Definitely expecting it to take them a little bit longer. And I'm glad that the observers are focusing so much down on this bot side. We've got control mages clearing waves mid lane. We've got top laners top laning. And then we're going to have actual action down on this bot side. So far, combat summoner spells in favour of FRK, as SMLC still has that barrier. But is looking a little bit low in terms of that health bar.
He is, and he might be forced to back a little bit earlier than he would have liked. Fearness is running out of mana here as the Darkin Glaive is utilized. No mana on about. He's forced to flash away. This is a miscalculation from Team W if I've ever seen one, but SMLZ does not want to reinvest on that fight. About at the 100 HP, but no mana to actually sustain through the fight.
No, but a really good Valkyrie there from SMLZ. He decides that as soon as the Lucian goes on top, there's a doubles lineup on the Shattering Strike, and that he can actually layer the Valkyrie over the top, which does a very sizable amount of damage. Now looking at that bot lane, there's a very easy gank coming through. Monkey might be looking for it, but topside are fighting. Junglers are coming, and this is just building up all too quickly. I think this is going to be over.
Will it be over? Because Monkey did delay the wave just a little bit, forcing Hacker to actually intervene as well after going back.
Yeah.
So there's already a recall performed by Hackers. There's a little bit of a delay from Monkey's side, and the camps are respawning in. So he's going to have the timers on a little bit of a setback as Hacker is on the right side to resume his clears.
Yeah, in terms of tempo bucks, Hacker is definitely cashing in a little bit here. He managed to recall, get back to bot lane, and defend his bot side from being dove as well as being stolen. Whereas now you can see, whilst Hacker is clearing his Krug's going to work his way through his second clear, Monkey is now only just walking toward that second set of camps. Means he's going to have to spend a little bit of time trying to catch up, as we see Crying in the mid lane finding a very good trade versus Chorus.
Yep. Did manage to dodge the seismic shove on top of the Unraveled Earth. Yao Yao going into the mid lane, but not going to have any success with an attempted gank. In the meantime, Hacker's already going through the, or going towards the second half of his map as Cryan finds Yao Yao alongside Wink, who intervenes on the enemy support. But still, no blood to be shed on the Summoner's Rift just yet. 5 minutes in, Dragon is spawned, and it's not a threat to either team right now.
Not right now, and we'll see, who's going to try and turn their attention to it first. With recalls coming through in the mid lane for Cryan, maybe it is FRK that are trying to bolster a little bit of their defenses around that mid lane. And we'll see if they are successful in that or not. As we've still reached 6 minutes here, AC, nothing particularly untoward has happened. And we talked about the fact that don't know how we feel about the scaling necessary for either of these sides, more so that we know WE don't do a great deal of damage as we move later. And I do think that then is going to favour FRK, as this game, if it slows down a little bit, they've got double tier stackers, so in that mid lane, in that bot lane, they're going to be quite happily able to wait that little bit of time, get Mirror Mana, get Archangels, and a Rod of Ages in the back pocket of Cryan as well, so he needs quite a lot of time, actually, before we expect to see this rise be at full force. Those double stacking items, such quintessential cornerstones of this champion. But you can see FRK actually already looking to be quite aggressive early on, where I think WE should be the ones doing this.
Exhaust on about might be in trouble. Barrier is used. What a seismic shove. First blood goes into Monkey. Can they get more out of it? Yes, they can. They drop about in the meantime, but Realm Warp says bye-bye. We're out of here. SMLZ and Cryan managed to disengage, but can they disengage completely? Flash out of SMLZ from the seismic shove. Flash over the wall. Can get the concussive blows on top of Cryan, but SMLZ tries to turn it around. He gets Monkey. SMLZ finds a kill after an overextension from Team WE.
Yeah, WE definitely look like they should be coming out on top of these fights. Their composition dictates it as well. I'm very surprised that FRK even went for that, but a slight overextension does mean that FRK are pretty much even off the back of that trade. You can see that despite the fact that they go all in, they find a really good Valkyrie onto top of a bout. A double shove actually keeps this Lucian alive a lot longer than he might have anticipated. They're able to take down 2 kills very quickly, and then Cryin, fortunately with the Realm Warp, is able to get himself out to safety. Might have thought that this might take him a little bit further than it did, and actually means that both of them end up flashing.
But after that play, you just go back. You don't overextend into the jungle. You have jungler alive. You just go straight into the dragon pit to try to clear the objective. You overextend to try to get the kill. Man, I love the OPL. I'm not gonna lie.
I was gonna say
But
that's
still,
what you think. You're not familiar with our ways yet. If we see kill, we can go for kill. You know.
I'm fully aware of the ways of the LPL. That's why I love it. Now, Team W could have had a chance to get it, but no, they decide to, let's overextend. And the little lead that they managed to pick up from those 2 kills, they immediately throw it back to FRK, and now it's dead even all the same.
And, well, okay, they're trying to dodge into this mid lane as Cryin is able to put a little bit of damage down. Kara's able to get out of dodge, but again, I do think that WE are the ones who should be looking to push this lead and try and generate a lead, really. I think that their life is going to become a lot harder as this game gets later and later as Wink dashes back in, 4 people bot lane.
About get out of there. Leave your support behind. Yao Yao's already committed to the sacrifice. Can they get something in return? No, they can't. The calling comes through, but it's too little too late here to safeguard the life of Yao Yao. Dragon is in the sights of FRK, but Monkey is right around the corner as well. Could there be a contest from WE?
Definitely on the cards, but it does look as though there's not even a startup by FRK. Do want to take a quick little look.
Wait, collapse mid lane? What's going on?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Teleport
TPs.
coming in from Cryin. He managed to dodge a seismic shove. Locks into Leah. Karis now half HP. Yao Yao rejoins the fight after recalling or after perishing tragically in the bot lane. Now joins in the mid lane, and status quo is resumed. But FRK this time around have a kill lead.
I am just going to quickly draw our attention to this top matchup. It's been very quiet, very sort of under the radar. But Fearness, with the blind pick Cassante in the top side, is up 20 CS, up 400 gold. Probably a plating in there as well. This is a very good start for the FRK top laner, who, in game number 1 went a little bit under the radar, but in game number 2 is seemingly handling Cube very, very well. And as this game gets, pushed a little bit later and, there's a little bit more action going on, we might well see WE start to struggle in more than just that bot side.
Let's see. They're responding to the Dragon by taking home the grubs, maybe collapsing the top lane, but Fearness is miles away. He recalled on the timer. He decided, you know what, there's no point in sticking around if we're not going to contest the grub, so I'm just going to take this time to recall and grab myself some more items. But at the end of the day, I just guess Fearness is playing Cassante. Cassante is a massive tank. Zahen hates the tanks, and he hates the fact that they can build grievous wounds on a whim. So at this point in time, Fearness with the Bramble Vest, he's got armor, he's got grievous wounds. Cube's in trouble. I think that's the bottom line. Cube's just in trouble. He can't sustain, he can't really trade.
And has the Sheen as well, so there's a lot of damage that can be put down to try and maybe extend this lead that little bit further. We've taken it from just good laning now. Maybe we try and push that one step further and try and push it to a solo kill and push it to a point where actually we start to maybe think about why Fearness took this Cassante blind.
Yeah, maybe it's just too good of a pick, Cassante, especially against these new champions. These overhyped little new champions that are ruining solo queue for everyone. 100% win rate or something like that. No, it's all good. Fearness fears no Zahed's. At least not in the earlier stages of the game, while Zahen still doesn't have any items to back up his kit. But we resume our viewing towards the bot side, where SMLZ, under half HP. This probably indicates that About and Yao Yao want to recall right now. That's exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, you'd expect that they're going to be happy enough trying to get back to the fountain, as Wink is successful in stopping that. And making sure that this Lucian now, despite the 20 CS lead, is still down 300 gold. And you can see Karis actually making his way down to this bot side just to pick up that wave. And is sacrificing one mid lane, so it's going to be free time now over to Cryin. not necessarily a bad thing for Karis individually, but About is going to miss out on this wave.
Yep, About is going to miss out on the wave. He's going to pick up the mid wave in return, but the question is, will Karis be able to pick up the plate in the bot lane? That's extra gold that falls in the pockets of Karis, and that's extra gold to allow WE to actually slowly but surely get in the lead in terms of gold, even if it's just a small, fragile lead.
Yeah, I think they need to do a little bit more, though. Definitely scared for how this game plays out as if WE don't push this envelope that little bit faster. 500 gold, not a lot to speak of, not a lot to write home about, and isn't going to win you a team fight 30 minutes into the game when you're staring down double stacked up Tears of the Goddess. So definitely something that we need to see WE improve on, as they've now hit that first item spike for About. He has that Essence Reaver in his inventory. Let's see if he can try and push that a little bit.
Perhaps, but on the other side, you do have Hacker on a big power spike as well with the Trinity Force already enabled, so that could mean that Hacker could start looking for some picks, for some fights. That allows FRK to start dictating the pace of the game. They desperately need to start doing so. They already got one of the feats of strength. Oh, looks like Wink might have been caught off. Heal is available, already used. Flash could be used as well, but Monkey is the one that's going to take the pick here. It's good news for Team WE.
Really good timing as well. The flick and the Brawl multi both interrupting the Ferromancy disengage from Wink. Now giving over that little bit of free time over to WE to do really what they want with on Summoner's Rift. And I will say as well, just to try and start to pull some stories for this WE team.
Shoot.
This topside trio stuck together in this offseason. It was this new bot lane pairing that have been picked up, really, to try and replace what were pretty crucial pieces of the WE roster, right? With Taeyun moving to the LCK, with Vampire finding himself now on a pretty sought-after LPL team in Weibo. We'll see. Is About struggling in the mid lane, but holding his own. He needs to be able to do more than that if he's to fill the shoes of the player that he's just replaced.
I mean, he's not doing too bad. About did really, really well in Game 1. Game 2, he seems to be struggling a little bit more because it just doesn't feel like he's confident enough to play a hyper-aggressive AD carry like Lucian. But he's got good pacing. He's ahead by 20 CS against SMLZ. The big question is, or the big factor here is the fact that SMLZ already has a Trinity Force. Even though he's 20 CS down, he is stacking a coal. Like you said multiple times, like there's a tier also on that side, which it is going to be troublesome come the time, but we'll see if it makes any difference. Let's see if he can push, like you said, push the envelope here. Is About as caught off again. Magnet Storm is good. The Redemption falls down, keeps him alive just a little bit, but Fearness is the one that collects the kill on a 4-man collapse mid. FRK.
Yeah, that's a really good angle from Wink there. I want to credit that very highly because he just cuts off the escape. Knows that if we see About walk topside, there's a Cassante there. Knows that if he walks into the lane, he's walking completely away from safety, and the way that he has to go is the way that we see Wink cut off. Now SMLZ caught by the fissure.
Oh, good flash from the seismic shove there from Karis. Keeps himself alive and probably allows FRK to try to contest this Rift's Herald that WE are actually cooking here.
Realm up into the mid lane. Hold on,
whoa, into tower range. What are we doing? They swap aggro with Wink. In comes the Grand Starfall right into the backline of FRK. Cry, and SMLZ might be in trouble, but Fearness comes in to save the day. Wink is on the wrong side of the fight, but he flashes over the wall, or actually he's over the wall.
Spear.
Finally gets caught off by the spear on the last pixel by Monkey.
Okay, so a 1-for-0, a return on what was a very overzealous engage. Looked like it was going to work on Takaris, but that Seraph's shield kept him alive for long enough to allow the rest of WE to come in and save the day. They managed to take down Wink, which overall might not seem too consequential. And that's probably because it's not, being honest with you. He's 0-2 at the time, 0-3 now, not earning as much gold for taking him down as any of the other members. And now Karis caught out, nowhere to go. Weaver's Wall ready, but...
Weaver's Wall ready, flashes out, still gets caught by the Rune Prison. It's going to be Hacker who collects the kill, allowing FRK to finally take some priority over the Herald, because that is a massive target that they just took down, the mid laner of Team WE.
And again, remember this AC, we're saying that despite the fact that this game is dead even currently, with the Rift Hold going down, that's going to extend that little bit of a lead, and that FRK even are probably going to struggle their way through the next 5 minutes or so before starting to turn into that really powerful team with a Corki with a tier, with a Rise with a tier that's going to be fully stacked up. They might have a couple more minutes worth of problems, but then afterwards...
Wink. Try to go in for the Magnet Storm, couldn't quite find a target, but I just want to point out, even though they are losing these objectives, Team WE are not sitting back and just watching the game roll in front of them. They're trying to respond, and Cube just got solo goal from taking down Tier 1 tower in the bot lane. It's a good response. Acceptable response, at least.
Yeah, going to need to be massive this game. I think that playing versus the Corki versus the Rise definitely not going to be easy for Zahen, as it's not necessarily the simplest route to success for him, being relatively immobile versus a Corki who could just Valkyrie out of his ulti, but if you land that spear, maybe you can try and pull them back.
Yeah, plus you also have an E that dashes you in. You also have the ult that kind of dashes you in some way, shape, or form and keeps you sustained. We need to see a massive team fight. It's where Zahen actually thrives, is in massive team fights. And I feel like Team WE have the tools to actually promote these team fights. You know, they have the Grand Starfall, you have the Glacial Fissure, you have ways. You just need Cube to be with the team at the right time. Now, question is, what is Zahen's power spike?
Probably the second item that's going to get picked up. I think Trinity Force probably not the worst first item to go for, but once you hit 2, I think especially versus the Cassante, this Black Cleaver is going to work overtime, and if it's not a Black Cleaver, then I'm very scared for what Cube's decided to do with his second item. But once you, and honestly every bruiser item after that feels like a different sort of spike. It just offers you slightly different things. I think in terms of the 1 versus 1 and in terms of contribution to overall team fighting, this Black Cleaver is going to be the best spot for Cube to find himself in. But then as we hit 3 items, maybe he goes for a Sterax, maybe he goes for something with a little bit more durability. Every single opportunity that he gets, you're going to end up with something that's that little bit more beneficial and something that enables him to be a frontliner and create the space for About and Karis to hopefully deal the damage.
That actually might be a Sundered Sky coming out as a second item for Cube, because the Black Cleaver is on Monkey. So that could... Yeah. They want to stack the Black Cleaver on Monkey and try to bounce that assist to Cube to allow Cube to have other utility items under his belt. I like that combo. Yeah, I like it.
I can get behind it. I can see the vision. I do think that Monkey struggles to stack Black Cleaver. He's obviously just going to be reliant on autos. And if he stuns somebody, then yes, it's very easy. You get those 5 stacks very quickly between the autos. So in terms of team-wide, it might not be as easy. But we're going top. Let's see this Black Cleaver in action.
Flash goes in, Fearness flashes out. That's a knockup, but they're not in a position to promote a dive, and Cube's gonna lose his passive for the oh, he heals off towers. Sure, that happens. Okay. Cube heals off towers. Yeah. Towers down, that's 2 towers in favor of Team WE, but the Herald summoned in the middle lane to try to respond by FRK. Will WE have a response? So far, no show.
No, Wink gonna show up here. I like these baits that we're seeing Wink do, where he's just queuing, knowing it's not gonna reach, but could reach in Q flash range, and he's seeing if whether or not he can try and bait out a dash, bait out a flash from somebody. And now who's gonna face check this?
It's going to be Monkey that tries to engage on SMLZ, forcing him to flash out once again. Hacker and Cryin are in the front line, and you see Fear in his try to teleport in alongside the teleport of Cube. Will they get anything out of it? Yao Yao is already down for the count. That's a member disadvantage for Team WE. They want to disengage out of that one, but you see the Green Deliverance coming in. Could it be the time to shine? No, it's not, as WE are getting decimated. But look at the backline. About is free. About is doing everything he can to stay alive. It's a triple kill on Cryin. But it's an ace for Team WE!
Yeah, About keeps himself alive and actually turns the fight back in their favor. It looked for all the world like FRK were going to come away with this victory, but not if this new WE AD carry has anything to say about it. His positioning through this team fight is exquisite, and the FRK carry sacrificed that little bit too much HP for non-important targets. Going into this fight, SMLZ loses half of his health to a flash engage from Monkey, and then take a look at Cryin on the back half. This flashes forward for a Braum, gets stunned up, loses half of his health here as well. And look at this entire time, Karis and About doing their best to try and maintain DPS as best as possible, able to turn onto the carries when they go into their faces, and About this whole time managing to free hit, find that damage where possible, and just about comes out with this massive advantage that WE so desperately needed.
And I mean, the whole time it felt like Team WE just didn't have space to play that fight, but ultimately About just threaded the needle whenever he could to try to get the proper positioning to allow himself to be away from danger from FRK's side. Every time they focused someone else, About decides to jump in, and that was the magic of Team WE. Another Grand Starfall. We're going for Fearness. I don't know why we're going for Fearness, but we're still doing it. Grand Starfall goes in, they gain positioning for the Otacon.
A second swing and a miss, which is maybe not the fortunate outcome that they would have liked from this, but Monkey, ever vigilant on these picks, will continue to try to make it work regardless. We'll just quickly call out that Karis on this Talia has been part of every single kill of this game so far for WE, and is looking to make himself mode in more.
And that's another kill on Wink. Cube's the one that picks it up. Nice little combo here from Team WE, forcing FRK to actually pull back towards the lane, and this is going to allow them to have priority over the Otacon and over the incoming Dragon that's spawning in 3 minutes.
Yeah, 20 seconds time on the respawn from Wink. Might be able to spellbook and TP on in, but we'll see how that plays out in just a moment. 10 seconds on the respawn. Now WE trying to clear this wave out on that bot side, trying to build up a little bit of momentum for them as that Atacon getting ripped lower and lower, 8k, and now the poke comes through.
But they're all debuffed. We should stop Otacon here. Team WE, they need to make a call. Either disengage, fully focus on the Otacon, or go for the fight. They're going for both at the same time. The smite comes down and it fails completely. It's on the side of Team WE. Can they pull the fight now? SMLZ is in trouble as Cube is trying to chase him down, but on the backline, Crying is 3v1ing his way. A double kill falls on About, and it's WE's game to take as SMLZ and Wink don't have anything left in the tank to promote this fight any longer.
A 3-for-0 and what looks like a dicey spot for WE is executed on very well. They find the smite 50-50, not to be mistaken for game number 1 where it got stolen away. This time around, they have a good time and a good fight and pick up the neutral objective to boot. This is now WE in the full driver's seat for this game.
Absolutely, and About is really starting to flourish once he gets the confidence with playing with the team, with playing with Lucian as well. Wink is trying to chase down anything that he can, but he really can't find anything, and About just walks away, probably hampering his recall time, but it doesn't really matter as we take a look at what happened in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's a start off with this complete 50-50 flip, and it's unfortunate that the smite goes the way of Monkey. Managed to get himself out, and yeah, they burst out Yao Yao very quickly, but the Brawn will be more than happy to sacrifice himself to recognize that they're going to win the fight on the back half of this as well. Very happy to see that Cube also managed to back away as soon as he saw that Wink was going in. Didn't want to try and play around with his revive timing or make that come up in time for it, but overall, very solid play from WE, and now find themselves 4,000 gold to the good. That gold lead that we talked about them needing to have, they finally got a hold of.
Yep, and now right on time for the Baron to spawn. FRK are the first ones on this scene, and they already established some vision control, but it's not too deep, it's not too strong. If Team WE want to just waltz into that side of the map, they can, and they will. You already have About and Yao Yao trying to clear out vision, establishing their own.
And honestly, as they should as well. With nothing really on that bot side of the map for another minute, they can try and spend a little bit of time making their presence felt in this top side and just make sure that FRK know that there is no trade to be had here. They can't spend their time DPSing the Baron while WE try to take this Dragon. That's just not going to be an option. Doesn't really look like WE are too concerned with the Dragon itself, recognizing that they're probably not going to be finding themselves a soul in this game, so I'm more than happy to just maybe play a little bit of denial, but more importantly need to be looking up towards this big purple worm and try and put the final nails in the coffin of this series.
Yeah, it's not even soul point for FRK, so even if they dance around the Baron a little bit, they can actually give away the Dragon if FRK decide to make a play for it. Realm Orb coming up next to Karis. Karis just walks out of the Realm Orb, Crying loses a big cooldown here, who is currently the only player from FRK who is actually leading in terms of gold on the direct matchup. Team WE, after establishing dominance here in the top half of the Summoner's Rift, they decide to start maybe positioning themselves towards the bot side. Maybe they want to contest the Dragon. Yeah, you know, maybe we can get a fight out of it. Maybe we can win that fight. Maybe we can close the game. We'll see how it goes.
I will say...
Oh.
Flash engage.
Yeah, flash engage. Immediately the Glacial Fissure comes down.
Cube.
Fearness is in the back line, but he is really, really low already, and the all-out has been used. Cube gets yet another kill. Smiter is down on FRK's side. The Weaver's Wall gets something done, and WE just dominate fight after fight after fight, and Pinks come down on the Baron while they split with Monkey on the Dragon.
Yeah, it's a 4-0, and Wink has absolutely nothing to say about it. No engage from the Realm, no disengage either, and his team just gets absolutely slaughtered. It's going to be a double neutral objective take for WE, and this really does put everything into context for you. Watch Cube on this backline, and look at how much fun SMLZ gets to have. Knocked up by Glacial Fissure, just immediately stunned by Brawn passive, knocked back up by the Zehen. And then just as the flash comes through, final auto attack takes down that fight.
He did it twice.
He did indeed do
Q
it twice.
got the wind up. That was from the Dark Enclave, his Q. Because if he winds it up, even if you flash away, the auto attack command has already gone through, so he will land it regardless. He flash killed 2 players. That is insane,
I'll more than happily take. It's a very, very big pickup for him, and really, decided that fight pretty much before it had even begun. It was a duo effort. I will say the knock-up from Yao Yao to begin with did set that up and make it really easy. But even still, it's overall pretty darn impressive that we get to see WE, even with this composition that theoretically is going to struggle as we move later on into the game. They find themselves in a position now where they're actually able to just go crazy, and now with the Baron at their backs, hopefully sign, seal, and deliver this 2-0 FRK.
Nah, the coordination is just too great on these team fights. WE are just dominating through and through every single time, and it shows what the difference that it makes to have a coordinated team fight. About what a flash from About right over the wall, away from the Realm Warp into the arms of his jungler Monkey, where they gain teleport coming in now in the middle lane of WE. They force to focus on to Cuba. Cuba's alive and well. He goes in for the ultimate, and he's still alive in the back line. Look at the passive. He is back, and he is ready to jump through FRK. FRK are looking like they're in trouble. Wink is down for the count. In goes the Grand Starfall to take yet another player down from FRK. That's SMLZ, leaving only 3 alive. And with the Baron in hand, WE are looking to close the game.
They got the bot lane. They've got a 3 versus 5 now. Cryan, Hacker, and Fearness need to contest this to stay in this series.
Oh, will they do it? Will they be able to? Fearness is trying to tank as much as he can. Cube no longer has his passive, which means that he's a valid target. FRK are alive with 4 players. Fearness might be down for the count. Black Cleaver doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work here for Team WE as they chase down the kills under the inhibitor tower in the bot lane. The rest of the squad of WE want to send a message. The Nexus is completely open, but they want to fish the players of FRK straight out of the well, taking down Cryan, trying to take down Hacker, but ultimately it's WE who take the 2-0.
A return to form for WE after what was a slightly saddening end to their regular season campaign in 2025. They find themselves here with a nice victory to start off their Demacia Cup tournament. We'll see if that can continue, but a 2-0, I think, the most expected outcome from this series, with the power that WE had through 2025 and the nature of the FRK squad.
Yeah, I mean, be damned those who misspoke about Cube, because Cube did amazingly this series, all right? And those who had doubts about, I mean, he just showed up great. You can still feel that he's a little bit shaky on the early game, still trying to find his footing, still trying to find his ground. But once he gets comfortable and he feels and he knows that the team has his back, the men just pops off. About and Cube are looking good, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, About coming into this was going to be that big question mark, right? He's replacing Taeyun, who was a player that was a really integral part of WE for a long part of their time in the LPL in 2025. And coming in, he's done a very good job to begin with, making sure that he's actually already making that name for himself. Pop-off performance on that Lucian. I think that mid-lane team fight where it looked like WE were going to lose and About managed to clutch it up was a real turning point in this game. I think if FRK take that fight, the game could have very easily snowballed out of their control, snowballed into FRK's control. It didn't happen, and it didn't happen because of About.
Yeah, and the fact that I wanted to look back at the Otacon fight, because we were looking at a Team WE who were constantly getting debuffed. They fought that fight while getting constantly debuffed. They still managed to win the fight. They still took the 50-50 smite on the Otacon, and they still won from that point onwards. It just felt like FRK fell apart. It looked like they had consistency. It felt like they had a good idea of what they wanted to do with the game, but it just crumbled. It crumbled, and it was every man for himself at that point.
And I think that that's what the difference between a little bit of competitive play and a bit of a break from competitive play will do for you, because they just like that little bit of direction, and it's not their own fault, right? Like, they're just playing as a stream team. They're just having a good little time, but they're playing up against WE, who are a team who are well disciplined, who probably for the last part of regular season probably got handed some losses because they didn't have these late game, mid to late game macro decision calls that would cost them or maybe win them games in the future. Because the gold graphs, for the most part, you know, the first, I'll say 10-15 minutes, we were dead even. We were splitting hairs as to who was going to come out on top. But then as soon as we get to either the really crucial moments of trying to find a team fight and how to do so successfully, or just what kind of map movements we need to make, it was where WE started to really come online.
Yeah, we're looking at the recaps here. The first fight where WE overextended, could have gone for Dragon, didn't quite happen, but you know, you keep on trying and you keep on making it happen. Even though Karis did die here in kind of a weird fashion, it wasn't punished. It was a death from Karis that realistically FRK were not able to punish. And this fight here around the Otacon, where every man went for himself after losing the Otacon, FRK just crumbled. And about the spacing that I'm honestly impressed, the spacing that About was able to create for himself independently as Lucian. That is impressive, especially in this fight in the mid lane.
Welcome to Navori Lucian. You just have E up every sort of 3 seconds, and it makes your life honestly not too difficult, I'll be honest. And you know, in these late game fights, he's able to really pump out the DPS, able to go searching, able to go fighting, and immediately, yeah, this is good. 3-4 man ulti there from Cube. It's not the big AoE damage necessarily ulti that you're thinking about, but it's the power that it gives you and the sort of aura almost that is there.
Man, Cube just jumps in the backline, aura farms it. Look at that, the player of the game. Just 2 games in with Team WE, he already gets 1 player of the game. Kill participation at 71% and the team damage at 30. No stats to scoff at here.
No, very, very impressive performance from About. Really promising for WE as well that they're able to get this out of their player already. And so early on into the season. Hopefully this continues. I mean, WE were a team that were taking names in split number 2 with their organization and with their roster in the back half of that year. Hopefully with the couple of changes that they've made and some improvements from the solo lanes, they can continue to do that.
Maybe, but it is a long group, and FRK were or still are the underdogs of Group B, where Team WE are present. The other 2 teams are going to be LNG Esports and Ultra Prime. And those are going to be the real challenges here for Team WE moving forward, I would say, at least. I don't know if you agree.
Yes. You would hope so. And I mean, in terms of competitive integrity for the LPL, we're all hoping that they're going to provide more of a challenge than FRK are.
Yep. That being said, though, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to roll into a short bit of a break. I know we promised I'd be here for the 2 series, but I apologize. I won't be able to, but I will be humbly replaced by Korak, who will be taking up, you know, and making a way better job than I ever did. Rudu, thank you so much for having me, and I will see you guys on the flip side.
Yeah, LNG up against Ultra Prime. This should be a very, very exciting matchup. And I mean, I talked about the power of WE from the last series. I do think that some of the names on these rosters do need to be very, very quickly talked about, and we can get onto that as we break through. Obviously, Korak unfortunately sent to the Shadow Realm. We hope that we get to see him back as soon as possible. Wonderful. See, nice and quick. No tech issues, you see. We sort things out nice and quickly where we can.
I should be back now. Can you hear me now? Does that sound better?
We're going to do a quick check. Hopefully everybody's all good. We are positive. We've received the okay. That Korak is back. This is our third series of the day. Best of three, number 3 between Ultra Prime and LNG. And I think we were talking just a little bit in the green room here, Korak, that this one has the possibility to go to 3.
Absolutely. I've had a couple of moments to review my notes and go over some of the teams, and we've got a lot of really interesting players in here, I believe, on both sides. You know, I think when we're looking at Ultra Prime, there's a couple of things to talk about and watch about, just sort of in the game overall, but I'm excited to just see what we've got and what we've got going just in all of this when it comes to the players and just moving forward.
Yeah, I think what we'll start off with is to put up the format explainer. So if you're just joining us as an Ultra Prime or LNG fan, let's fire up the format explainer and we can take a look at what that looks like. So the long and short of it is that stage 1 is where we are in today, is a very quick fire single round robin best of 3. So each of the 4 teams will play each of the other teams 1 time. We'll probably be done with that in the space of 2 to 3 days, and then we will move immediately into stage number 2, where we then add in 4 of our teams from split number 3 who did well in managing to get themselves into the group ascend but didn't quite make it all the way through the playoffs, and they will be joined by Invictus Gaming and BLG in a 5-team group. 2 of those will be separated, and they will then again go through a fearless best of 3 single round robin format, where importantly in each of these game 3s, the game 3 will be blind pick. So that's just a long and short of what's going to happen over the coming week. As we move in towards the knockout stage, we'll explain the knockout stage a little bit more, but you can see what it says on the right hand side.
Absolutely, and a lot of exciting things coming up. I believe our next tab should be the up-and-coming roster, which I think both of us are kind of chomping at the bits to see what we've got going, but I've been able to catch most of the games leading up to this. Hopefully we don't have the same sort of tech issues that we've had, you know, in the past, but honestly, it wouldn't be League of Legends without those particular issues going forward, to be honest, but so far it seems like, you know, we've been able to make things happen, Rude Dude.
Very true, and you know, we've been doing as good as we can throughout this entire day. This is the beauty of the LPL, is that you get the tech issues thrown at you, you fly with it, you roll with it, and you see what happens. We've discussed the format. Let's take a little bit of a look at the Ultra Prime roster that we were alluding to, and take a look and see what this is comprised of. Liang Chen in the top side. Now I'm going to apologize in advance. Liu Yiyu is the jungler, Saber, Baye, and Xiaoxia in the support role for Ultra Prime. A couple of pieces that they've kept from Split 2 and Split 3, and then a couple of new pieces. That top and jungle, very, very instrumental to Ultra Prime's off-season, and we need to see how those 2 pieces together form a new Ultra Prime that can succeed moving into split number 1 rather of 2026.
Absolutely, and something I want to note before we go too much further into this one is when we're looking at Ultra Prime, you know, I believe the top laner and the jungler themselves are a little bit newer to the scene overall. I think they have a bit of a academy experience from what I have been reading and looking. So for me, when I go up and down the list here and I look at these players, I think that there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of people trying to break ground going forward, and I think it's also exciting to dive into the upcoming team as well. I'm curious to see what we've got there for that roster on that one. But Rude Dude, when we look at up, is there anything that you think sticks out in particular to you?
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, rookies are always really exciting. Excited to see what Liang Chen can provide in that top lane, and I think that importantly in this matchup, he's going to have a pretty difficult time of things as we'll take a look at LNG in just a second. But for me, Ultra Prime, one of their brightest spots was actually Xiaoxia in the support role. I really enjoyed seeing them perform, honestly, throughout the entirety of 2025. So hopefully they can continue to do that and continue to give us a really solid showing moving into end of 2025, beginning of 26.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited just overall to see what we can get, but it sounds like that needs to be one of our focus. I think from there we should be transitioning into LGN, so if we can get
LNG.
that LNG, sorry, coming up on the roster here, that would be super helpful.
Yeah, perfect.
There we go.
So
Moving in.
Xia in the top side, we've got Croco in the jungle, Bulldog in the mid lane, and then 1xN and Missing being brought into the bot side. Now, this is a very exciting roster. For me, looking at this, I think that Xia was one of the crucial pieces of FPX that we talked about. 1xN, one of the crucial pieces of Thunder Talk that we talked about. And then also, Missing has had a lot of experience in the LPL, being a part of several really high-profile teams. Those are just the LPL pieces. That's without mentioning the fact that we've also got 2 new Korean imports being brought into the LPL in Croco and Bulldog. Croco, of course, coming across from OK Bryon, and then with Bulldog as well, previously being a part of Kwandong Freaks, DN Freaks that they then changed to, and having a pretty good time of things over in the LCK before now making his way over to the LPL. So lots of really exciting pieces on this LNG roster, and honestly, if I'm this LNG squad, I'd be pretty disappointed if I don't make this a 2-0 series.
Absolutely, especially considering where they're coming from. I do think that there is at least a small caveat when we're looking at, for example, Croco, the jungle. I do believe they don't have a ton of games on a couple of the ones you might expect where it comes to Aatrox and Jace. They don't dive too much into that from what I have seen from their games. I believe they have been practicing Jace a bit more in the background, so that is a little bit surprising, especially because we have seen already in the LPL, just in these first couple of series, the impact that Jace can have in the jungle. So that could be something that Ultra Prime has to play around overall, dude.
Yeah, I would like to think that they could maybe use those flex picks in the jungle and try and punish what Croco is, going to have to assimilate to here in the LPL. He'll need to try and change his tempo up a little bit, make it so that he's moving at the speed of the Chinese drum now instead of going at that LCK pace. So we'll see whether or not that's something that he can do successfully, or if that's something that Ultra Prime are going to have to teach him the hard way as opposed to the easy one.
Really excited to see both these teams go head to head. It's one thing to sit here and go over the theory, go over the notes, but oftentimes, as I'm sure everybody has seen, not only in LPL but LCK and just everywhere else across any form of League of Legends, is you can have all of these stats, you can have all of these numbers, but sometimes you can just have issues once you get into the Rift itself. You can have problems with the execution. You can have internet issues like we had just a couple of minutes ago. There's no telling what's going to pop up, and with I think Up's roster, the more and more I look at it, there could be some hidden gems that we don't even know about that are just coming onto the scene overall. And for me, I think that's the exciting part about this team, is to see potentially where they could be. I expect that maybe they're going to be a tiny bit rough around the edges, but that's stuff you can buff out over time. I'm excited to see their potential, Rigid.
Yeah, I am as well. I really think that whenever there's any new rookies coming into the scene, it's always going to be exciting, and it shows that the growth of League is still there, that people are still wanting to develop and become players in this esports space, which is honestly very exciting now. Obviously, with Liang Chen in that top side, I alluded to this earlier, he's playing up against Xia, who is one of the players that really stood out on the FPX roster for the most part of 2025. Now, towards the back end of it, like Split 3 and maybe the little end of Split 2, he didn't quite have that same showcase that we'd have expected from him as we did coming into the start of the year. But I mean, as far as top laners in this group go, you have Liang Chen, you've got Cube, and I think that Liang Chen going up against Cube or going up against Xia, this is probably the hardest matchup that he was going to have to play up into, and he gets that day one of his effective LPL career.
And honestly, it sounds like they're throwing him immediately into a bit of a crucible, which can turn out, typically one of two ways. I think the execution is going to be so important. But the other thing, though, too, is what's nice about 5v5 competitive opposed to, like what most of us have experienced, which is solo queue itself, is you actually have a team to support you, right? So not only do you have to be a good top laner, right, but if you're not a good top laner, or just, what's going to happen in League of Legends in general is somebody out there is going to be better than you, other than like maybe Faker. Somebody's just gonna be better, and that's something you have to plan around. That's something your coaches know. That's something your team knows overall. Hey, you might just end up weak side on this one, or maybe you're just at a disadvantage. And so we can do everything we can to try and play around those and play into those strengths and use them and turn those weaknesses into strengths. And I think that's one of the things I really love to see, because I think that you can have a team of I'm going to use American football terms here. You can have a team of Tony Romos, right, that are like super great individually, but if they can't work as a team, it really just doesn't work out. So not only are we judging these players as we watch them as individual players and role selection, but just how they synergize overall.
Yeah, that's the really important part, and we will obviously try and keep our eyes on whether this Five Fingers can become a hand or not. Now, I do just want to quickly update people based on what it says on your screen. Again, this is using loose terminology features that we've got access to, but apparently UP have reported that there are network fluctuations on their competitive server, and the players are not successfully currently able to enter the game. This is currently being investigated, and the competition will proceed once players can enter the game. So we could very well be here for a good amount of time here, Korak, just having a little bit of a chat, getting to know one another, and I think that that's absolutely fine. We've been through the teams, we know what's to be expected, but this is your time now, Korak, actually, to tell yourself, or to tell the people a little bit about yourself. This is your first time here on the LPL. Why don't you give us a little bit of a taste of what are we getting in for today?
Absolutely. I'm an up-and-coming shoutcaster. I put my bid in for the LPL, and I was surprised back that, hey, they liked me, so I'm here to show up for it. I've got a good amount of experience helping out with a lot of T3 and T2 organizations. I've helped with SIDO Combine, the Path to Pro, if you're familiar with that series. I've cast a lot for Milky Sports, Aegis, Titan. The last 3 weeks in particular, I've cast almost every single day except for Tuesdays, sort of just like prepping for this event and a bunch of other things. So I've been all around. I'm honestly a really big enjoyer, and I really enjoy casting Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, as weird as that might sound. There's a good reason for it. Because so the higher and higher you get up, and this will be a good example of it, right? Like every single one of these minute advantages, these players really need to lean into, right? Like you got a 200 gold lead somehow at like 2 minutes. That's amazing for the pros. They can snowball that into some absolute crazy shenanigans. But with Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, nobody knows what's going on. The coaches don't know what's going on. The casters don't know what's going on, and the players certainly do not. And I'm not using that to rag on them, but I love the absolute chaos when it comes to that, and I'm happy that my first dip into this scene when it comes to the T1 field is LPL, because LPL is a lot more fighty than like LCK, and honestly that's what I'm here for. I honestly miss the early invades when it came to the jungle. I know obviously if you get shut down it can be very, very hard to overcome, especially before a lot of the different changes, but for me I'm here for the action. I'm here for the fun, and at the very least it's nice to view.
Yeah, exactly, and that is the beauty really of the LPL, is that you're always going to get some semblance of fun. I think regardless of when you've got higher ranking teams versus lower ranking teams, the opportunity and the power in these squads is always really, really exciting to watch, and really good to get a little bit of a showcase and a glimpse into what you're like, Korak, as well as a bit of a showcase, a showcaster from the Americas as well, which is always really good to get our hands on. I mean, speaking as a European resident, I did my time in America for probably 3-4 years ago or something like that, and then
Make
the time
like
zones.
a sentence.
It was for me when I had a time zone differential. I was in go to bed at 5 a.m. jail for a good couple of years. But
okay.
I've since transitioned to wake up at 5 a.m. for the LPL, which is it's almost coming full circle effectively. So it's really good to get a little bit of a look into that as well.
And honestly, on that note as well, you know, I'm in a little bit of the realm of jet lag because I've just spent the last 2 days resetting my schedule because it is 6 a.m. over here. I'm right in the center of the U.S. You know, you could probably guess the state based off of the hat itself. But, you know, I'm excited for it. I'm absolutely ecstatic to see what we've got. I'm slightly ecstatic for the massive delays we're getting. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's been relatively consistent. At least so far, it's not a bug we have to deal with. There was a dash bug that shut down a whole bunch of my cast about a week or so back. So I'm glad that's out of the way. That and if you were paying attention, there was a problem with the streamer mode when it came to that, where we just make the spectate absolutely unwatchable. There was nothing you could do about it. It was very frustrating. So luckily, or hopefully, we're not going to have any of those issues, Rude Dude. But I'm really excited to get into this and hopefully not have any more bugs or issues to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this is our first series where it's actually two LPL teams going up against one another. Previously, we've just had these stream teams getting their showcase out for day number 1. But for LNG and Ultra Prime, this is the first glimpse of what their regular season might well look like. This is not going to be your 3-2-0, hypothetically, that you can just cash in versus the stream team and carry on with your day. I do think that this is going to be a much more desirable competition between these two sides. So without any luck, you know, these teams can get underway. Ultra Prime can get their internet fixed within a good amount of time, and we can crack on with the series. But I think, Korak, we've got, you know, so much time to potentially burn. Why don't you give me a little bit of an insight into your League of Legends habits? However that may go, what are your playing habits? Who do you play? Where do you main? Are we an ARAM enthusiast? What's the situation?
Yeah, fair enough. Good question. So I'll start with one of my first ones, where I got tricked recently. I'm right about the diamond level. I got tricked recently into what I thought was a position swap, but was a role swap, and I got moved into jungle, which I've never. I don't play a lot of jungle. I'm okay at it, and I just was like, I came here to play Janna, so I'm gonna pick Janna, and I ended up playing Janna jungle in about diamond 4, diamond 3 level. And it weirdly worked. Not what I expected. The ganks were, don't get me wrong, the wave clear is atrocious. It's terrible and it's miserable because you're Janna. But the ganks were pretty solid. You know, I mean, granted, this is solo duo queue for that, but, you know, I was definitely hyped for it. I thought it was super funny.
How did you build? What did you build?
Honestly, I just didn't change my build too much. I do what I always do on Janna. I rushed my my Mejais. Sure, I had my plant, but I just went basically support in the jungle itself because I figured we've already got Ivern. You've already got basically Sejuani, and I would argue that both of those are two relevant jungles that are kind of in the support role. You could argue Xayah for that support role, but I should think she's more on the mage damage field than she is anything else. Maybe you could throw Maokai in there because he's a flex pick. And so I just I leaned into that. I got myself, you know, redemption at some point too, Shrelia's to make the ganks a little bit sillier. And like I said, it just was a cascading error, set of errors where I just kind of failed forward and it worked out perfectly. But I'm a big enchanter player. I love a good chunk of that. I can play Rel and Leon and everything like that. But I've really enjoyed that. I did start off early on, weirdly enough. My first champion ever was Vladimir, and I started all the way back in season 2, season 3. I was terrible at him. And a buddy of mine started the exact same time. And the next year when that other season came out, I made it to like gold. He made it into challenger, so there was a small difference in skill between the two of us. But I haven't touched Vladimir since basically that first game, and for good reason. I was terrible at him.
I remember the old days of Vlad where you just clicked your E and it just went to everything, and your Q was the same it is. Without the charge up, that's a good time of things. I'll tell you my funny league anecdote, and this was back when I was season 4, like my first time playing. I remember playing with my friends. You know, the way that I think most people get into League is you have your friend group, they introduce you. I was playing a Mumu jungle. They were like, okay, you've just hit level 10. You can now get your smite. Play a Mumu. You'll have a good time. He's like 450 IP. You'll be fine. I remember I walk bot lane to gank a Vayne. Okay? I go bot lane. I miss my Q. And I go, okay, guys, Vayne no dash. Go in. And then dashes again. Obviously, this is my first time playing against a Vayne. I never knew that this would happen, and she immediately dashed twice. So I was like, well, this champ is OP. And then I think, going forward, I was terrified of seeing Vaynes. We're playing like blind pick normal, so I can't ban anything. But anytime they looked in Vayne, I was just traumatized already.
Absolutely, and I think Vayne is, especially old school Vayne, is someone to get traumatized on. I do think she's very, very feast or famine, even more so than she used to be. But man, she used to be an absolute creature in that. I still remember the days of just all Sunfire capes on Rammus, Cho'Gath, who used to have his stacks reset on death, which is absolutely phenomenal. And then my personal favorite was honestly old school Heimerdinger. Because old school Heimerdinger rockets could outrange Xerath. And
oh, really?
That was absolutely insane, because how it would work is you would hit the 3 closest targets within your range, within the bubble, and the range was about the same size, and they were just auto fire rockets. You didn't have to aim them whatsoever. So you would get the wave down to 2, and then just free shot every single time. Every single time the wave got down to 2 minions, you would just get free damage over and over and over, and there was almost nothing you could do, and you could outrange there. It was absolutely stupid. So I don't really blame them for eventually changing them, but I do miss that, especially because his old passive was to repair turrets, which is super funny. And then something I want your thoughts on, Rude Dude, is so Aatrox originally had a very similar passive that Zahim has now, right?
Yes, that was the case.
That no longer exists. Right? How long, if you think at all, do you think Zahim's revive's gonna last?
I think they've balanced it much better, so I think they'll keep it in the game, because it's not just okay, it's been 5 minutes, you now get the revive. Yes, there is a timer on it, but there's a little bit extra to it as well, which I think is what is... I don't think they would have brought it back into the game if they were just going to get rid of it again. That's my hope, and I think that they've done a better job this time around of balancing how it functions, as in you have to get this full Bloodwell before it will work. Sorry, I called it Bloodwell because that's what it was for the old Aatrox, and I don't know what it is for New Zehen just yet. But even still, I think that the fact that they've put a little bit more thought into it would make me believe and pray that they've decided to do it better this time. Now, that might not be the case. They may not have done anything. But I would say that they've decided, if we're putting a revive back into the game like this, we need to let it stick.
Yeah, and I've got to imagine at this point what the game's 15 years old, right? I think that's about how long League of Legends has been around at this point. So really getting up there, almost able to vote in the US. So really interesting to think about. Already making me feel old already. Especially because my end, I'm sitting at 32, and I was going over a lot of these pro teams and looking at these players, and they're like, who was it that was 25? I had pulled up in my notes. We've got Krako. Krako's sitting at 25, and like a lot of the other players were like, that's kind of old for a player. I'm sitting here at 32, and I was like, man, I'm gonna die. And I got like a year left with that explanation.
Clock's ticking. We need to get on it.
Yeah. Well, and especially because when we go through and we look it up, right? A lot of these are from the I believe they were the junior academy leagues, or the specifically the academy leagues, which I always thought was interesting. Which I believe that starts you off. It's like, hey, you're good, you're talented. We want to build you up. We want to hone those skills going forward. So that is so we want to put you basically all in this little area where basically y'all can train and get better and eventually move on once you hit that age bracket, which I think is super cool. But man, does it make me feel old overall, especially once I start reminiscing about League of Legends, because I think at this point, and you're sort of in the same category, we've got a lot of things where we can go, back in my day, League was like this, or League was like that. And I think that's kind of the beauty of it, the fact that the game has hit 15. I think that just sort of goes to a testament, because if you played League of Legends back in the day, you could run into Here's the New Earth. Oh, it looks like we're finally done with a couple of our issues, Dude, maybe?
I think this is a worse sign. I think if we were done, we would end up with a draft. I think the fact that they're panning away means that these guys are living their lives as much as we are right now. This is this could very well be us in for the long haul. I think, in my head, correct, to carry on your sentiment that you were talking about,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the newest League of Legends player that there is, okay? Nobody's played League of Legends for less time than me, and I've been playing for like 11 years. So that just like, I'm so delusional about all of this that I've not a clue. I'm frequently reminded, one of a friend of the broadcast, Beatdown, one of the casters from North America, started in like season 8, and I was like, I do not know how you've done this, and he's in a really good spot to have no frame of reference for anything before season 8 whatsoever. We have just had word, everybody, that the reason that they've panned away from that screen was because they've sent the main broadcast to break. So you know what, I think, Korak, it's a great idea for us to do the exact same thing. We'll be back when there's a draft and when there's a game, but at the minute we do not know when that is going to be, so we're going to hop off. We're going to come back as soon as we can with hopefully game number 1 of Ultra Prime versus LNG. We'll see you soon.
Alrighty, everybody, we're back. Finally moving into the draft. And it looks like things have already kicked off. We got a little bit of change over here in the background. Dude had to step away, of course, because he had a couple of errands to knock out. And so Jay Beto, a good friend of mine, has stepped in to give us a hand. And we're already in the middle of draft. What are your thoughts looking at this so far?
I mean, my first thoughts here are LNG have Yunara Nico, which is really, really strong. I mean, Nico in the last couple of months has been taking over pro play. Yunara has been as well, but banned more often than not. So again, I'm a little surprised to see both of these let through. Ultra Prime go with the Orianna first pick, so it's understandable that they give some things over, but the Karma pairing here with no AD carry, so you can target out some of those great pairings. Ezreal could be a Varus ban here as well. The Kiana, probably the standout here of the draft of Ultra Prime here. One of the really flavorful junglers of the LPL in the last season, the 2025 season. Whether you want to say this is a rounding off of that season or the start of the new season, I don't know. I like to think of it as the start of the next season. There's the Varus ban I was talking about. But I mean, focusing here, it's kind of interesting to see these teams prioritize the bot lane first over...
Not sure if looks like we lost Gebetto for a couple of seconds. I think what he was trying to boil into is he's a bit surprised that we're focusing on the bot lane instead of getting maybe a couple of the junglers out beforehand. There can be a lot of different issues with that, but I think the strong suit for that is the part that we have a lot of this versatility, right? Karma is very, very strong. I think Karma is a very good T1 pick. I think that if you can get your hands on Yunara, that is very good. She hasn't changed too much from the picker ban itself. You know, really only differences have been her ability to close the distance and get into range. Rolling into the next couple of picks, it looks like we're going to go with MF for the bot lane. I do like MF. MF, you can play her very forward and back. So if you're concerned with how the bot lane is going to go overall, I think MF is always a very, very solid choice. These teams very happy to pick that one. And then same thing with Sion. I think Sion is still extremely broken, in my opinion, especially in T1 hands. Can do a lot of insane stuff. And here's a good response to the Sion. We go from Sion into Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is great at playing specifically into Sion in the top lane, so that does not surprise me that that has come out. The team overall for LNG is very, you know, I'm going to say poppy, right? You know, not necessarily in the champion regards, but just in sort of the terms of we've got Pop Blossom, we've got Rek'Sai going in, we've got Xin going in, you know, we've got a lot of knock up sort of, I won't call it full-on juggle potential, but a lot of really solid stuff like that. And I'm excited to see what we can boil down here with this. We should be rolling into the game any moment. Once again, we're doing a little bit of a stream in the background, so we'll have to wait for them to dive into that. But I do like this early pick. There's a lot of power in LNGs, and I do also want to note something here. Up has decided to grab the Kiana, which is something I think mentioned earlier on, literally an hour ago, now that I'm thinking about it. But when we've got Kurako doesn't play a lot of Kiana, Aatrox, or Jace. So, you know, them picking up Kiana does make a lot of sense. Kiana is very, very common in LCK. We see that over and over and over. So, like, I think that is a good option for them to play into, because it seems like that's someone who Kurako maybe has a bit of an issue playing into overall. Here we're going into the screen for the next couple of picks. Missing, of course, on the Nico, LNG on the right, and up so far on blue. I believe we can finally hear you now, Gebetto. Oh, fantastic. It is fun tech issues after that. But when looking at this, I'm worried about the bot lane for LNG. Not necessarily not that missing isn't very, very powerful or this is a skill matchup, but at least when we just take purely the champions itself, when we look at MF and Karma, that's a lot of poke. That's an insane amount of poke for a bot lane to have to deal with. I do think we have plenty of tools to fight that, and, you know, Nico can definitely return that for sure, but I think Nico does fall a little bit bit shorter of specifically the Karma. I think Karma is, I won't say like quintessentially the support, but is definitely going to be up there. Looks like finally, after a whole bunch of delay, we're rolling into game number 1. It took us a long time to get here, an additional hour, but finally, the match between Up and LNG is starting to kick off. Hopefully, I also have my caster back.
Yeah, you got me.
Are you here?
I am here. I really didn't want to talk about the drafts. Like, I couldn't be bothered, so I just faked the DC. No, unfortunate, but you know, it's not a first LPL night without some internet issues. Had to sub in pretty short notice, but we're here, we're working. Hopefully there's no more issues. But jumping into this game, Rek'Sai top, Sion top, things that I didn't quite get to look at in the second half here. The Victor, kind of the only real thing against the Orianna that's good because of the range potential. Orianna's just kind of this like meta warping champion at the moment, where this is kind of the best thing that Ultra Prime have outside of the Kiana, which is still a really, really good jungle. We've seen that tonight, but there's not really a whole lot that's great into the Orianna is the biggest part. She's got exceptional laning. Yeah, she does lose side lane against some champions, you know, notably Azir, Akali. We've seen those come out too tonight, but in the lane specifically, Orianna just devastates a lot of lanes. In the top lane as well, I think we're talking a little bit earlier, I think Melvin might have been touching on this, the fact that the Sion just tore through Worlds, had such a massive impact on so many of the games, and Rek'Sai kind of the flavor of the month counter into the Sion.
Absolutely, and I brought that up in draft. I think that is going to be a super great tool to play specifically into that. I think Rek'Sai can also be decent in the jungle, but I do feel like specifically into Sion, that's a bit better for them to play into, better for them to go into. But something I would also want to note here too is the trading right now in between the mid lane. Orianna so far already really struggling in these early stages. That does make sense considering who their lane opponent is. Krako maybe looking for something to happen. We should not expect too much. I've got to imagine that we're already on our toes, but it looks like Krako already trying to go in, looking to close the distance, trying to find something. I'm going to get a little bit of harassment, a little bit of damage with this turnaround immediately. Is the tether going to pop down? Krako in a bit of trouble, already getting close to going down, looking for the first kill, looking for the first blood, and we might just have it. We do not escape to safety as MF picks up a clean kill for herself, starting off game number 1 with a bang. Absolutely, and it looks like we're looking for the recover. Already going for our first little bitty scuttle crab, and maybe looking for a rotation on top of the Sion. That wouldn't be a bad grab, but the problem with Sion is he can be hard to gank. That Q can provide him a lot of much needed space. And the other note here for Krako is just a little bit behind now because of that engagement. So he's got to sort of decide between ganking and, of course, getting his own CS, getting his farm. And oftentimes the farm can be more beneficial in the long run. It looks like that is what he's going to opt for. Gebetto. Okay, it sounds like we're having a couple more issues. Unfortunately, with the internet on our end, it's non-stop shenanigans on this one. So I'm going to pick up for a little bit until we can finally get my color back in here and get things rolling. But so far, we're not seeing an insane amount. I do think that we already have a lead to play with. We're sitting at about 600 gold lead when it looks at the MF. That doesn't sound like a whole bunch, but for the T1 players, they really can turn that into quite the snowball. And I think MF does super well with gold when we're looking at this team, especially if you're sort of just waiting for Kiana to sort of buy some time for her to come online. A lot of the meta has seemed to be leaning towards these level 6 champions, and I think that they are a very good example of that. Plus, they have an amazing team fight potential. Of course, Zen, their lane opponent, is also extremely meta, so we can see a lot of plays here for this. I do believe when looking at this that LNG is the favorite to win. So I think First Blood going to Up has got to be a good morale booster for them overall. So I'm really liking that idea. Hopefully they can maintain that momentum. The most important thing is going to be the consistency of the team. That's one of the primary things that separates the higher and lower skill levels. So that will be something to kind of pay attention to as we go on. We're going to try to start up our first Drake here, sitting about 6 minutes. So the Drake's been up for about a minute or so. I think this could be dangerous. Zen's going to be chomping at the bits to try to make something happen, make a play happen, and it looks like we are going to back off overall, which could mean that LNG is going to get this objective relatively for free if Kurako decides to go for it.
Well, look here, still a control ward for Ultra Prime on that Dragon, and some bases coming through from Ultra Prime should mean that LNG have full prior around this Drake and that they're able to get it completely for themselves, but have to see if they want to go towards that instead. It looks like just pathing up to the top lane. Nice Arcane Storm out from Bulldog, get the wave in, get a nice Plate Saber, stuck under lane with no TP. Bit tough. I will say though, the First Blood is nice, but it's this continuous prior in the bot lane from Karma. Xiaoxi are doing quite a good job on this Karma of generating prior. That's kind of one of the things you really want to see from the Karma in the early game. If you are ever in a game where you're seeing Karma losing prior, it's probably an indication that the game's not going amazingly for that team, but it's 500 lead. Most of that gold is on the MF, so see how this bot lane can transition it. And with this missed timing potential from LNG, I really think that they could have done the Drake there. Kind of a breath of fresh air here from Ultra Prime, allowing them to reset themselves, get the health bars back, and maybe look for the Dragon themselves.
We're looking to start a fight over, it looks like the red buff. It looks like Kurako is completely unaware of what's lurking in there, so we can immediately just go for the smite, almost completely uncontested. I doubt this is going to turn into a fight. I don't think Kiana's going to want to duke it out over here, but we're going to go forward.
Nice.
We're going to go for the smite, and we're going to steal it, so Kurako is even further behind than they were before. Gebetto was just talking about maintaining the lead in bottom, but it looks like we're doing the exact same thing when it comes to the jungle itself.
Yeah, Zin's out, set behind earlier. Managed to keep up in CS a bit, but all these steals are really impactful for Kiana. Grub spawning in just a second here, so I have to see. Is Kiana wanting to go towards this Dragon? Do we want to go for a trade, or with a Scion rotation potential, can we go towards these Grubs? You see that the supports have both rotated over. That's not one XN. That is missing. Changed into the Yanara. One Grub already secured, and looks like LNG happy to, as of right now, at least take that, but to see LNG walking in.
Not a super great spot for Up. It looks like we need to get a little bit more animation. Oh, Kiana going to take a whole bunch of damage and immediately go down, removing their advantage that they had before, giving themselves a little bit of gold in their pocket, tying our score up 1-1. But most importantly, the Void Grubs, the objectives, are going to go to LNG. That's going to be a powerful tool they can continue using, and denying that from the Scion is going to be super important for those macro plays.
Arcane Storm out in mid, but Saber will be able to walk away. Health bar go a little bit low here, and this will continue to generate some push in mid lane to Prio in mid lane. But, hang on, here's bullet time, get the barrier out, and that's all that will be. Yeah, one Grub over to Ultra Prime, but LNG get the two, as well as Croco with the Crescent Guard. Yes, he's connected by the Supreme Display of Talent, but there's just no follow-up damage because of that Crescent Guard. Really nice rotation over from Missing as well. And so far, yes, Ultra Prime had that first blood, and it has resulted in a 1k lead, but everywhere else for LNG winning on the map right now, especially this mid-prior. For Ultra Prime, if they want to continue the game going in their favor, if they want to really get a grip over this game, you need to be playing around this bot lane. That's your real lead. I'm surprised that neither team have started up the Drake. Crucially, Flash is still available for these champions after that fight, so could be going for a round 2 around this Drake.
And I don't think there's any reason for them to not stop that whatsoever. They've got plenty of tools to play into that. Their bot line does have prio, but the thing I think you've got to keep in mind here with these fights is you can never really count Yanara out. Even if you're behind, even if you have sort of issues, she's still extremely powerful, and her damage has not been touched whatsoever. So that is something that we can play into, despite the fact that there's literally a 1.2k lead. One of the biggest things I think to watch out for is going to be these summoner abilities, right? The barrier is already down, and it's down for about halfway throughout its own cooldown, so that's going to be something to watch out for. We do still have flash, so we do have at least some escapability. Karako going to run into a ward, so we're going to know that this Drake is potentially starting up. We can respawn here, but I think Kiana's probably just going to get their hands on a little bit of these objectives, and then maybe rotate. We do have Karma here for the vision, so I think that's going to be the plan as we go in.
Oh, big pop
awesome. Gonna lock down as the dramatic pause kicks in almost immediately. Unfortunately, a little bit hard to cast what's going on here. Hopefully I didn't also lose connection. That would probably be the better of the options of this one. Gebetto, can you still hear me? There we go. Looks like I'm back, potentially. Going to start a fight over here between the Zen and the Kiana, trying to lock them down. A little bit of damage, unfortunately, is not going to happen there for the Kiana. Really, really unfortunate little bit of fight there. It looks like the kill did indeed go to the other side, to LNG overall. So that's going to be good for their end. And, of course, they have the Drake, so they are able to get a whole bunch of that. Finally going into replays. Hopefully I'm back entirely now. Once again, absolutely plagued by issues rolling into this one. Looking at our score so far, we're 1-2. Gold is tied up, at least in overall deal, but it looks like MF has maintained that lead, so that's another prio they can play into. So that's a little surprising that we were not able to get the Drake here on LNG. I just think that was a little bit misstep when it comes to the coordination. Maybe the comms weren't just as tight as they need to. So far, we're already rolling into a little bit of a rotation, as it looks like the ADC has decided to go the mid lane, and I don't blame them. They can potentially get a couple of more plates there, probably setting up for a couple of these upcoming objectives, and just keeping where your gold is in sort of a neutral position can be something you can play into, because like it can be very great if you have this gold in bot lane, but not so much if it does not go anywhere. Ooh, bullet time going to get activated, almost taking down the Nico. That's going to be a flash no longer in the wheelhouse, so that's going to be flash and heal automatically down for that Nico, and capitalizing on it immediately as Kiana goes in, mops up a kill. Rek'Sai here looking for their pound of flesh. Tether coming out. Fortunately, not a whole bunch going to happen that. Kiana going to continue to lay down the pressure on this Zen. MF needs to watch out because it looks like there's a Zen waiting in the bush for them. Camera refusing to switch over. It looks like we're going to get a dramatic camera on the Scion battle, which I don't expect too much happening there. That's maybe into the Victor. There might be an angle there. Is a potential spot here in order to lock down Yunara. Yunara going down about half HP, but nothing really to write home about. Our score once again tied up 2-2 as Zen looking for him a little bit of revenge, but it looks like he's only going to find heat instead. Going to get locked into the wall by Kiana and going down to less than half HP. Going to fall to pieces. Another kill falling to up. This is a little devastating for the other end. It looks like we did pick up a kill in the top lane as well. Hopefully Gebetto is back at this point. Are you back, my friend?
Yeah, I assume so. I'll have to wait for confirmation, but oh boy, it's been a night tonight, but can hear me? Beautiful. All right.
Okay.
I mean,
So
playing
that answers that question.
fast and loose with who can hear me and who can't hear me, but oh well, issues around and around. Take a look back at this replay here. Engaging here onto Saber, and it's just kind of the base damage from Rek'Sai at the moment, pushing away, and I think Rek'Sai is one of those most interesting champions recently because of the changes. The fact that it's like an AD bruiser version of Rek'Sai, like as opposed to the tanky version that we saw. I think it was last year. I'm pretty sure it was like MSI last year was when we were really seeing Rek'Sai top, like tank Rek'Sai top. I might be mistaken there. It might have been this year as well, but you can see by the build, like Titanic Hydra, Shojin is the build that the Rek'Sai of current day goes. I think it's a lot more entertaining, but dueling in mid here.
Not a whole bunch to write home about. It looks like, weirdly enough, Yunara took that trade on sort of the negative end for them. So that's a little bit unfortunate for them, but that does not surprise me. When you're fighting into MF, it can be very, very powerful. Both the Q, the bullet time. MF is just such a difficult opponent to play into overall. So that's not too surprising. We do have a good portion of the gold on top of the Nico, which sometimes people see as a negative. case, I don't think that's the case. Nico can put in a lot of work, and I see a lot of people make them the quintessential support. But you know, I think you can also make the same statement on Karma. I feel like the gold's just a little bit better on missing, looking for a fight over here, trying to lock down the Oriana. Zen goes in, having to flash away another important tool, another important resource down for LNG. LNG really struggling a lot more than we expected, Gebetto.
LNG, there's a lot of talent on this roster, especially like missing from the hold on. Nice ult there from Kiana. We'll get a nice punish on the base there. Bit of disrespect from Croco. But yeah, LNG's got like a ton of talent from the LCK. Obviously, Bulldog, not the best year. On DNF, hard to really quantify how good this player is or how good his year was when you're on, you know, a really just not performing LCK team. And Croco did pretty well on Bro. For the most part, again, you're stuck in the Fries group for majority of the second half of the year. So, again, it's really tough to see, like, oh, how well did Croco do up against, you know, top LCK teams? But missing a player who's been around for a long time, we've seen a lot of stuff from missing. And I'm really surprised that this team is, also the Ultra Prime is really kind of giving it to LNG. It is only the first game and getting a little close in on the player cams here. So maybe we're having some, hopefully not, internet issues again. But so far, Ultra Prime doing a pretty good job. I'm impressed by them.
Absolutely, and I'm really hoping this is due to their skill and not necessarily tech issues on LNG's end or just sort of either side. So far, I do agree with you. They have had a very solid appearance. I would love to see them consider, continue going forward with that, and I would hate to see specifically tech issues be a reason why we don't get to see these players shine, because this is such a great opportunity for Ultra Prime to really prove themselves. There's a lot of more green players than you would expect to sort of see pop up in the LPL. So this is a good opportunity for them to really shine and show a lot of those good opportunities. I think we've seen that. So far, I have been really impressed with the Kiana. I've been really impressed with the jungler overall for Ultra Prime. So I think that's been a very solid importance. But I don't think you can outsell this MF. MF's just been doing an amazing job as well. Just doing a couple of small things, just doing MF things. And I've got a note too. MF is one of my favorite blind picks, one of my favorite early picks, sort of early on, because you can use her in a lot of different ways to sort of build this tempo and sort of feel out the other players and feel out your own team and how everyone's doing. And MF has a lot of tools to sort of play back and forward with that, Gebetto.
We're back. We're so back. I mean, one of the issues, we were talking before, Crack. Yeah, who died here? I wasn't keeping track of the kill score, but someone died. We must have missed that. Maybe we'll get a replay here in a bit. But I mean, we were watching the games tonight before. Both of us got yanked out of our Discord call and got subbed in. You first, then me. And I was expressing concern to you about Croco in LPL. One of the biggest reasons that I have concerns for this player is the fact that you touched on a hold on.
Starting a fight. Bullet time going to get activated. MF getting so close to going down, but almost doesn't count in this case as we actually pick a kill. Kiana there on the immediate response. I've got to say this reaction time by Up and these plays on Kiana are absolutely phenomenal. We're 4-1 on one of the scariest junglers in the game. Looking for a fight here. This could be pretty awkward. However, if anyone can pull it on, there's going to be Kiana. Looks like we're going to go Scion in, looking for the damage. Trying to buy a little time. Drake's at about half HP, dashing over the wall. We're a little disjointed when it comes to Ultra Prime. So unfortunately, it looks like we're going to give up that objective for free. I feel like they had the angle, but if they just weren't feeling it, it's not the worst thing to try to back off and give up a Drake. It looks like we're going to get a nice little replay, Gebetto.
Ooh, Pop Blossom here, but the barrier, the heal, redemption as well. It's just so much sustain from this support. And then, unfortunately for LNG, the super fed Kiana comes out of the jungle. And this is kind of what I was going to touch on for Croco, is that his time in the LCK has not been very successful with Kiana. At Worlds, they kind of gave up on it. They tried in the regular season towards...
Not sure if that is my color gone once again, so I'm going to pick up just for a couple of minutes until he is good and ready to go. But we're getting pretty close to that 20-minute mark, about 5-3 so far. About a 1.7k difference. The biggest difference being, of course, obviously, on the Kiana, that 2.6 difference is absolutely putting in work. Definitely hit the gym for that one, getting all kinds of gains for that one. And, I think something that's a little negative is, despite the fact that we have all these kills, is we haven't been able to lock down the objective. objectives. And the kills are nice, but you need to use the kills to segue into getting your hands on some of these objectives, because the objectives win you the game. Ooh, Rek'Sai going in as Karma gets immediately melted and taken down. That's a little devastating for them to have to play with, but it's nice pickup here for Sheer. Sheer sitting at 2 kills so far, and I think that's going to be a good person to sort of diversify. They can really be the tip of the spear for LNG, especially if they're looking for some sort of recovery. Shelly, it looks like we're going to start a fight over it, sitting about almost about 1,000 HP. Going to get taken down. Pop Blossom in. Unfortunately, not able to hit really too much as Kiana buys him time. Bullet time going to get activated. Looks like we're going to try to look for the damage. Rek'Sai once again trying to lock them down, but can they kill this MF? It looks like no, we're not. We're just barely going to keep ourselves alive as the redemption comes down in the background and up, absolutely wrecking the competition. Kid still go either way as Kroko in a little bit of danger, activating the Crescent Guard, gonna fall to pieces. Dead Scion going in looking for the damage, but Yanara is still hard to walk into, but up comes out smelling like roses. Sorry about that. Was testing to see if my color was back as we roll into that, but what a great performance by Up. That was just from front to back. That was super, super great. I was a little bit worried when the Rek'Sai went in. Again, replay. Looks like the Pop Blossom did miss, unfortunately for missing. Ironic for the name. The bullet time, able to absolutely shred the clone and a couple other things. Rek'Sai tries everything they can to try to lock them down, but the problem is we've just got so much healing. Redemption coming down there in the background. Scion just doing exactly what he should. Just basically 1v3. Even though he does go down, it's super great here. They also pick up Kroko as well, so essentially it's a 3-for-1 trade, and you definitely gonna take those for sure. And that just helps Kiana more and more and more. And the nice thing though is this does diversify the gold on Scion. Scion sitting at 3-1 now, only about 200 behind, which is not too bad whatsoever. Scion can operate at a deficit. I think he's sort of the best one for that. I think that he can be very powerful and broken because he specifically can operate at a deficit. So that is nice to see overall. And I think this Rek'Sai is going to be very, very strong. And it's specifically when we go back to the Scion to the top laner overall, I think that the fact that I feel like Scion is supposed to win or supposed to lose this matchup in a Rek'Sai, and the fact that he's finally turned it around says a lot for the player's skill.
Sion's also just one of those champions that, like, you can say that about a lot of matchups. Oh yeah, Sion's supposed to lose this matchup, but he's so strong right now. In my opinion, the best blind top laner. The reason that Rek'Sai is good into Scion is because the enhanced E does true damage, plus ult is percent max health damage. So, like, theoretically on paper, this champion does do a lot of damage to Scion. He doesn't really care about the prots and like the health. But unfortunately, Scion is just so strong at this point in the game, like in the meta game right now, that kind of no matter what you pick into it, it's still really strong. Like, Gwen is coming back up, and Bessa was a solution for a while. You could go Aatrox, but now that's more in the jungle, and then Rek'Sai is being picked up now as kind of the answer that can kind of hold the Sion at bay for the most part. But the problem with Sion is that his team fighting is just...
It's just absolutely insane is probably what Gebetto was going to say there. We're getting close to our next up-and-coming objectives. About 14 seconds on the clock for the next up-and-coming Drake, and this is going to be an important one. If LNG is able to get their hands on it, if LNG is able to grab this Drake, this is going to set the tempo for them. So despite the fact that they're down all this gold, that they're down all this kills, if they just continue to get objective after objective, it's really not going to matter. It looks like TP in immediately directly on top of a stun for the Sion, but Sion takes absolutely no damage from it whatsoever. Sion going to start a ultimate, going to get activated, trying to look for the angle, but it looks like we're going to go in on the Nico itself, so nothing really major does pop out of that, at least except for the fact that Sion is down, an important tool to play with. Still looking for an angle to try to lock in this Drake. The positioning has switched a little bit better in Up's favor. Ultra Prime still looking for this fight if they can, but they need to be very cautious for it. This is a good opportunity for LNG to try to turn around. Drake is going to go down. We're going to try to start a fight over here. It looks like Kiana's going to run directly into a bit of trouble, going to run into the Rek'Sai, but their team is there immediately once again to respond. This response time has been absolutely phenomenal. We got the objective. It may not be the worst thing to fight in this, but the big thing is you're playing into Kiana. Shockwave going to get activated into the bullet time, looking for the damage. LNG absolutely disjointed as another kill goes down. Pop Blossom on 3 could turn things around, but I'm not sure we have the wallet diff now trying to go in. LNG falling to pieces, having a really hard time of it. Absolutely getting taken down after kill after kill. falls to Ultra Prime. Krako on the run, trying to get away from this Kiana, and he's the only one to get away from this wreckage. 12-5, and we're going to turn this into a SantaCon, Gebetto.
Back or I'm back? Oh, I'm back. I'm so back. We are so back. Holy. Take a look at this replay. I didn't get to see much of this because I was DC'd. Awesome. Thank you, my internet. Australian internet is excellent. Sheer goes in a little bit too far here, right? Teams separated from the engage. You're really looking at missing for this pop blossom, but where does this go, right? The team's already kind of getting baited in too far forward. Shockwave catches two. Bullet time does too much damage. Missing's not in a good angle. Has flash. Has to use it to get away. A really nice shockwave. And here's the pop blossom. It hits members, sure, but at this point in time, your damage is kind of gone, and there's nothing really that LNG can do.
Well, and I've got to go back to it. This does not feel like a team of rookies. This does not feel like people who don't have a insane amount of games with each other or just sort of at this level whatsoever. Up really feels competitive. They really feel like they have this synergy down, and maybe this is a testament to LNG maybe just starting off really, really slow. And we've also got to keep in mind that oftentimes in these best of 3, best of 5 series, game number 1 can be sort of like your wake-up game, to where it's just like you're struggling for the caffeine to hit your brain, and that would make sense, especially because I think it's getting pretty late over where the players directly are. So this game is really dragging on for us. So as bad as it might be for some of us over in US and in EU, I gotta imagine it's a bit worse over on China's front, just because of the sheer time zone. It's probably going to be approaching 1 to 2 a.m. right around there, so that is going to be a factor to play into, and I think that's important. Your fatigue, your literal fatigue, will definitely affect your play.
It's also the fact that these guys have been sitting in this call, in their room, in their chair for a long period of time, waiting for that pause to like fix, waiting for the games to connect, and missing court.
Starting a fight once again, and Yanara immediately gets nuked. We try to take down a little bit more for a couple of kills. Looks like it was missing to die instead. Bullet time gets activated, but immediately stopped as the crescent guard goes in. LNG finally seeing an opportunity, at least getting something, doing a 1-for-1 trade. Isn't the worst thing for them, especially if they're behind and able to pick up a couple of these shutdowns. So that's going to be a nice turnaround. But the big problem is, as this game goes further and further, Gebetto, it looks like Ultra Prime has just continued to diversify their gold. Still a good portion of it is on Kiana, but more and more has been picked up on the Scion, and then a good amount has gone to MF, but that has changed over the time.
Still got a minute and a half on this next Drake, and LNG weren't able to get that Drake before, so not soul point for them. Ultra Prime doing a really good job of denying the dragon stacking here, and I mean, yeah, the gold lead on MF is quite nice. It will become less and less impactful as the game goes. It's 1.5k, which is important, but this is kind of full build for MF. I mean, obviously, GA is nice, a shield bow might be nice, but Yunara is going to continue to get stronger when she gets the LDR, when she gets the Infinity Edge. The Kiana as well is a champion that becomes harder and harder to play the longer the game goes on. The team fights are just nowhere near as easy to execute on. Yes, she's 3k up, but Ultra Prime, if they're not careful, this gold lead will start to elapse them. LNG in a decent enough position. They are up 2 Drake, so they have the option to give some more and scale up their Yunara, get the items I was talking about before. But we're looking at, I mean, Bulldog, 2 items, level 16, fully stacked rower. On the other side, Saber the same. These mages are really coming online.
Yeah, and I think that'll be an important factor. We've seen already the amount of damage and sort of insanity Victor can do, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives. But the same thing could be said for Orianna. Orianna likes to play in these neutral objectives.
Whoa, Kroko.
As he steps
That's
just
Baron.
a little bit too close to the sun and gets taken down. And just like Gebetto's saying, this could easily turn into a Baron, turn into a Nasher. And I don't think LNG can really play into this. Not only is there a massive goal difference, I think there's just a pure synergy difference. If I'm LNG at this point, I'm going to be looking for maybe trying to get a tower or to get something in compensation for Baron, because I don't think you want to dig this hole deeper.
Well, it's the sole point, actually, for LNG. So, like you said, they are getting something on the other side of the map. This is an important part of the game. Soul point is important. Ocean Soul is pretty decent this game. You've got these tanks that like to fight, right? The Scion, the Rek'Sai, that's more of a bruiser like we were talking about before. But Ocean Soul, not bad. When you're behind, you get a bit of sustain and maybe get enough damage across. But Kroko just getting caught out of nowhere with Crescent Guard up. and unfortunately transitions into Ultra Prime, picking up a Baron on 5. This is absolutely not the outcome I was expecting from this team. They're playing really well together, and a lot of these players, Korak, are pretty new to the LPL and pretty new to this roster. I mean, I think both, like the full top side coming in December this year, so within the last month have been brought into this team. Like, realistically, how long could you have had to play against tier 1 players and improve your skill, get your macro to that level? Because even though LNG, you know, some of these players, they're coming together for the first time too, a lot of them have played tier 1, most of them. So the fact that Ultra Prime can bring up this mostly like BLG junior roster and look this good in game 1 it's a real statement.
Absolutely, and if it continues on into game number 2, you know, LNG is going to be in a lot of trouble. I think the transition into game number 2 will be really important, but now we're still stuck in game number 1, looking for a couple of options to go for. Looks like we're trying to go for the red steel. That's not a bad thing to try to get your hands on. A lot of people forget that that turns into a 5-man buff, so denying those resources and putting the heat down on Zen is definitely not a bad idea, plus keeping red buff or blue buff outside of your enemy's hands is going to be pretty important. Still looking for something to fight, and you got to keep in mind here for this one, LNG is going to be very cautious despite the fact that this is their jungle, because playing Kiana into the jungle area, she has so much to play her ultimate off of. This is absolute heaven if a fight kicks off inside the jungle overall for them.
Stabilizing out this siege, as Ultra Prime haven't really broken open any of these towers just yet. Still got another minute of Baron, so not a whole lot of time. Shockwave is big!
Ooh, Saber looking for the damage. Unfortunately, the bullet time not able to are pushing out the other side, and we turn that into a nice little objective, as it looks like we're doing a little bit of 4-in-1. Scion looking for an angle here to at least try to do some of the damage. Unfortunately, Rek'Sai here is the answer, and that seems to be very, very consistent. Now, looking at the gold on the bottom, it looks like everything is coming up, and that makes a lot of sense. Their stocks are definitely going up in this one. We're sitting at 4-6 at 30 minutes, so absolutely devastating lead when it comes to the kills. We're almost getting close to that 10k mark with the gold overall, which will be absolutely devastating. And still, so far, there's just not a lot of deaths overall when it comes to up. We still have not shut down this Kiana. Was 4-in-1, now sitting 2-in-1, so very, very sitting pretty there for that one. Next couple of objectives are going to come up here in about 10 seconds, about 2 minutes and 12 seconds for the next up-and-coming Drake, which will be an important one. That soul that we were just talking about. We still have a little Baron buff, so in order to get this other T2 would be super, super nice. That does free up and give them a lot of much needed pressure for this upcoming objective, Gebetto.
Yeah, Baron's worn off now, so last remaining tier 2, last remaining inner turret. Let's see, can Ultra Prime get in here? They've got Shockwave back up. Oh, there it is, it missed. Big miss.
Little unfortunate. We take another T2 in mid lane, so at the very least, that's something. I won't even call that a consultation prize, because that basically turned in to it for them for free, and it'll continue just applying that pressure over and over. We are in sort of an awkward stage, waiting on a couple of more of these objectives to pop off, and we're gonna have a harder time sieging. Starting to fight though inside the jungle as Kiana finds Zen, and this should be an easy kill. Yes, indeed, another kill falling to Kiana, doing that nice 1v1. Krako really struggling in this game number 1, and up still looking in top form.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was able to finish my point. I might have DC'd at the time, but I was talking about the fact that Kroko, coming from the LCK, hasn't had a lot of time to play against and with Kiana and other champions like Jace and the Aatrox. Not that, you know, Kroko couldn't pick that up, but LCK as a whole has had like struggle around Worlds, and recently with dealing with Kiana and playing it, they tried it and then they gave up on it, and so far Kroko really just can't piece together this Xin Zhao against the Kiana matchup, as Ultra Prime looking at the bot lane.
Sheer in what is potentially a bit of trouble here, but I think anyone can get out of it, it is going to be the Rek'Sai. It'll remain to be seen going forward as I get another dramatic pause on my end. Hopefully that's not the game.
Okay, thank God that wasn't me.
It looks like Sheer did get taken down, unfortunately for them, but I guess we do still have Scion, so even if Rek'Sai does pop out, we had a lot of chase for that. But I like this idea with Up. They're just never letting up the pressure. Pun definitely intended for that one, but you know, like, I think this is a good strategy when at this point, you know, like if LNG is down, just keep kicking them. right? Just keep kicking them until there's no more life in LNG, and there's no reason for them not to. You know, this isn't the most important event, but honestly, like, if you're up, you're going to be happy with this game overall. We're going to deny the soul, it looks like so far, grabbing at least an Ocean Drake for them, so this does also set up to grab a soul. If we make it, though, all the way to that second Drake and Up's able to get to it, I feel like that's kind of a failure to end, which does give LNG an angle to sort of turn things around, because the gray screen is really starting to scale, and I think people forget about the scaling of the gray screen. So one mistake can turn into just a cascading set of errors. But the big thing that Up has to play into is they still have all of their remaining T2s, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that can really buy you an insane amount of time.
It means that if LNG win a fight, unless it's a full ace and the wave is in a great spot, LNG can't end quickly. So Ultra Prime have that barrier. They are up 10,000 gold, so I would be very surprised if LNG could pull this back, as Ultra Prime have full control around Baron. They're looking for the Baron itself and maybe a pick first. Let's see.
Sion just absolutely tanking the damage as Missing has to flash over the wall. A little bit of wards going down, fighting for that vision time, going for that red buff that I was talking about, so denying that from the other side is going to be super great. Right on top of the back of Baron. Sion just refusing to take any damage whatsoever. Krako, in a bit of trouble, going down about half HP. Sion going to pick up a stun, but really just does not care whatsoever.
Wow.
Finally, Kiana going to find their angle going in, going to take them down. Bullet time going to get activated. Carson going to do the exact same things, then in trouble, looking for an angle, looking for a lifeline, but is only gonna find death for his trouble. Sure, he's got a guardian angel, but it doesn't matter because Up is here to kill them and their angel.
I think that Ultra Prime might be looking for an end here. Liang Chen TPs to the mid lane to stop the wave getting cleared out. Ultra Prime barreling in on the top lane. Don't know if they can end. It's a bit close here. 30 seconds on the respawn. Do they have enough damage?
Inhib down, looking for a kill here on the fountains. That's time really important. Pop Blossom able to buy a little time as Kiana goes in looking for a kill on the Yanara. Yanara able to return at least some of the heat. Missing going to fall to pieces. One turret going to fall down, leaving one remaining. That
they're going to try.
Still coming online. They're going to look for an angle. Hopefully think better of it and back off. I think you've got time to sort of play this the long game if you need to. It looks like they are indeed going to go for that. League of Legends does still, even at the T1 level, punish these sort of overextending plays, and I think trying to look for that exact thing.
Oh, yeah.
Rek'Sai looking for an angle to go in on Up if they can just get it up, having to cancel their backs multiple times.
The worry is here, Korak. Ultra Prime forced to base. LNG are out of their base. They have their jungler respawned. They could potentially set up around this Baron and go for that, but LNG, unfortunately, not feeling confident enough. They aren't aware that Ultra Prime are based, as they have no vision in even their own jungle, and Ultra Prime able to break open the base, get one Nexus turret, and take their own reset. They don't overcommit because Bulldog could have TP'd behind. They had potential to lose the fight there and then lose Baron off of that. Maybe LNG gets Soul after that. That would have put the game in a dire position. But now Ultra Prime back in a very commanding spot. Exactly how we saw them before. Flash in.
We're going to activate the Crescent Guard. We're going to flash over the wall. Krako in a bit of trouble. We're going to run directly into Kiana. Once again, going to take them down. Up still, just absolutely dominating the competition. Shockwave to lock him down, but that's really just to add insult to injury. That was dead either way. Only 3 members here on the defense. Victor going to get chopped down. Sion does not care about these towers as he manages to just tank shot after shot, looking for an angle, looking for a way to end. Yanara going in, getting really close to taking down the Kiana, but it's just not going to be enough. There's only a couple here on the defense, only one remaining turret, and this appears to be the end. One final ditch effort as the Pop Blossom comes in, but we immediately get knocked out in game number 1 is going to fall to Up. Game number 1 is going to fall to the underdogs, Gebetto.
What an outstanding game. I mean, the Kiana was ridiculous. And even at the end there, you were talking about the health bars getting low. Both Kiana and MF had Guardian Angel. So even if they died, they were coming back. The fight was great. Ultra Prime push in, get a nice Nexus turret. They take a base. LNG get a second of leeway there, a second of breath, and unfortunately they can't get anything off of that, and Ultra Prime go right back to where they were with the aggression, and just such an outstanding game from Ultra Prime. I can't harp on it enough. I didn't expect Ultra Prime to be winning this, and the fact that they are, and this dominantly, it's a real statement.
Well, and I wanted to talk about this as well. I brought it up when Rude Dude was around, and the ability to play together as a team is so important, especially at this level. If you have any sort of issues whatsoever, it really shows. And I think Up had a really great performance there, team comp-wise. Not that there weren't individually people who were doing good individually, but I think that their response time was absolutely amazing. Their comms had to be fantastic overall, I've got to imagine, Gebetto.
Yeah, I would say so too. The Kiana doing just a ton of damage. The kill participation from everyone on Ultra Prime's side is really decent. Specifically, Xiaoxia, like 83%. Didn't really get to talk about the Karma too much. The push was great in the early game, and I guess it was kind of just left to the Kiana show, but being a part of all these kills, assisting the Kiana, being that enchanter role, providing shield, is get a couple look back at some highlights here, Croco. Just not the most solid game from the previously LCK jungler. I need to see more from this player. Again, I was concerned about how he's going to perform in the LPL, specifically because his pool doesn't favor the meta at the moment. Like, LCK as a whole just hasn't been playing Kiana. You've got Jace and the Aatrox in there, and then obviously some other picks we saw in Bessa earlier tonight. And Croco really shut out of this game. I think that, the Kiana was just an amazing champion, amazing performance. It's performed pretty well in the LPL recently, and continues to do so, but obviously these champions banned away now, so we'll be able to go towards something else. Hopefully that Croco can get a little bit of a more favorable matchup for himself. But I mean, yeah, Ultra Prime, great team fighting. They were a little bit weak on the macro side. LNG did get those early Drakes, but pulled it together with this Sion, the front line, and obviously, I mean, you can see here the Kiana just running through the fights.
Well, and one of the big things I really liked from Ultra Prime's performance here is it's very easy to get lost on the sauce. It's very easy to sort of lose what your win con is, especially, I would argue, when you are ahead, and I don't think that happened, because when Sion finally made it to a lot of these team fights, you'll see it in a lot of these replays. He's doing exactly what he should be, which is acting as this just absolute monster that's going to continue walking forward and providing not only a literal meat shield, but also, a living ward, providing that much needed advantage. And every opportunity that Kiana had a chance to go in and absolutely eat someone's lunch, she did time and time again. And they just played so well. And in the background this entire time was MF. And I don't think we can undersell MF's performance overall. Sure, they played a great MF, but I think most of their bullet times were right on point. Sure, a couple of them missed here and there, but they provide a lot of spacing, because even when they didn't get a kill inside the mid lane itself, it still kind of baited Rek'Sai into an unfortunate position. And at that point, Rek'Sai was ahead, so that did provide a lot of zoning. I know a lot of people joke, haha, it was a zoning ult, but I really think it was in that case.
Oh, I'm actually surprised by this player of the game. I was thinking to myself, surely it's Kiana, but Liang Chen picking up the player of the game for this game one. The Sion, obviously, like you were just touching on, provides so much space, and not to take away from the player, but I think this champion is ridiculously strong. Obviously, Liang Chen piloted it very well. You've got to be at the right place at the right time, hitting the ults and providing that frontline space and weak siding the lane appropriately. And I think that that's exactly what happened. Maybe a little robbed. I would have voted for the Kiana, but still, good call out here. I think that Ultra Prime as a whole had a great game here. For LNG, I need to see them more on the same page. I need to see Croco not getting caught out, missing, not getting caught out together, and maybe a little bit more synergy around these Drakes, because they were stacking them up pretty well, but then the macro in the late game kind of fell away.
Absolutely, and that could be why Sion took that slot, and that's one of the powerful tools on Sion. Not only is he absolutely broken and very powerful, but his macro is absolutely insane, and macro is one of the primary ways you win a lot of these games. But, I'm more excited about game number 2. Hopefully, Ultra Prime can maintain this momentum. That's going to be very important going forward, so we've got to keep an eye out for that. But with that in mind, give us a couple of minutes. We're going to roll into a bit of a break, so, grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments. Words are hard, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, and we are back rolling into draft number 2, game number 2, Gebetto, and what a game number 1 that was. I did not have that on my bingo card.
Yeah, I didn't have me DCing 10 times on my bingo card either, but hey, we're here. Talking about the game though, Ultra Prime. Yeah, if I was to make a tier list and talk about all these teams, I would say that LNG, I think this is the stronger group. I think the Group B is the stronger group in general, but I would have thought LNG would have been a very strong contester for the Stage 2 promotion. I was thinking, LNG 2-0, but Ultra Prime coming out hot in Game 1. The Kiana was outstanding. Now, there are still some very flavorful, I'll say, jungle picks that maybe we can bring out. The Aatrox, the Jace we saw earlier today that has just been tearing through the games. And obviously, there's still some other ones, right? I know that Melvin was talking about, some potential Shogath getting picked up in the jungle. I don't know about that one, but the Ambessa as well. Things that, what I'm saying here, what I'm getting at here is that Croco hasn't had a lot of time to practice against. If the LPL is going to bring out these crazy junglers, which they're kind of known for, right? Croco struggled in that game. How is he going to do against this game? Is it a good matchup thing? Maybe we need to save a little bit later pick for LNG, take red side and go later on, or take blue side angle and maybe get something really strong. I think that in the meta right now, you've got obviously the Nico's now out. That's a big problem, but I mean, you could go the Ambessa yourself, and that could be a flex top or jungle. That's a pretty good first pick. The Orianna's already been taken too. You could go towards the Talia. We've seen the Galio fall off a bit, so I would be surprised to see that early prioritization. But for LNG, it's a tough one.
Well, and I think 2 points to highlight with that one as well is, so Croco was picking up and playing the quintessential jungle, right, which is Zen. And the nice thing about Zen is he can be played forward and back. He's got a lot of versatility. There's a reason why he's very powerful in the meta overall. And so the fact that he was struggling on someone who has a lot of that escapability into Kiana, and don't get me wrong, like subversion of expectations. So like if you're not expecting the Kiana, if you're not expecting that sort of weirdness that you were sort of diving into, typically you would think, okay, pick someone like Zen or pick someone like Wukong or maybe even Jarvan, because those are very, very solid. Those are very, very meta, and they have a lot of tools. But even Zen, when you highlight it even more, that Crescent Guard should be a get out of jail free card in most instances, because not only do you have that, you've got the flash to follow it up. So the fact that he's struggling, I think, really shows just the kind of synergy that Up had, because a lot of those times they could have gotten out, but Up just immediately responded and didn't allow them any option whatsoever to get out of the mess that they had kind of set themselves up in. And then the other note I want to go into is, as we roll into game number 2, keep in mind, if this hits game number 3, we have a little bit of a, I won't say different, but I'll say older returning format for this one, to where essentially all the fearless picks no longer matter, and it's just pure blind pick for game number 3 or game number 5. Whatever is the final game sort of like throws everything against the wall. So even if LNG sort of wins this one, things are going to get really weird for game number 3, and that weird can be an angle that Up can, sort of turn this into 2-1 if they don't just 2-0 right here.
And for Croco, on the topic of, I'll be his lawyer for a second. We were looking at some solo queue accounts. Croco has been slamming a lot of Jace jungle and doing pretty well on it in GM. So, potentially something that Croco can pick up and try out here. Take first pick, go for the Jace jungle pick up here. But yeah, talking about the interesting format for playing, It's a fun one for sure. It's quite difficult to talk about analysis because, again, most likely this is not going to be happening next year at all in any region that I know of. So, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Oftentimes it's not necessarily the best draft, but the best blind pickable draft. So what can you get when you don't know what the enemy's playing? Earlier today, what did we say? It was Rumble, Orianna, Jace. I think it was Xin Zhao. I'm surprised that some of the things went through the blind pick phase. The Aatrox, the Yunara didn't get picked up. Things that have been banned the entire series, but could go there. LNG really need to pull their game back together. They were, again, not really on the same page, getting picked off a lot, and a lot of that was off of the Kiana. Finding picks in the jungle, being a complete menace, and I mean with the build as well. And next year this is going to get even worse because Umbral Glaive is becoming the new Sundered Sky and the best item in the game because it's getting what is it? You go invisible or untargetable, whatever it is, after you get a kill with it. plus the vision, and vision is already incredibly strong, so the build kind of favoring the Kiana, and for the majority of the year we've been talking about Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky is the best item in the game. It's really taking over the meta, and we've seen that, right? Aatrox in the top lane, now in the jungle, all these AD bruiser junglers, and the reason why they're so good is Sundered Sky and skirmishing around dragons. Well, who does that really well? Kiana does that really well, and she's got some really strong items to back her up.
I did think we were going for kind of a late game win or an inadvertent win when we were looking at LNG, just sort of talking about the recap, doubling back to that. And I thought we were going to be able to turn those Drakes into a lot of much needed pressure, because once you get that third Drake, once you get to that soul point, you can sort of apply that wherever you need to, Gebetto, and that's something that you can entirely play around. And I really just want to hype up, Ultra Prime here with the fact that, like, they were struggling to get these neutral objectives, and then something just clicked for their team. They just suddenly started getting better positioning to start taking these Drakes and pick up these kill after kill after kill. And I think, honestly, going back to this even more, I think the more I think about Sion's plays, I think he did set up a lot of those. Because while Kiana did get an insane amount of kills and capitalize on that, I think that Sion was the bridge to sort of adding to that gap, providing Kiana room to get in there for these fights, acting as ward, acting as this tip of the spear for them. So, I can definitely see all of those different angles. But with this being game number 2, hopefully LNG has had some time to get some caffeine in their system. Like I said, it's particularly late over there. And, maybe they've worked out a couple of the on-stage in-game jitters that they picked up from that, hour and a half delay we had?
In studio, in their own office. Jitters, they're not really on the stage, but I mean, we're looking at the back of them in the background there. The monitors look like all the players are in the lobby. So again, hopefully no connection issues. Fingers crossed on my end and on their end. But coaches pacing, looking like they're getting ready. So hopefully we won't be too far out of draft. But going to this next game, I mean, you've taken away a lot of the really strong champions. And unfortunately for LNG, some of the champions you didn't win on. Xin Zhao, so strong in the meta right now. You had an answer into the Sion. It didn't work out. You unfortunately had to get rid of the Nico as well, which has got very high win rate in the last year and has really taken over the game. I know that they've changed her. You can't cannon under towers anymore, but I still think she's incredibly strong. And watching, not only the games here, but in Kesper Cup, Nico's still super highly prioritized throughout those games. But, I mean, there's still a bunch of really easy to first pick champions, right? The Varus, that you could go something like an Ezreal. You could go, like we were talking about before, the Jace. You could look for an Aatrox first pick. I think the Zehen was banned in that first game, and I'm not convinced that Zehen is a great champion in every game, so like not a blind pickable first pick champion. It really struggles against range. We saw that earlier today against the Varus and the Jace comp. I think it was the first or second game of the night. The Zehen really, really struggled to do anything in that game. And, I mean, that's not that crazy to say when it's kind of like an Aatrox champion. It's very similar. Aatrox has, like, infinitely more sustain much quicker because Zehen really needs to get full stack passive. That takes a while. You need to get into your ult. That obviously takes full stacks to get up. And then, you have to hit your ult. You have to get later on into the build to actually do that. Really, Aatrox just needs like Sundered Sky, level 6, and then from there on it's just up. That's why we've seen him so heavily prioritized in draft. But yeah, one of those champions that suffers into range, and obviously we saw that earlier today, but players are smiling and having a bit of fun here, even though we've got this bit of delay. But correct, since we're here, we can get into some more chatty stuff here. Have you had a chance to look at the new items for next year?
Honestly, no. I've intentionally ignored them like spoilers for a show that I want in a lot of different ways, and it sounds like you're probably going to spoil me here, and I don't blame you.
All right, what about the quests?
Because
what about the quests?
This is kind of the notion I take with it, and it's I don't blame you, but I like to experience the new season firsthand, just sort of like full blast immediately to the face, and then just kind of figure out things for now. Is my strategy.
Well, what about the quests? Do you know anything about the quests? Because I'm spoiling you on that one if you don't know about those.
Go ahead. Spoil
All
me
right.
away.
So we're removing feats of warfare, right? The feats of strength. We're removing that. And obviously, lane tops are a bit of an issue this year. They added the lane top detection to try to basically stop what was happening. It wasn't necessarily that lane tops were an issue. It's just the fact that it was every game. Like, you were never getting standard lanes. And I can't remember when. Maybe it was this year. There was an MSI. I think it was this year's MSI where every game was lane top. We were diving towers across the map, and mid lane was just on an island doing nothing. And they're removing the lane top detection, removing the feats of strength, and they're adding in role quests, which is every role has a specific quest to complete, and they will get something after that quest has been completed. Now, the rewards are very fun. Now, for jungle, you get nothing. How's that? Absolutely nothing. The jungle camps are harder to clear, and you don't get anything from it. Support, again, basically gets nothing. They get like a extra slot that they can hold their control wards in, so that kind of helps. But the big boy changes are, first of all, mid. They get the upgraded boots that were this year. So when you completed feats of strength, you got the upgraded boots. Mid laners now get that upgraded boots. Top lane is a bit crazy. First of all, when they complete their quests, they get a bunch more XP. And I think it's more XP from minions, but they can go above level 18. And they also, if they took TP, it upgrades to a better TP. If they didn't take TP and they went, say, Flash Ignite, they get a TP. So they can go into a fight or into a game with 3 summoner spells. ADCs get a lump sum of gold, extra gold when killing minions, and a 7th item. So they get full 6 slots and boots on the side. Going to be a very insane patch to start off next year. And, I mean, my eyes immediately are thinking of BLG, to be honest. Viper coming into this team is a massive change up. We'll see that a little bit later in the week when we get into our stage 2 matches. But what an outstanding AD carry. And, you know, I feel like this meta is so good for him.
Yeah, and I could definitely see those motions, and you mentioned boots, and for me, that's a perfect segue for the thing that I'm worried about, and sadly, a meme dying, I think, which is more important, which is Cassiopeia is going to have boots, and I guess do the same thing that Nami does, and put that boot on their head, plus get a bunch of movement speed upgrades, too, so, you know, we might have a Cassiopeia that's faster than Hecarim or Rammus, which is very frightening.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the role quest, right? Mid laners are getting those upgraded boots. Cassiopeia either has to get some crazy buffs or she's just nowhere near as good. I would be surprised. I'm interested to see if the boots are going to get buffed themselves or whether it's just going to be a straight-up carbon copy of what we've got this year. But obviously, Atacon being removed is a really interesting change. I'm not, necessarily the biggest hater of Atacon. I don't mind it. It is sometimes frustrating, and I didn't cast LPL for the full year, and I know some of our casters here at LPL have said, we want Atacon gone because of how many games were thrown over Atacon. I get that. I'm not the biggest hater of Atacon, so I think that seeing it gone it's like a 50-50 for me. I understand that we were getting a little bit of objective fatigue, a lot of fighting around objectives like constantly, so to see that be gone, it's okay. Baron coming back to 20 minutes feels good. Obviously, we know who's getting buffed by that the most. I don't even need to say that. But, yeah, slowing the pace of the game down as well with the extra plates being added to all the towers. The innate demolish proc on towers will be quite nice. But, yeah, we could go into this, like, very scaling, like, Zeri, Aphelios, like, 7 items. I will say, I was with some friends, we were doing some testing on PvE. And there's an item that lets you do, like, I think it's true damage to towers based off of your lethality, and it's like 2,000% of your lethality. And because Aphelios gets lethality in his base kit, you just build just that item and his lethality, and you do, like, a ridiculous amount of damage. You do, like, 2,000 true damage to towers on its own, or, 1,500, something like that. It's ridiculous, but I'm very excited to see what kind of cooked builds we come up next year with some items that I won't spoil for you. I won't tell you anymore, but it's going to be a good time. I think we're in for some fun.
Well, and not to go into the items, but I think it's also important to note that the HP, I believe, for the T1 towers have gone up. I believe they're going to be sitting at right around 9K, maybe to offset those specific issues that we're going to roll into, but we won't know until that actually does pop off overall. But I am kind of curious if you are LNG, Gebetto, right? Or you're LNG's coach, or all 5 players at the same time.
Okay.
You lost that game. How do you come back in game number 2? What are you going to be looking for? What are you going to be planning for? How do you reset your tempo and your mental in the champ select, in the draft?
I mean, a long pause can both be good and bad, and the reason I mean is it depends on how your team is. If you're sitting there upset about your performance and, you know, not saying anything, your coach is a little bit annoyed at you, and you just get to sit there and wallow in the fact that you kind of got stomped there in that game, then that's not great. But as LNG, if they're going to sit there, talk over their issues, talk about draft. You get a ton of time here to talk about the draft and reset yourself completely. So, okay, we overestimated Ultra Prime. They played really well in that game. What are we going to come out with next game? They should have a full idea of where their draft wants to go here. They should not be surprised by anything unless there's some crazy stuff coming out that, I mean, they weren't prepared for at all. But I expect with this delay, they've sat there with their coach or their coaches, the coaching team, talked it with each other, said, what did we do that went wrong there? Sometimes it's champions. Other times it comes down to gameplay. And I think this game was gameplay. Obviously, a little bit of a jungle gap. We've spoken about that before, but I think a lot of the time they were just getting picked off when maybe they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and hyper focusing on that synergy and the placements can be super important, especially because when you had someone like Kiana to capitalize on when Zen was just like half a toe, out of the right spot, or even then when we looked at the mid fight early on where Sion caught Zen in a really exposed position with a Q, and we did flash over, but like the follow up was just absolutely instant. You know, it seems like we had this net with Ultra Prime to absolutely lock down whoever did that. And you know, I've really got to highlight the fact that our response time for Ultra Prime was just absolutely phenomenal. So hopefully they can keep that up. Hopefully it doesn't sort of reverse things where we've got this long pause and they may potentially struggle to keep up that momentum, because this is very disrupting for everybody going into the game, and especially having another one in between it right now. It's going to mess with Ultra Prime. It's going to mess with LNG. It's going to mess with the casters. It's going to mess with the viewers. Things are just not going according to plan whatsoever. So I think those going to be important things. Plus, I think the biggest thing is really just going to boil down to this fatigue. So I could easily see LNG turning this around, tying up the score 1-1. And then another tempo reset will be that quintessential game number 3, because, what's a good way to get your mental back, get your tempo back, to change the game around entirely. And, what an amazing way to do that than have a blind pick sort of scenario. So moving away from game number 2, Gebetto, because we can speculate till we're blue in the face. What are you thinking we would want to see from either one of these? Not necessarily what we as casters would like to see, but what do you think these players, what do you think these teams are going to try to pick in this blind pick, if we get there? Blind pick.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing about the blind pick is that the bans are gone, right? Which is kind of crazy. The fact that what you were playing is now, what was banned is now playable again. So, I mean, you could go back to the Kiana. If LNG win this game, I don't see a reason why Ultra Prime can't just say, well, we just pick Kiana again. Maybe you run into a potential Poppy jungle or Poppy support angle there where that's a really good counter. I know that Poppy's incredibly popular in the LCK, notably by Carrier. Carrier kind of pioneered that pick. Actually, Mickey X also pioneered that pick in support. Can't forget my brothers over in EU, but not really prioritized that much in the LPL right now, and I still think that champion is dumb strong in a fun way. I think Poppy's a fun champion, but can hamper a little bit of what Kiana wants to do. But if I'm LNG, I'm thinking, how do we deal with this Kiana? If I'm Croco, how do I deal with this Kiana? I'm not comfortable playing against it. I haven't had time playing against, some of the best junglers in the world he played against, right? He played against Lucid in the Rise group, and then in the top side, he played against Ona and Peanut and Canyon, and none of those guys play Kiana very well or really at all. So he hasn't had a ton of time to learn this champion and learn what it does. That's why you can see at Worlds, they're just not picking it. So if I'm LNG here, taking time to, what do I play against that? Is it a team effort? Is it a champ pick specifically? Something like the Poppy? Is it the problem with Kiana in this meta is that, like, Jarvan feels bad because it's just a free wall. Yes, the Crescent Guard can buy a lot of space and time, but, like, Kiana doesn't care about Crescent Guard. She's in your face hitting you. You could go towards something like a Zed is an answer, and I think that the LCK has had a bit more of an involvement with the Zed pick, so could be an option for Croco to go towards, but it's a tough one. For Ultra Prime, I think they just run back the same thing, get a strong jungle matchup, and play together.
Yeah, and I think that's a good note. I think that's sort of why Kiana is in the wheelhouse, right? I've seen Diana make a little bit of a comeback as well. Nowhere near to the same kind of strength of Kiana overall. But, you know, seeing a couple of these ones that play into these weird instances, and I think that's a really good point when you talk about Jarvan's Wall, or even Talia, right? Talia on either side could also help with that as well. And I think doubling back to Poppy, Poppy's also someone who does really well, I feel, with Jarvan for a bunch of different reasons. Not only stopping Jarvan, because nothing's more frustrating than to pop down a flag and drag and then just not allowed to go anywhere. Poppy says, no, you're not going anywhere. And then that turn that into a pin. Or even if you put your Cataclysm down on Poppy and Poppy goes, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me, and then pins you into a wall and then murders you. Poppy is so powerful. It's a great flex pick. You know, sort of overall, it is situational for sure. I do agree with you. But I think playing around those walls is always really, really interesting. And I did get a chance, the pleasure to see the Kespa Cup or see a couple of games of the Kespa Cup, and I got to see Faker on Talia, which I haven't had the pleasure of doing. And Talia is someone I want to focus on too. That champion in Faker's hands is absolutely nasty. It reminds me of like old school Pantheon, where just every single time the ult was up, bam, pop it. As soon as it's up, or like even when it's not up, if you're like 2 or 3 seconds in there, you're just smashing the R button waiting for something to happen. And I think Talia can do the exact same thing. But you know, we won't know until we get into the game itself. We're still sort of trying to figure out okay, that can't be good.
Well, look,
we should be getting a translation on that, and if it turns out to be a decent delay or a reschedule or something, we'll hopefully let you know here in a couple of moments. Unfortunately, neither Gebetto and I speak Mandarin. Gee whiz, the guy in the cowboy hat doesn't speak Mandarin, although it would be really funny if I was fluent in Mandarin. You know, maybe I'll try to do that for the long-winded joke. I'll spend 10 years learning a complicated language and maybe pick it up. But we are waiting for that as we roll into this one. Gebetto, and I really hope this isn't going to be a delay going forward. We're waiting for Prod to type it out now. I want to see this going forward.
While we're waiting for that, I will just ask while we're waiting, because, you know, I'm a yapper. I like talking. I got to ask you. I was getting rage baited by this the other day, so I need you to be honest with me, okay? We're friends.
Okay.
Do Americans celebrate Boxing Day? Is it a thing? Do you know what Boxing Day is?
No, it is not a thing.
You're serious?
We were not rage baiting you whatsoever. We do not celebrate Boxing Day. It's not a thing. We celebrate a lot of dumb holidays, but that is not on the list. And it looks like we did get a translate from Google Translator, and it roughly goes to, due to technical issues with the uniforms, it looks like the match cannot be set up properly at this time. Looks like technicians are conducting an emergency investigation, and the match will proceed as scheduled once the equipment is unavailable. I'm guessing that means available instead of unavailable. So that's at least some sort of update. And once again, that's a rough translation. That's literally just Google helping us out. So if there's someone that speaks Mandarin, feel free to jump into that and correct us. We'll always appreciate the criticism overall with everybody that's hanging in chat. And I've got to say, you know, I'm really happy. I'm really surprised that we have as many viewers as we do when it comes to looking at this overall, because we spend a lot of time just sort of hanging out. I feel like I've got to know all 2,000 people in chat right now as we just wait for this game and wish and pray for it just to happen, Gebetto.
It's gonna have to be more than prayers, Korak, but yeah, I think we're gonna have to reconvene at maybe a little bit of a later time. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. We'll be right back. Hopefully.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the LPL first day of Demacia Cup. Now, unfortunately, we do have some bad news for every one of the viewers. Thank you so much for sticking around. I know it's been a long time, but down there is not a mistake. Ultra Prime continued to have connection issues. They were given 30 minutes to get ready for their game. They had to forfeit a game. LNG and Ultra Prime are now 1-1 tie. They were given another 30 minutes to prepare for their third and final game, but unfortunately Ultra Prime had to forfeit that game too. So LNG win after losing game 1 to 2 forfeits because Ultra Prime, I don't know what happened with the tech issues, but they couldn't pull it together.
I've got to say, this has definitely been one of the cast of all times. I have spent so much time casting absolutely nothing. Getting into game number 1, like 3.5 hours of just pure delays. And what's been really great is I've been able to cast for, several hours with like 1,500 people just waiting for the game to start. Massively unfortunate for us, everyone involved. But at least, the nice thing for the viewers is you didn't have to put on pants for this. I had to do that. With that being said, though, we're going to close this out unceremoniously. Thank you so much for joining us. I've been your host for the evening, Korak. We've had not only Gebetto, but also Rude Dude on color. And this has been LPL English.